Welcome to the Lost Lowdown Podcast number 50.
Woo!
With your hosts, Justin and Claude.
What's up, guys?
Today, we are talking about, depending on your numbering, episode 12 continued, episode 13, or episodes 13 and 14. There's No Place Like Home, parts 2 and 3. So, what did you think about this episode?
Well, before we get into that, I do want to. I feel it's prudent to take the time to revel in our 50th podcast.
Oh, okay. We can't.
And to let the listeners know that they're not crazy. Justin did do the intro.
All right.
So we switched our roles because this is the long-awaited 50th podcast where Justin proclaimed many years ago, that he was going to do the intro on the 50th, and here's proof. That,
if any of you knows where I said that, please tell me. I'm really curious. I'm not sure, but it was early on, very early on.
And you've got 5 people who are going to go look right now.
Thank you. Those 5, I appreciate.
Stephen, I'm looking at you.
As usual, we're coming to you via TalkShoe, community call, voice chat, group calling, teleconference calling.
What?
Sorry,
that's a lot of words.
I just wanted to say that. It's at the top of the TalkShoe page. I think it's really weird.
Oh, yeah, that is weird.
Because it's so clunky. I guess it's a keyword thing, but it just doesn't roll off the tongue.
TalkShoe, community call, voice chat, group calling, teleconference calling.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like everything they do.
It is.
In one title.
And I love the calling twice. It's, I don't know. Perfectly terrible sounding.
What's the difference between a group call and a teleconference call?
Good. That's a good question.
Somebody also asked me in real life, is there a difference, like, can you have a conference call between 2 people?
Oh. Wow.
And I basically said, if you're using conference call software, then yes.
Then that's okay.
If you just
call
up the phone
somebody
and call them, it's not a conference call.
It's not a conference call. Even if you have a conference?
Even if you're conferring, I don't think it's a conference call.
Okay. All right.
Not in the connotative sense.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, and before we move on, I have to mention we've got a new sponsor. Our new sponsor is Hennessy Brothers Apple Butter, the only apple butter still sold in breakable glass jars. Hennessy Brothers.
Hennessy Brothers, for when you want to break your apple butter in a glass jar. Hennessy Brothers.
Thank you. So that's good. We're switching to a sponsor-driven podcast, at least when I'm hosting.
Well, my Ferrari payments won't pay themselves.
That's right. They certainly won't.
Dude, there's so much money in apple butter.
Oh,
the Hennessy Brothers are rolling in it. And by it, I mean apple butter.
That's right.
And that's why it tastes so good. All right. Now that I've grossed everyone out, let's talk about Lost.
Okay. So what did you think of the episode?
I loved it. It was pretty much everything I had hoped it would be. I mean, obviously there's action. I mean, obviously Lost doesn't, when it's time for action, Lost rarely disappoints. So the action was very good. In terms of, how the sort of the plot elements played out, I thought were really good. Some of the little things of like, okay, we know, the Oceanic 6 probably get to the helicopter or get to the freighter or whatever, but what happens between that and the island disappearing and like things like that, and the little like details of their escape that you couldn't really pin down. I thought they did really well. And I was satisfied. I was bringing a lot of things full circle, and it was I give it a 9 out of 10.
Ooh, yeah. Very good, very good. Well, I agree. It was great. It was different from last season's finale, which last season's finale was kind of mostly just building up to one big thing. This one had a lot of things in it, I think. It wasn't just, I don't think it did kind of have one thing in there, but I feel like it didn't quite revolve around that one thing as much as last year's did. But yeah, I mean, the way it came together works pretty well. There were a lot of things that I thought we should have seen coming, but I didn't.
I agree with that.
You know, the way certain things played out, I was like, man, I should have known that was going to happen, but it just wasn't obvious to me for some reason. I enjoyed it a lot. Obviously, the action is good, and you know, finales, they're allowed to really just let things fly. You know, huge cataclysmic events can happen in the finale, and they really did. I mean, this was a big one. I mean, I think about like back to like season 1, where all we got was, you know, they got into the hatch and the others kidnapped Walt, and that was supposed to sustain us for a year.
This was explosive. I mean, this was the most important and the biggest finale, you know.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and even compared to last year, like, it makes last year look pretty small. You know, like, I mean, this is huge stuff. So yeah, and it was good too. It wasn't, you know. I liked the way it played out. It was surprising and interesting, and yeah, I'm gonna go like 9.3 on this one.
Right. I only rate in whole numbers, so
you know
I'm gonna stick to 9.
I always rate with decimal points. It's just my way.
So you're basically 18.6 out of 20.
Exactly.
Okay. I agree. That's interesting.
Yeah. I think you could probably simplify that fraction, but whatever. Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds good.
Yeah.
It was great. I mean, for me, it's, you know, it's easy for finales to win, but, you know, it did. I mean, for me, this was way better than any of the episodes in the season.
Yeah. I mean, it would better be. If it wasn't, that'd be really sad.
It would be really sad. Yeah. That's the thing. That's why when we talked about best of, we disqualified the finales, because they're just kind of inherently going to be better than the rest of the season. So. Yeah. So.
Yeah, you know, what you said about, you know, not seeing things coming that we should have. You know, I kicked myself several times that, you know, little things I'm like, I should have, you know, that's obvious. Not really obvious, but that's just logical, you know.
Yeah.
Like, oh, of course they would have done that, or, you know. And one of the things that I don't really like the line, but I like the message when Locke says, you know, this isn't an island, this is a place where miracles happen. And I think that's important to remember, because, you know, these are the people who survived the plane crash when the show first started. So, you know, some of the elements of, like, how they were going to get off and things like that, you know, I think when you put it in the context of, like, miraculous things happening, you can expect certain people to live when they shouldn't, and, you know, and like, crazy things to happen. And it did. That's
true, yeah. Big time, not just little crazy things. Yeah, I mean, this what we see happen here is, like, it's something that really I didn't think was possible. I really didn't think the show would ever go in this direction.
What direction? You mean in general?
Yeah, really, I do mean in general. Yeah, everybody get, you know, basically, like, a lot of people getting off, a lot of people dying, and then the island, like, literally disappearing.
Yeah. I mean, if that's not the way to end the season, I don't know what is.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
It's the kind of thing that you can't imagine it being in a regular episode. It's just too big.
It's too big. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I thought this episode was particularly well written, and it starts off with, I think, to me, writing wise, like one of the most ingenious little devices.
Yeah.
I thought it blew my mind from the first scene.
Me
too. It blew my mind. It was perfect. So are we ready to jump into it?
It was really shocking. Yes, we are. You're taking the first half here, so I hand the reins over to you.
All right.
You go right ahead.
Here we go. So the first scene, which we were just talking about, that's awesome, is the continuation from the season 3 finale, right?
Yeah,
when
the very last scene.
Jack has been calling Kate for a long time. This is the future Jack. We learned this is 3 years from when they got rescued, and he basically wants to get back to the island. He has called her to basically tell her that, Jeremy Bentham has died. That whole thing. Why would Kate go to the funeral? We've been talking about this since, season 3 finale.
Yeah, this is some old shit right here.
This is very old. And so the first scene of this episode, we get the tires screeching as Kate reverses in her car and comes back to Jack to ask him how dare he say that they have to go back to the island. And that right there, that's sort of like picking up exactly where it left off from season 3. It just was great from the beginning. I just couldn't believe it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, that's a perfect place. It's a perfect place because we got to figure out what happened after that.
Yeah.
And I just love the idea that like the scene is longer. We just never saw the other half of it.
Yeah.
And just her coming back, I thought was great.
But, yeah, it was crazy. It was like we waited a year to like see the rest of the scene.
Yeah, and it was just I don't know, it was just so simply great that, she just like stops on the brakes and like reverses.
Yeah. She didn't just, it was like she heard him say that. He's screaming it as she leaves, and she's just like not going to let it go because she's so pissed. Yeah.
So
because it seemed like an exit line. It seemed like the line to end the scene on, with her just driving away and him yelling after her. And it's always kind of strange when people just turn around. They leave and then they turn around and come back again for a little more.
Yeah.
That they've done that before, but I don't know. But it really shocked. I mean, the effect it had, because the way they did the previously on Lost, they showed that scene again, It
was so great.
And so it really felt like that was the scene. Like, it felt like the scene started in the previously on Lost, and they just, you know. I don't think they've really done that before as like, I don't know, directly.
Yeah, without having, the previously on have the first part of the scene and then them starting the episode with the next part. Like, yeah, if they didn't do it like that, it wouldn't have felt as good. If they just started with the car reversing, you'd be a little disoriented in terms of what's going on.
Where are we? Yeah.
And you wouldn't necessarily remember exactly what happened and the emotional, the emotional level of the scene.
Yeah.
Either, So yeah, it was just that part of it was good.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so let me finish talking about the scene. So we find that Jeremy Bentham came to Kate and Jack with the idea they must go back. It's the only way to keep Kate and Aaron and presumably the other losties safe. Jack slaps Kate. We learned that. You
mean Kate slaps Jack?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. The other way would be pretty.
Yeah. Shut up, Kate. Kate slaps Jack. We find that Jack hasn't been living with Kate for a while. She says she's still got to explain to Aaron why he's not there to read to him. And we find that it's been 3 years since their rescue, and Kate asks, how dare Jack ask her to go back? The phrase.
Right.
But that's the scene.
That's what happens. Yeah, okay. All right. Let me think. What do I want to say about this? I guess here's where they introduced the Bentham thing, which we did have the mystery about who's in the coffin, but now it becomes, well, it's this guy, but then it's who is this guy.
Mm-hmm.
And it was weird when she said the name. Like, I don't know, it sounded crazy. Like, who knows that name? Nobody knows that name.
Mm-hmm.
That just seemed out of the blue. I don't know.
It was surprising that they all knew. Yeah, they all knew this guy by Jeremy Bentham, and it was surprising that she knew that. Yeah, and it seemed odd to me that we never heard this before. But if you look at the newspaper thing, it did have the stuff on it for that name to fill in. If you fill in the gaps. So they were pretty much right. I mean, there's still some questions about that, obviously, but. And I'm kind of confused about this, but I really need to talk about that later when we get to the second Kate scene that occurs much, much later. So I guess I'll hold back on that. I think that's all I have on this. Okay. I don't really have anything major Yeah, I think that's it.
Okay.
Whatever it is, I'm sure it'll come up later.
There's more, but it's tied into later things, and it's not time for that yet.
So the next scene, we find Jack and Sawyer. They're on their way to the orchid. They reach it and find Hurley peeing in the bushes behind them. Hurley leads them over to Locke, who is in the greenhouse trying to find the right plant so he can get down to the orchid. Jack enters, and they exchange some unpleasant pleasantries. And that's that scene.
Unpleasant pleasantries. Very nice.
Yeah, I'm a writer. What can I do?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, that was the hijack or whatever thing. Yeah. Yeah.
Anything about this, buddy?
Yeah. Locke just Locke just seems so sad here. He's just befuddled,
Yeah.
Where's that flower? Is it here? Mm-mm.
Yeah, it's the next scene when we come back to this that we find it out. But the idea that it's been an hour.
Yeah.
since Ben gave himself up, which is basically as much time as Locke has been looking for the right plant. And yeah, it's a little sad that even at this point, Locke can't get it right.
He can't just do anything himself. He's just kind of messing around, and he just would never get anywhere if Ben didn't show up later.
If Ben had gotten killed or didn't come back, Locke would have just not been able to do it.
Yeah.
Not only that, he didn't know what he was supposed to do.
He didn't know what to do anyway.
Down there.
Yeah, Ben really did everything.
Ben did everything.
Locke just kind of stood there.
Yeah.
He's our savior. What are you going to do? Oh, another thing I was going to say is that one of the things that I felt like I should have seen coming but didn't is that when Kimi got Ben, they would go to the helicopter. I really thought they were just going to stay there for some reason. I thought, I thought them and their men they're gonna capture Ben and stay there, and Locke would have to contend with them. It didn't occur to me that they would just leave, go to the helicopter, and Locke would have the whole place to himself. Like that.
Yeah, I didn't. I thought, we didn't really. I didn't really know what the layout of the orchid was until this episode. But I thought when Ben told Locke to sneak in, I thought even if Kimi and his men were sort of where they were in the sort of actual greenhouse part of it, I thought however Locke was going to get in, he would bypass them and somehow get down there without them even knowing.
Yeah.
I thought that was the whole point, was that, Ben was going to be distracting them so Locke could sneak through this hole. But that's not even really what it was. I don't even know what hole he was talking about, because it's the lever and the elevator thing is right in the open.
Yeah.
So I don't know what he was talking about, that he had to. Didn't he say he had to crawl through a hole?
Oh,
Wasn't that the first step? Was you got to crawl through a hole and then
Did he say that?
Thing. Yeah.
I don't remember what he said.
Yeah, it was really. It was because I kind of played a game and I tried to memorize what the instructions were as if I was Locke, because he said he didn't have time to say it twice. So I tried to remember. So, yeah, he says, you're going to go into that greenhouse through that hole there. Once inside, you're going to turn left. Going through the greenhouse through a hole, I thought meant he'd have to crawl through something.
Yeah.
But that didn't seem to be what happened.
No. It seems like it's just kind of open air thing.
Yeah, but anyway, I didn't even think I wasn't even thinking what Kimi and his men would do with Ben afterwards. But one of the things I did realize is that from this episode is that it doesn't seem like Kimi knew what the secondary protocol was specifically. Only that where Ben would be going. Right. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That was the other thing. I guess I thought something would go to they would go down. I guess I thought they were going to use the station for something. Yeah,
I thought he knew what Ben was going to be trying to do.
Yeah. I thought maybe he would go down and try to sabotage it or something. I thought they were going to do something to the station, not just kind of wait for him there and then leave.
Yeah.
The secondary protocol does seem to be just go here and find Ben.
Yeah. Which makes me wonder why Dan was so anxious since he heard about that.
Yeah.
Like, why does he? Because it seems like he knows something's up, but from I don't know why he would know anything.
Yeah, what does he know if it doesn't? I mean, yeah, does he know more than it seems like Kimi knows?
Yeah, it's really odd.
Yeah, I don't know what Dan's deal is. His reactions are really perplexing to me in this episode. I don't know where he's coming from. He seems to have this idea of things that no one else shares.
And he doesn't tell anybody.
Yeah. Yeah, and he doesn't tell anybody.
In true Lost fashion. Which I just want to preface that also with Locke and some other people. Everyone, certain people know what's going to happen when Locke and Ben get through with what they're doing, and they don't tell anybody.
Yeah.
And we'll get into that in the next scenes when they
certain people, indeed. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, Dan, he seems to think, the island is going to disappear or be, you'll be unable to get off of it or to it after, whatever happens. But why he knows that, it doesn't seem clear.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I don't get it. I don't get his deal.
What's your deal, Dan?
Yeah, explain yourself.
What's your major malfunction? You ready for the next scene?
Yes.
All right. So the next scene, we're on the boat. Desmond, Michael, and Jen are trying to figure out what to do about the big C4 bomb that's there. We learned that Desmond spent 6 months in explosives training when he was in the Army. The C4 is set for remote detonation. Jen asks if it can be turned off, and Desmond goes through all the major components and explains that all roads lead to boom.
That's right. I liked how the C4 said, maybe it actually does this, but it amused me that it said C4 explosive with an exclamation mark.
With an exclamation mark, yeah. It seemed very, over the top.
Yeah, I don't know. It seemed like an ad for itself. Like, C4, it's explosive. I don't know. It's really strange to me. It didn't look technical. It looked like...
Yeah. I've seen C4 depicted in other things, and I've never really seen it with that title on it.
Yeah.
In big letters and
Yeah. Yeah.
But you can't mistake what it is.
Yeah, there's an article about this. One of the Mythbuster guys wrote an article about it. Well, it wasn't totally about that, but a lot of it was about this bomb thing. I don't really know what he was talking about, but if anyone wants to read that, it's on the forum. There's in the subforum for this episode. There's a link to the thing that he wrote about it. I think there's some unrealism here about the bomb, the way it works, etc.
Where can we find the forum?
Oh, sorry. Where could we find the forum? We can find the forum at tllld.net.
Oh, really?
Yes.
That sounds like a fun place.
Go join today. Be member number 54.
Oh, nice. I want to be member 54.
So do I.
Let's go both do it. And forget this podcast thing. Yeah. I'm going to go to tllld.net.
That's right. Me too.
Interesting. I remember seeing that, but I haven't read the article. But I definitely will because I like the Mythbuster guys.
Yeah, I do too. I was interested, and I did read it, but I don't know. I didn't really commit to memory what he was talking about.
Well, that's good preparation for the podcast.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think some of it was about how it wouldn't be a good idea to design a bomb this way.
Well, I had a very simple solution to their problem of the bomb.
Oh yeah.
That's simple, that I like because of the inherent problem with this bomb is that it's it's set for remote detonation. And this might not have worked, but I thought it was an option to at least think about. Why not take the antenna off of the radio receiver in just the hopes that it might not pick up the signal to detonate?
Yeah.
Because it had an antenna on. They show a couple of shots of it, and it's got an antenna.
It does,
looks like you could take it off or at least break it off. And I'm like, that might not stop it from really picking up the signal 100%, but it might help.
Yeah.
You know? And because you don't have to, deactivate the bomb so much as just prevent it from going off.
Yeah.
And the fact that it's remote, it's just going to be waiting for a radio signal. It's like, well, let's just stop it from, getting the signal.
Yeah.
Cover the radio transmitter in foil or something.
Yeah.
Or
some
whatever.
Kind of signal blocking thing.
Yeah, put some light on it, or I don't know.
Yeah, unless that's boom too.
They didn't think about that one.
No, they didn't.
But if I was there, well.
Yeah.
We know what would happen if I was there.
Do we?
Yes, next scene.
Okay.
Next scene, we're back at the Orchid, and Locke tells Jack he's looking for a way to get into the Dharma station below. Jack asks to do what? Locke asks for Hurley and Sawyer to excuse them, but Jack just wants to leave with them too. He wants to get on the chopper and get everyone off the island. Hurley tells Jack that Keamy and his men are taking Ben to the chopper as they speak. Jack asks why Ben would give himself up. Then, let's see, then we learn that Ben surrendered an hour ago. And I think that's the scene.
Really?
Yeah, I think that's it, right?
Okay. Okay.
What are we missing?
I might be remembering. Isn't there a scene where Jack and Locke talk to each other? Is that later?
That's later, yeah.
Okay, all right. I didn't remember how this went.
Yeah, because he just basically asked about why Ben would give himself up, and then we cut to Ben with Keamy and they're talking.
Oh, okay.
Then we come back.
Okay, I see. So it's just a segue line. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything on this scene?
I don't think
much
so.
Here.
No.
All right. So, yeah, the only thing is this is when I realized Locke has been looking for that plant for a long time.
Yeah. Yeah, I hadn't realized that, but that makes it even worse.
Yeah, exactly. And I can't believe, Hurley's just, hanging out and going to go pee, and just you're not going to help?
Yeah.
But, of course, he's waiting for his cue for Jack and Sawyer to get there.
That's right.
Next scene, we see a handcuffed Ben walking with Keamy and his men through the jungle. Keamy asks Ben why he's so important. Why would Widmore pay so much money for Ben to be captured alive? Ben asks if Widmore told him to kill Alex. Keamy doesn't answer because he sees Frank trying to uncuff himself from the helicopter. Keamy goes over to Frank and yells at him, asks him who gave him the toolbox. And then Kate comes running out of the jungle, so he doesn't have to answer.
Yay. Two saves here.
Yeah, it was 2 saves back to back. So at gunpoint, Kate explains who she is and that she's being chased by Ben's men. Keamy and his team kind of set up a little defense perimeter. We start to hear the whispers.
Ooh.
And Other comes pouncing on top of one of the soldiers from above and snaps his neck. Very brutal.
Sort of pulls a Naomi.
Yeah. And let's see, another soldier's taken out, and then they all open fire. One soldier is hit by what seems to be like an electric dart.
One of those things.
Yeah, and
that's what they used in the old days.
Mhm. Was it electric though in the old days?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they shot him and then they start shaking.
It's like low tech, high tech.
Yeah, it is.
It's really weird.
It is really weird.
Kate grabs Ben and then they make a run for it. A grenade lands near Keamy and he kicks it over to Omar, who gets blown up.
Poor Omar.
You really got to stay alert in basket grenade ball.
Yeah.
You can't have your guard down.
Not at all, no.
I've never seen anyone kick a grenade over to someone else like that. It was so weird.
It's not a good move. And Omar just really had a bad run there.
Omar, yeah. For
really
a
sad.
character who, like, you know, you get to know his name, you know, like, he didn't have a lot to do.
No, he just gets a grenade kicked at him. That's it.
Oh, Omar.
Bye, Omar.
Let's see. So Kate and Ben are on the run, and they're chased by a very Terminator 2-like Kimi.
Definitely, yeah.
Right? Didn't he seem like he's just relentless?
Totally. And when he comes back later, he seemed like the Terminator also.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you thought, you know, you could defeat me because you froze me with liquid nitrogen, and, you know, but no, I've reformed, and I'm back for more.
Exactly.
So let's see. They're running. Ben falls. Kate comes back for him. As Kimi closes in on them, Saeed tackles him. They fight. I was gonna do it like a blow by blow here, but there was a lot going on. We all saw it. So,
it was a lot.
Suffice it to say,
there was a knife and some wood and
Suffice it to say, Saeed busts out some impressive moves, but Kimi's a lot bigger and stronger, so he gets the upper hand.
Yeah.
And but before he kills Saeed, Alfred shoots Kimi in the back a few times, and then the rest of the others come out. Kate comes over to Saeed and helps him up, and they share a very strange look. Then Ben thanks Alfred for coming. It's, of course, Alfred's pleasure. Kate picks up Kimi's knife with Kimi's blood on it and then cuts Ben free per his request. Alfred tells Ben that he agreed to let them off the island if they help free Ben. And Ben says they can have the chopper and wishes them a safe journey. Kate asks if they can really just leave, and Ben says they can leave. That's it.
Wow.
And that's the scene.
That was a long scene.
Yeah.
To go back to the beginning.
More of a sequence.
Yeah, definitely more of a sequence. This episode does this thing that they probably have done this before, but it just stuck out at me a few times. They sort of ask questions that the audience would be asking, you know, and so I want to throw this one out there just in case you or I have speculation on it. The question that Kimi asked. Obviously, we know where Frank got the toolbox. That's not a great one.
I had like 5 theories about that.
Did you?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I'd love to hear them.
I wasn't quite sure who gave him the toolbox. I know what we're supposed to think happened, but no, I'm kidding.
See, my theory is that Sawyer gave him the toolbox because there was that line where Frank told him to go get the toolbox, and then he went and got the toolbox.
Yeah, but you know that could just be a red herring.
Oh, see, but you're God.
I don't know. Did we actually see Sawyer give him the toolbox?
I think. Well. We almost saw. I mean, they implied that the toolbox was given. Right. I thought it was pretty clear.
Well,
I guess we got to wait for the podcast.
I think Widmore gave him the toolbox.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't know Widmore was even there.
Either Widmore or Jacob.
Or Jacob. Okay, well.
Yeah. Okay, just kidding.
Yeah. The other question: Why does Widmore want Ben? Why is he going to all this trouble to get Ben? I mean, my standing assumption is that what he really wants is the island, not Ben. What is he going to do with Ben? Why not just kill Ben? You know, I mean.
Well, you're asking questions that are related, that are different. Because I think why Widmore can't kill Ben is a whole theory of
that's that rule stuff, probably.
I think and then that leads to why are the rules that way? Because I've heard from different people that their theory is that Widmore and Ben are each other's constants. Which I don't. Not that I think they wouldn't do that, because I think it makes sense story-wise. It just, to me, I just don't like it. It just, to me, I don't really think it fits with the way they presented what the whole constant thing is about. And I think it makes it seem like Ben and Widmore are like, have been time traveling or are time traveling or will be time traveling. And, I don't know how much of that's true.
Yeah.
So I hesitate to say they're each other's constant, because that would mean that, that they're susceptible to this whole time travel anomaly thing. But if they don't go through the barriers, through the wrong, place, or don't go through the right heading after being exposed to radiation or magnetism, then they really shouldn't need a constant.
Yeah.
So,
right. Yeah. You don't need it unless something goes wrong, as Dan said.
Yeah. And I don't see Ben making a mistake and going through the wrong bearing. And we know Widmore from this episode. We know Widmore has been there before.
Mm-hmm.
But I just, if they're each other's constant, I just don't see how that really works in terms of how they presented why you need a constant.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and I just, for an external thing, I view the idea of the constant as a one episode pretty much idea that got him out of that got him out of the problem that Desmond was in. But Ben, I believe after this episode's over, does indeed time travel. But it's different. It's not the kind of thing that happens to Desmond. The thing that happened to Desmond was he sort of got the consciousness of an old version of himself, and then he was flipping back and forth.
Yeah.
What seems to happen to Ben is that he literally just travels to the future, which seems to me to be a different kind of time travel that doesn't he's not I don't think he's flipping back and forth. That seemed to be the problem that required the constant.
That's the whole, and that's why the little rat died, was
right,
because the flipping back and forth was too much for its mind.
Exactly.
So
yeah, I don't
working
think working backwards. Can they not kill each other because they're each other's constant? I don't really think that's true. I don't either.
I think the rule might be for some other reason.
I don't really understand why there are rules, but I don't think it's about constants. I don't know what it's about. I don't really get it. But yeah, I mean, Ben says, you know I can't kill you, and maybe, presumably it applies the other way around, that Widmore knows he can't kill Ben. And so I guess if he can't kill Ben, then maybe the thing to do is just capture him. If that's allowed.
Well, my whole thing about, you're asking the question, why does he want Ben and not, I was thinking Widmore. Wow, I just say that.
The German pronunciation.
Ben and Widmore together, I guess.
You said Bidmore. I thought you said Vidmore.
Vidmore, no.
That's the German version.
Oh, yeah. My thought was that Widmore just, he wanted to get back to the island, and Ben, if Ben's on the island, he can stop him from getting there. So if Ben is off the island, then Widmore is, more able to get to it.
Yeah.
That's what I think is kind of going on here.
That's it.
I don't know if he's really interested in Ben himself.
It doesn't seem like he's doing a good enough job of securing the island. It seems like all he's doing is getting Ben. It didn't seem like there was a good plan for taking the island.
Well, that's the thing. I feel like getting Ben is the primary function to securing the island. Because at the very least, if he captures Ben before Ben can move the island, assuming Widmore knows the island could be moved, then that, if you capture him before that, then you can make sure that, you can get to the island if that's what you want.
So what would have happened? Let's just a little hypothetical here. Let's say, Kimi they get on the helicopter and they make it off. What do? They're going to torch the island, right? And so they just kill everybody, and then now they have Ben and the island. Is that the idea?
I guess, and they would just tell Widmore we've got Ben in custody and the island, and
the island is
no
here.
One's on it, and then Widmore would, I don't know, come to the island.
Come to the island.
Roll around on the beach. I don't know what he wants to do.
I hope so. It's kind of like when a cat falls in a toilet or something. It's just there's something nice about someone sophisticated just rolling around in the dirt.
Yeah.
Just wee.
Yeah, cats. When embarrassing things happens to cats, it's particularly enjoyable. I think.
Yeah,
sometimes.
Something special about that.
Yeah, it's you deserve it. You're a cat.
Yeah, they put on airs, those cats.
Yeah, they walk on 4 legs. They ain't that good.
Mm-hmm.
Call me when you walk upright, cat.
Okay, so you don't think he wants to do, like, something with Ben specifically. It's really just about...
I won't rule it out, but I would say the fact that they met each other, before, and, Widmore didn't seem to be interested
try
at all.
To get him. Yeah, but it seems like he should have at least wanted to capture him at that point. That's kind of confusing to me.
Well, but at that point, I think, the island had already been moved. And circumstances were entirely different.
Yeah, okay.
So I think that was part of it too.
Okay, so he only cares about getting Ben if he's on the island. Maybe that's the idea.
Yeah, because I think Ben is the key. Because Ben could have presumably, if you take Charlotte and Dan's word for it, used the gas to kill Kimi's team and anyone else on it. Although they had gas masks and stuff. And he could have moved the island sooner or something if they would have caught him, he wouldn't have been able to move the island. I feel like he's at the helm of the island's defenses in that respect. I think the island has other stuff it could do, but it makes me think that if all they wanted was to get Ben out of the way, if all Widmore wanted to get Ben out of the way, then that makes me think that the island itself doesn't have any other defenses that would have stopped them. Smokey or Jacob doing whatever he would do or could do, and it makes it seem like that wasn't part of Widmore's plan, or that wouldn't have been a problem.
Yeah, it seems like that stuff couldn't really have done anything. And now that the season's over, I mean, what about Smokey? I mean, we still don't really know why he didn't kill those soldiers. It still doesn't make sense. They never explained it. They never went back and said, that they had a weapon or there was any it seems like Smokey just wasn't in the mood to kill them. He just wanted to, like, rough them up for some reason.
Well, we did say that the reason he didn't kill them was because we needed them in the finale.
Yeah, which was true.
And, they definitely needed them in the finale. I don't know, man. I don't really know what. Yeah, I think it's really lame that Smokey didn't really hurt them. I mean, the one guy, whatever, but
yeah, and he didn't even die until like he got all the way to the boat.
Yeah, I thought that whole thing is lame. I don't, maybe when they explain what Smokey is, it'll, maybe Kimi wasn't afraid of it. I can see maybe that's why he wasn't, attacked maybe, but. I mean, the other guys were obviously scared. They were running and shooting.
Yeah, definitely.
So I don't know. I think that's a big one. And not only that, but the whole thing about what is Smokey is still obviously a big question. How has Ben able to control it or direct it? We still didn't find that out.
No. I didn't think we would, but I thought they would explain why Smokey didn't kill it. But yeah, maybe. I'm not that confident about this, but yeah, maybe once we know what Smokey is, it'll be reasonable that he didn't kill him.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is like, Kimi and his men, none of them asked about Smokey. None of them said,
Yeah. They weren't shocked enough.
Yeah, Ben, thanks for sending that black smoke cloud at us. It nearly killed us, blah, blah, blah,
Yeah. Yeah, they didn't even really talk about it. And, as a jaded, lost viewer, like, you're not shocked by Smokey, but, like, presumably these people haven't seen anything like that before.
Now, here's the answer to that, which I think is plausible. Maybe they knew about Smokey. Maybe Widmore, told Kimi, and maybe Kimi told his men that we might encounter something weird, and if so, this is how you do it, and maybe the guy who got injured didn't do it, right? I can see that happening.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. I mean, if Widmore knows about the island, he very well could and probably does know about Smokey, so I could definitely see him preparing them for that. I just wish they had said that. I just wish we got, like, something. I don't know.
Deleted scenes?
Yeah, okay, you know what? There's always deleted scenes.
What was the other thing? Deleted scene, and what was the other reason for anything weird?
Oh.
There was two reasons we had.
Oh, you're right. Time travel.
And time travel. I think both work.
They do. I agree. Oh, God. All right. Well, that's just, I don't know. That's gonna be. You can call that a little continuing segment for today. Like, now that the season's over, what's up with this?
Exactly. What's up with ...
Yeah. Yeah, and that was segment 1. So there you go.
All right. Stay tuned for segment 2 through infinity.
That's right. And that's the smaller infinity.
Of course.
Just for,
we're only human.
Worried about that. Exactly.
All right, so we got through the first part of this scene, which is Kimi asking why Ben is so important. I mean, any other ideas of why he needs to capture him alive?
And, on the same general topic, there was that stuff about what Miles said to Ben, don't talk to me like I don't know what you can do or whatever. Like, does that just come down to the fact that Ben knows, like, how to work stuff on the island? Like, it's not so much what he can do, but what he knows how to use stuff to do? Does that make sense? Like the way he said it made it seem like, Ben could, like, I don't know, do something intrinsically impressive, not just like he knows how to work things.
Yeah.
Not just something that he could presumably just like. It is, but
I don't know which one he means. He didn't really sort of do either.
Yeah.
I don't think it's really anything intrinsic about. I think in terms of anything supernatural or crazy that Miles could be referring to, I don't think would be intrinsic to Ben. I think in terms of that, the only thing that's intrinsic to Ben is his, specialness with, in his position in the island, whatever makes him who he is in terms of their leader, I think is the only thing that's really intrinsic. That's his main intrinsic quality. I think whatever Miles is referring to is probably more along the lines of what he can do because of what he knows.
Yeah. But that's
because
stuff
I think
that,
that's his real strength.
He could presumably teach someone.
Yeah, I mean, if it's, he could presumably, I think, exactly. I think, if Locke ever makes it to that level, then I think he could maybe do that stuff too. I don't really think it's intrinsic to Ben.
Yeah, okay. They made it seem that way, though. I mean, it felt like it was something special about Ben. It seems to me that the only really intrinsic qualities Ben has are just the fact that he's very, he's conniving, he's smart, he thinks of plans very well, he knows how to get out of situations, like that. These are things that, these are regular human qualities. I mean, anybody can have them. Not everybody does, but, they're not like...
I don't think Ben has any special powers or anything like that. I mean, I think if he did, he would have used them before.
Yeah.
He's been in some dire situations.
Yeah, definitely.
And I think his biggest special power is his brain. It'd be able to come up with a plan.
Yeah. Really
fast.
Yeah, I agree. That's what it seems like. But it's just not. It's just like you're an impressive human being. Like that's I don't know. It didn't seem like that's what he meant. But
I got the sense he just meant like don't talk about like I don't know what you can do. Like, and it could just be that he can. We were talking about he could just manifest $3.2 million or something. Or but that would still be because of what he knows how to use on the island, not because of him, and he just has some power. So
right. And I still wonder about that's right. That was the context was he was asking for all this money.
Really quickly.
Yeah, and why would Ben have so much money? I still don't really know. That's still up in the air. Because it doesn't seem to me that he really has a fundraising source.
Yeah, I would imagine that he's somehow has money in the real world somewhere connected to one of those, identities he has access to. Because it's the same thing I think about Middlelos. I mean, if they want to pretend to be a real company, I feel like they should, they've got a building, they've got employees, they've got, other things that make them seem real, and they should have a bank account too.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're actually making any money, or anything like that, but
Yeah.
But if presumably, he could have access to any funds they have.
Yeah. And it seems like it would cost money just to keep that up.
Yeah, exactly.
They had, presumably they had some kind of private jet or something like that. They were flying people.
Even the submarine they had.
The submarine, yeah, which I think...
maybe that was old, but...
I think the submarine was Dharma's submarine, but...
yeah.
But they can't, Dharma didn't have a bunch of cash lying around, did they?
No.
They can't steal everything from Dharma.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That might be one of those things that they're just not interested in explaining, but I really don't see how it could possibly have.
I think it'll make more sense later. I feel like we'll find out. We still need to find out more about Miles. We'll find out more about, I think, what what is appropriate, Ben is, and more about what he can do hopefully when we see Locke trying to do some stuff.
Yeah. Okay. All right, yeah, that's because Locke obviously, we talked earlier in the season. He wants to step into Ben's shoes, and he kind of really does here. So.
Oh man, the crown was transferred.
Yeah, like for real. They kind of hinted at it and half did it, but this time it's for real. So
it makes me think of that line, in season 2 when that whole thing of Ben telling Locke he was there for him.
Yeah.
Like that seems true now.
It does. Finally,
as special as Locke has been painted this season.
Yeah.
I think that's true.
It's way more plausible now.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't make any sense, and it didn't seem like he cared for a long time. But,
yeah.
But yeah, now with what's happened, it doesn't look so crazy.
I also want to say, why is it? Not why is it, but it seems like it's Ben's MO to get himself captured.
Yeah.
For whatever his plan is, I'll just surrender myself, and that'll get me into what I need to do. He just does it all the time.
He does. Yeah, it's definitely his way. He gets himself captured, and he somehow arranges for his uncapture.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't know. That's just his go-to thing, I guess.
Yeah, that's his big plan.
Yeah, he's done that.
Get captured
now. Yeah, hey, that'll be it.
Hey,
we'll solve everything. Good for Ben.
What else in this scene?
Oh, so we find out, what the others did with Kate and Saeed.
Mm-hmm.
And it should have been obvious, but I don't know. I knew that Kate and Saeed had to get out of there because they were going to leave the island, but I don't know. I really thought there was going to be something. It should have occurred to me, but it didn't. That they would just use them to get Ben back. I don't know.
I knew that Kate and Saeed weren't in any trouble. They weren't okay, now we've got you and you're going to come with us or something.
Yeah.
This is the finale. There's no time for that.
Yeah.
You guys had your chance to capture us, and with Kate they did in season 3. So, I knew they weren't going to be in trouble, but I wasn't thinking they would go help rescue Ben, because I really don't even think they needed help rescuing Ben with as many people as they had.
No, not really.
They could have had anyone run out there and be like, I'm blah, 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 survivor of 815, just to, for the diversion of it.
Yeah. It does seem like what we said last time, which is that they just ran into him and decided to take him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what it seems like. Because, I don't want to believe that, oh, no, we need to rescue Ben. We've got to have, Austin and Gerard.
Yeah.
I just don't buy that.
I don't even think Ben really knew that they were heading there.
Yeah.
He shouldn't have.
You mean that the others were heading there?
No, the Kate and Saeed were.
I don't think Ben knew either one was heading there.
Well, I think he knew about the others because I think he communicated with them with the mirror.
That's right.
I think he told them to help him out.
Well, wait, he wasn't captured at that point, so it's not like he told them to come rescue me. He just told them whatever, I'm going to the Orchid or meet me at the Orchid or something like that. But that was the thing, they didn't know he was captured.
Maybe he knew already. Maybe because they went to the helicopter. They didn't go to the Orchid. So presumably, he told them to go there.
To the helicopter?
Yeah. That's where they went.
The helicopter was there.
Wow.
I don't think he would have known about it. I think what probably happened was they probably tracked him. That's probably what they did. They probably tracked him from the Orchid to the helicopter.
Oh, okay.
And then they got close, and they probably saw Kimi and his man around the helicopter, and they said, okay, Kate, you go do this, and Saeed, you go do this. Yeah, I think all Ben could have told him was like, I'm going to move the island, or I'm going to the Orchid, or, get a team together and meet me at the Orchid or something. But it couldn't have been anything much more than that because it wasn't at that point yet. In the story. I
mean, I imagined it was effectively like come help somehow. that was the point. But his lack of knowledge about various things make it a little bit strange. But he did at least communicate with them. So so they knew to possibly do something.
Yeah, I thought it would have been cool if like they just showed up. Like if they just came to help him, because there was that whole thing where he thought they did, that they were done with him,
right?
And the idea, he thanks Alfred and them for coming, but because it didn't seem like they had to necessarily, but I don't think they know they have to protect Ben, even if they don't like him anymore or something.
Yeah.
Because he knows a lot and he can do a lot.
Yeah, it does seem that way.
But even here's a question: why isn't Alfred the one who's like leading the others and doing everything? Like, why is Ben the one who like has to, basically why is he in charge? He's the keeper. He seems like he's the keeper of the information and stuff like that. And it's like, well,
why is Ben in charge now, or why has Ben been in charge in general?
Both. Well, no, really, just in general.
In general,
because it seems to me like Alfred should be able to do some of the things Ben has been doing, but it just seems like Ben just does everything.
Yeah. It seems like Ben is supposed to have been like, the person like Locke, like the person that's supposed to lead them for some reason. That he was the chosen island guy.
Yeah, but not forever.
But not forever. Yeah, like it's a temporary office, and Richard, I guess, just isn't that guy. Like he might know a lot of stuff, but he's just not the guy that's supposed to be the leader. And so he's just kind of, even though they had that thing where they suggested, it's his idea for the purge and stuff like that, and they showed him, going to Locke when he was a little kid. And a teenager and all that. So it seems like he knows a lot, and it seems like he should be able to. I agree with your main point. Like he should be able to do a lot of what Ben does. It seems like maybe there's like a few tiny things that only Ben could do.
Yeah.
So, something to do with Jacob or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just kind of weird, but the Saeed Kimi fight I thought was pretty good.
Oh yeah. Saeed.
I love when he it's sort of in the beginning of the fight when he has Saeed on the ground and Saeed kind of like flips around with that like scissor kick thing and like knocks him over. I'm just like, yeah, Saeed, go, like
Yeah.
I've always loved Saeed, and even when he hasn't had a lot to do, for a while, but he's still good. And when it's crunch time, you can count on Saeed.
He's had more to do this season, I think, than last season. You know, he got a real plot this time. In the future, he's doing stuff.
He's doing a lot in the future. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's doing a lot in the future.
On the island, not as much, but he got to be, once they got to the freighter, I mean, Desmond pretty much like shut down for a while. So
Desmond's mind was like, regrouping, and he couldn't hold a cognitive thought.
Yeah. So Saeed pretty much did everything after the constant, on the freighter. He was in charge of everything that went down, from the lost point of view.
Yeah.
So he had a pretty good season, I say. And this fight was, I still liked the leg neck snap, but I think this was probably more impressive than that. Because, Kimi is, for this show, probably the so far the ultimate badass, And
yeah, no, for this, Kimi is the biggest bad guy they've had, and like, yeah, Saeed almost took him down, man. He was, I mean, yeah, I've watched that thing like 5 times. I love that fight scene, and he almost hit him, but Kimi is huge, though.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, he's just outmatched physically.
Yeah.
And when he's beating him, when he grabs that stick and he hits him in the leg a couple times, and like that, it's just like, yeah, he's beating him with that stick, but like, Kimi's just too big.
Yeah. Yeah, and he got a shitload of hits, and he stabbed him, and it was just
when he got the knife and stabbed him, and like you thought he's gonna be on top.
I was sure he was gonna beat him, and it just Kimi, like, blow for blow, I think he lost. He just ended up on top and was able to start choking him.
Yeah. Yeah. I still think, like, even though it looked dire, I still hold out hope that if Alpert wasn't there, Saeed would have figured out something.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
not just like
he would have done something, yeah.
Yeah.
But that was what I mentioned in the scene recap that when Kate helps Saeed up, they kind of share a weird look. And I kind of feel like the look is like Saeed realizing he almost died.
Oh.
I don't really. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I really did not notice that at all.
If you go back and watch when he helps her up, when she helps him up, he's got this weird look on his face, and they cut to her, and she's kind of smiling like we're out of it. But then she sees his look, which is a more like dire, like sad look, and then she kind of mirrors it like she's picking up on the fact that he's kind of upset by the fact that he was that close to death. I don't really know how else to take that look he gives her, but it was a definitely specific kind of look.
Yeah,
it was weird.
I got to take a look at this real quick here.
Yeah, it's at.
I think I'm almost there.
Okay.
Because Kimi's on the ground, and there's Saeed. Everybody comes out. There's Kate. All right, come on, Kate, do your thing. Here we go. All right, let me see this. Oh yeah. Wow,
you see that?
I didn't notice that at all.
They cut even after they cut back to Saeed.
They did,
and you can really tell he's shaking.
There were multiple looks cutting back and forth between both of them. I think I was just shaken up by the fight scene, and I was kind of dazed both times when I watched it, and so I wasn't. Maybe I was just like Saeed. I didn't really take in. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, and then Kate sees him, and they cut back to her reaction, and she reacts. I mean,
she does. Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know how to take it, but then she looks down at Kimi, and I feel like the look was, "Holy crap, Kate, I almost died," and she's like, "Holy crap, Saeed, you almost died."
Yeah. I think that's right. That sounds right to me. Good catch.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, those tiny things. So much is going on. Those little moments are easy to just forget about.
Yeah.
So that was good. I have another thing from the scene, the Whisperers.
Yeah, I mean, do we need to talk about the Whisperers because, weren't they weren't they completely absent from was it season 3? No, not season 3. Or was it this season they were absent from?
No, we've heard them this season.
Oh yeah, I remember with what's her name, yeah, we did hear him this season.
Yeah, we heard him with Hurley and with Juliet, I guess. Yeah, no.
Was there not a period of time when they hear the Whispers?
It was season 3. It wasn't whisper-free, but it was almost whisper-free.
Oh, okay.
In season 3, we only heard the whispers in Ben's flashback, when he goes out and Alpert appears. And I think we might have heard the whispers when Locke was about to shoot himself and Walt appeared.
Okay, yeah, that sounds right.
I think that was it. So, until episode 20, no whispers in season 3.
Yeah.
So,
and only one present time.
And only one present time, yeah, exactly. So it really seemed like they dropped them. But this season they've had, at least 3, I guess. There's 2 in this episode. And they had a suggestion of the Whisperers in the last episode that I don't think was real, but they at least brought it up.
What was that? What do you mean?
It was Hurley's surprise party.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're trying to sell it as the Whispers. But I think in this episode, we have 2 for real Whispers. So
one dream whisper.
Oh, were there whispers in the dream too? Oh shit.
And Kate, at the end when Kate picks up the phone, I think you hear whispers. I think that's what you hear. Yeah. Okay.
All right. Then that's So this season they're kind of back. I think they were sort of spread out in the season pretty well, and from the first and then in the middle, and so yeah. Anyway, I don't know what to do with them. I mean, the fact that they seem to be connected to the others, but not necessarily. They're just confusing to me.
We saw them before Saeed and Kate, were joined by the others.
Yeah.
I don't want to say captured. And we saw them. We heard them when Christian appeared to Michael.
Mhm.
And then, like I said, in the end, when Kate has her dream about Claire, we hear the whispers over the phone. So So we see one instance where they're connected to real live others, and then one instance where they're connected to the apparitions.
Right.
And then you hear the whispers before the others attack King and his men.
Yeah.
In this previous scene. So.
Which is why I brought it up.
Yeah, exactly. So. I don't know what to do with that, except, it seems to me like when it's with the others, it just seems like they're just whispering in the jungle talking before they go attack.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's what it's supposed to be or not. And when it's with the apparitions, I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
That's the thing, though. I mean, with Alpert and with the Juliet episode, it seemed like there was only one person there. I mean, maybe there were other people, like, just hanging around and you never saw them or whatever, but it didn't, it seemed like it was just one person who, shouldn't have made that sound. And then, sometimes it's the apparitions. It seems like it's just a general, like, stuff is happening thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, something is happening, maybe it's the others, maybe it's an apparition, it appears. But the fact that the whispers can, like, be on the boat, like, that's weird. I definitely don't think.
Yeah, I didn't expect that.
Yeah, like that. Just I don't think that's just people whispering. That's weird.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I'm wondering if there's really an explanation for them, or if they're just atmosphere building. Like
I feel like there should be an explanation so that, like, at the very least, the writers would know how to use them, but it could just be that if they're just for, like, atmosphere, then that's how they would use them. But I feel like there's something there, there's something there, and it may just be like, once we figure out more about the others and their history, we'll figure out what that is,
Yeah.
It could be something like just, you could never guess, like, which I'm about to guess.
All right.
Something like, the whispers are the spirits of the hostiles who always stay with us, and whatever, or there are conduits to, whatever special powers the others might have, or, you know what I mean? Like, it's sort of a byproduct of whatever. Like, I'm thinking it's something like that.
Okay.
But of course, I think the best whisper theory I ever had was, when Locke got his voice taken away, and the whispers were just like, non-corporeal, like, voices just, like, gathering and talking.
All the voices that were taken away from various people. Yeah. Yeah, that was an interesting theory. I wish, like, anybody else would get their voice taken away and we could, go with that. It seems like that was a one-off. I like to pretend that episode didn't happen.
Yeah, that was an isolated episode, like.
Yeah, that one just. I don't know what they were doing back then. All right. Let me think. Is there anything else from this? I don't think so. I think that's all I got in this extended but good sequence here.
That's the thing about the whispers is a lot, at least according to the transcripts. A lot of times they don't say anything interesting.
Mm-hmm.
They're just really, like, mundane.
Yeah.
you know, they're just like, hey, look, it's her, or hey, blah, 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 or they're just words or names or, you know, people just talking. They're not like, you know, necessarily like the whispers are trying to communicate with the people that are hearing them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like we're overhearing someone else talking.
Right.
Which is just weird.
Yeah, the whisper transcripts, I've never liked them. I mean, even when they seem to be meaningful, I don't know. I don't know. And a lot of times I've read the transcript, listened to the whispers, and not been convinced that they're correct. Because there's some layering going on. I think there's some effects going on. They're not that easy to understand sometimes.
Yeah. All right, next scene, I guess.
Yes.
Let's see. I think that's the last scene.
What?
I'm kidding.
Lost. All right, well, see you next year. Namaste.
5 scenes, that's all you get, people. All right. You know, at first when Ben tells Kate and, you know, Saeed that they can have the helicopter and they can leave, I wasn't thinking he meant Frank's helicopter. I was like, what? They have a, you know, the others have another like a helicopter.
The other
somewhere.
copter.
Yeah, I was like, oh, really? Another copter? Well, that explains how, you know, why Ben didn't care about the submarine getting blown up, you know.
I have a helicopter.
Yeah.
If you go into my secret room and then go into the secret room, you'll find a panel on the wall.
Yeah, which leads you to the secret room. Which is, yeah.
And in there, if you push a button, you'll find that a helicopter emerges from the rooftop, and that never occurred to me. I thought it was Frank's helicopter, but I like that.
Yeah, and then I watched it again, and then I was like, oh yeah, he's talking about Frank's helicopter.
Yeah. I like doing that though. It always amuses me when I draw some crazy conclusion, and I'm just like, oh my God, oh right, yeah, whoops.
Jack running into the force field, man. That's all I gotta say.
Oh yeah, totally.
That was my biggest crazy conclusion, I think.
Yeah. I thought Tom was alive in the future. That was one of my fuck ups this season. Oh well.
All right, next scene?
Yes.
Okay, so we're in the future, the flash forward at the Santa Rosa Hospital where Hurley is. A visitor comes to see Hurley. It's Walt's grandmother. And she's brought Walt to come talk to Hurley.
Whoa.
She asks if Hurley's going to do anything crazy, and Hurley says no. And she unfortunately didn't follow up with the question, are you a liar? Which I think would have been prudent, but she took his word for it.
And then if he was a liar, he would say no. That's the problem. He's going to say no, like, either way.
Yeah. Well, just because you are a liar doesn't mean you have to lie all the time.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
But the fact that if he is a liar, he could be lying by saying he's not going to do anything crazy.
Yeah.
So I thought, you know, she should at least ask the question, even if, you know, he might just say no and you still can't tell. But anyway, Walt comes over.
I assume that liars have to lie all the time.
Yeah.
It's a hard life being a liar, really.
Yeah, for logic puzzles, it makes sense if they always lie all the time and you have to figure things out. So Walt comes over. You know, he looks 35 years old, presumably from the time barrier, of course. No. Hurley says he's getting big. Thanks, Hurley. Yeah, we couldn't tell.
That's one of those things where they just, if they didn't tell us, we wouldn't know. They were like, so he's supposed to look big. Okay, thanks. I wouldn't have known that.
Like, that's why he looks different. He's getting big.
Yeah.
Like, I knew when this scene came on and we saw, I knew we were going to, they were going to have Hurley mention that he looks different. I'm surprised that's all he said, actually.
Yeah.
But they didn't want to, do too much with it.
Yeah, not only does he look different, he talks like this now.
Yeah. Yeah.
You still owe me $20,000, Hurley.
Exactly. Luckily, it is in the future, so he should be older.
Yeah,
but,
it's the kind of thing that, like, a long time ago, I think we talked about the possibility of, like, that's how they could use Walt, if they could get to the future where it would make sense for him to be this old.
Yeah.
You know, they could actually use the actor again. So, but it's really shocking. I mean, puberty really just does a number on you.
Because, like, Walt, I mean, original Walt was 2004, and this is 2008, and he, you know, it's 4 years, and he looks like totally
drastically different. Yeah. It's, I mean, you can tell it's him, but man, woo.
He's not that little kid anymore.
No, not at all. Not at all. It must be weird. Having your little kid self on a TV show like that. I'd probably be embarrassed by that. I guess he's an actor. Maybe he's not embarrassed by that, but
no, he's probably happy he was on.
yeah, probably so.
Yeah.
I'd still cringe.
I don't think Jodie Foster's embarrassed by Taxi Driver.
Yeah. I think she should be.
All right. You should tell her that next time you see her.
I will.
Aren't you embarrassed by your awesome performance in Taxi Driver?
Yeah.
Did she win the Academy Award for that?
No, I don't think she won the Academy Award for that. She probably should have, but she didn't.
Was she even nominated?
I don't know.
Maybe I'm thinking of some other child actress that was nominated.
I don't know.
All right, so let's see. Walt explains that no one came to see him when they got back. Oops. But Jeremy Bentham did.
Ooh.
And Walt doesn't get why they're lying.
Mention number 2.
Yeah. Hurley says it's because it's the only way to protect those who didn't come back. Like my dad? Yes, like your dad. Like Michael. So that's the scene here. And my question is, they think Michael's still alive?
Yeah, this is confusing to me. Like, now I just added a third layer of confusion to what was 2 layers. First of all, like, oh my God, let me see if I can state this. So Jeremy Bentham, let's see, spoiler alert, is Locke. So Locke goes to visit him, right? And tells him presumably something along the lines of what he's told the other people. And then, right, in a later scene, I think coming up really quick here, Locke is the one that tells Jack to lie. And he tells him to lie to protect the island.
Everyone,
the people on the island. Yeah. So I don't understand why he doesn't get what I feel like Locke should have explained to him. And furthermore, I don't understand, like, shouldn't he think his dad died in the plane crash?
Walt?
Oh, I guess I'm sorry. God, what am I? Okay.
I think Walt knows his dad didn't die.
I'm sorry. I just lost my mind.
You forgot he was on the plane too?
I forgot.
You forgot season 1 and
I think I did.
Wow.
Okay, I'm sorry. Wow. Okay.
So let me.
Walt's been on the show for so long. To me, it's like he was never on the island. Let me
erase some levels of confusion here if I can.
Jesus.
First of all, I think when Locke, Jeremy Bentham, when Locke came to talk to these guys, I think basically the main idea was that they all needed to go back to the island. So I think that's the only thing he really told Walt, was that they all need to go back.
Okay.
So that's that thing. So,
but, like, I'm saying if Walt's confused about that, it seems like he could have asked Locke, and Locke could have told him.
Yeah. I mean, he really should have asked Locke, why are we lying? When, why is the Oceanic Six lying about what happened?
Yeah.
I don't know why he didn't tell him that, or why he didn't ask, or why Locke didn't answer if he did ask. Maybe, yeah, it depends on when Locke came to see him. Presumably it was recently, but
yeah.
But maybe maybe he didn't think to ask or something at the time, which is why he wanted to come to Hurley to ask, you know.
Mhm.
I'm guessing that's what happened, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
But to me, the big question is why? Well, first of all, Hurley shouldn't think that Michael's still alive. He should know that Michael was on the freighter and that the freighter blew up.
If Hurley doesn't know, I mean, those, you know, some of those people knew. You know, Son at least knew that Michael was on that boat and knew that he was down there with the bomb. You know, so I mean, you know, did they never talk? I mean, did Hurley just never find out?
Yeah, because Hurley from the show, I don't think ever found out that Michael was even back.
Hurley did know that Michael was the man on the boat because Ben.
That's right.
Ben revealed
it. They talked about it.
So he should have known that Michael was on the boat at least.
Yeah.
So therefore, he could have easily known that Michael should be dead.
Yeah, which makes me think either A, he's just not
and Locke
telling Walt.
too. Locke should know that too. You know, so it's odd. And why are they leading Walt on into thinking his dad's alive on the island?
Well, it makes me think. Yeah, it's either Hurley just doesn't want to. Either Hurley doesn't know because he forgot or whatever, or he. You know, I don't know. Whatever reason he forgot, or he just doesn't want to tell Walt the truth, or Michael's alive somehow, which I don't think is true.
Okay.
So I don't know. I mean, obviously Walt doesn't know the real circumstances of what happened. All he knows, or should really know, is what the press knows from the Oceanic Six and anything that I guess Locke told him, which I don't really think was anything.
Yeah, apparently.
So yeah, he doesn't. I guess all he knows is, you know, Michael went to go help the Losties when he left in New York and never came back, and he's assuming he's just on the island. And this really is Hurley's place to tell him.
Yeah, it is. Somebody needs to tell him.
Yeah.
Because you guys, I mean, if you're not going to visit him, you can at least let him know crucial information.
Yeah, I thought that was I never really thought about that, but it was kind of strange to just think about the fact they didn't go visit him. Yeah. Not that they were really, close, and he was like a kid when they were, kind of there doing all that crazy stuff.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, if they knew that Michael was dead or, whatever, Walt's still alive, I would expect someone to go, even Jack, to go, pay a visit and just, but the other thing is, do they even know where Walt is? He's living under an assumed name.
Yeah, that's true.
And I don't know, if they could have tracked him through his grandmother or not, but he's not necessarily easy to find, I don't think.
Yeah. I mean, clearly Locke found him, but, we don't know what he's up to, so.
Who knows how he found him either, because if he's, whatever, who knows what Locke...
Yeah, he might have used those other methods of finding people,
The internet.
Yeah, that's what their secret is. Who knew?
Yeah,
all right, that's a good theory. It's all just the internet. They're just really good at using the internet.
Yeah. The mystery is, what is the internet? And that, my friends, we won't find out till season 5.
If ever. I don't think I could tell you what it is.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's got something to do with Smokey, though.
Yeah, probably. I actually read someone write a post somewhere that said, did anybody see Smokey when the boat exploded?
Cool.
And someone responded, I think that was just smoke, from the explosion.
Oh. Well, you almost can't blame him because it was a black cloud of smoke.
It's true.
So hey.
I just
Oh, it's bad. Oh, it's bad.
I know, but I loved it.
At least they know what Smokey is, right?
That's right. That's right. They get points for that. But no, I think, I think somebody, even Locke potentially, like, Locke and Walt had some kind of relationship. Like, I feel like, he should have told him. I mean, like, if he's going to bring Walt back to the island, I mean, he's going to, if Michael's really dead, he's going to find out eventually. I mean, it's going to be shitty if you take him all the way back, only to find out his dad's dead.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. What does Locke know? I mean, I think Locke, by this point in the future, should have found out that, obviously the freighter exploded, and presumably that Michael is dead, and he should know Michael, at the very least, isn't on the island.
Yeah.
I don't know why Locke didn't.
And he knew that he was on the boat, so.
And he knew he was on the boat, yeah. Why didn't he say anything? I don't know. It's really weird to me. Here's another question. Why didn't Walt?
Now that Walt's back on the show, we got problems.
Man, I don't know what it is about that. I'd love to get like one of those cool high-tech brain scans.
Yeah.
And I can just like look at pictures of Walt and say Walt and see what activity of my brain is active, and do the same thing with Locke, and it'll be the same, place in my brain. I'm sure.
Yeah, they're occupying the same little space.
Yeah.
And so your brain just like
picks one. Whatever what it thinks is right. I was going to say something about Walt. Why didn't Walt use his remote viewing powers to come visit Hurley?
All right, that's an interesting question. I really didn't think it was going to go that way. Here I was prepared for...
Yeah, you're like, yeah, simple question. Oh, wait, what did you say?
Yeah. Why did he use his remote? Does he have, I mean, I'm still confused about that. What can he do? I mean, I don't know what to think about that. I mean, the Walt that visited Locke at the end of last season, what was that about? Did this Walt really, like, project that?
Yeah, I think the answer is no.
I kind of do, too.
I think the Walt we saw that came to Locke when he was about to kill himself, I don't think that was the real Walt.
Yeah, I agree.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. And do you think, I mean, what kind of role do you think Walt will play? I mean, do you think he's going to do something here? I think at this point in the series, I think it would be awesome if they really use Walt, and he finds out that his dad is dead and what happened and all that. And that somehow motivates him to do whatever. I think that would be really interesting to watch, and also the fact that he might still have powers that could be useful. I think and I want to see what those are. We talked about the little mobisode that they showed over the break, and room 23 or something? Yeah.
And, Walt inside going crazy with his powers. I want to see that, Walt. I want to see something happen like that. So I hope they use him. And I'll save it to the end, but I've got my big crazy theory about, what happened to the island.
Oh.
Maybe it's not that crazy, but I'll save it. But I think with the way the show might go, I can see them using Walt. Now that he, because they're in the timeline. I mean, they're in the timeline where it's okay that he's older.
Yeah. And after a certain point, it's not such a problem for him to look like he does. So, okay, all right. Another thing I was going to bring up is if you read the guest star credits for this episode, you would discover that this episode would contain a lot of people. Like, I had the misfortune of reading the credits, and I'm like, okay, we're going to have appearances from Walt, from Widmore, from Penny. Like, it was just, was like, wow, this is going to be quite an episode. I mean, you can expect stuff like that to happen, but I just knew from the outset that, like, Penny would be in the show, for example. You know,
spoiler alert.
It's totally a spoiler. It was bad news to read the credits this time. Like, they really just kind of gave stuff away. So
don't read them.
I really try not to, but it's difficult. I mean, they're there. They want to be read. I feel like, you know, they draw my eyes to them. You know, I don't know. I feel like they design them in such a way that makes me want to look at them.
Yes, I'm sure that's true. You could just put a little thing at the bottom of your screen while they're up.
Yeah, I could do that. Yeah, you know, in Battlestar Galactica they have that thing at the beginning where they do this quick flash like images from the episode. You know, I would just close my eyes, but I can't quite do that with this because there's stuff playing. But yeah, I could just put a paper at the bottom. That would work.
Yeah.
That would work.
Or another like window of your screen and just block it or something.
Yeah. I should do that. I should start doing that because that was from like Walt and Penny and.
Mm-hmm. And then you're just waiting for them to show up.
Yeah, exactly. I know they're gonna come in somehow. Oh well, what are we gonna do? Oh, and the Marvin Candle guy too.
No. Oh, that's a big spoiler.
Yeah.
Because, like, there's no reason that, well, I guess you could guess it, but it wasn't as obvious that, like, he would show up because that would mean a video.
Mm-hmm, yeah. If you see his name, you know you're getting a video. And I thought we might get a video. I mean, I wasn't that shocked.
It's a new station.
But I didn't really know how it was going to work. It was hard for me to imagine, like, a little break for video watching in the middle of detention, but the way they did it is just not how I thought Locke was going to go down there alone and turn into Ben doing everything and Locke getting plopped down in front of the TV. Yeah,
like a toddler.
Like a toddler.
Here, you watch this, Sonny, while I do some work. While Daddy does some work.
Yeah. Okay, Daddy. All right. So where are we? Oh, the Wald scene,
ready for the next scene, right?
Okay, so Wald and Hurley. Yeah, I think.
Are you ready?
I think that's it. Is there anything else in this? No, I think that's it.
All right. So next scene
Sorry, go ahead.
Next scene, we're back at the greenhouse. Hurley is eating decades-old crackers while Sawyer watches Ben and Locke talk about leader stuff. What?
I forgot about this scene.
Yeah.
I love how I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so let's see. Hurley is eating old crackers while Sawyer watches Ben and Locke talk about leader stuff. Hurley offers Sawyer a cracker, and Sawyer says they're good, basically. Hurley says they're good, and Sawyer takes one and seems to agree. Let's see, Hurley thanks Sawyer for coming back for him and then asks about Claire and the baby. Over with the other couple, Locke and Ben, Locke tells Ben that he wants Jack to reconsider and stay on the island. That is not right.
Locke tells Ben that? Okay.
Locke tells Jack that he wants... Sorry, what am I doing here?
What?
I wrote Locke tells Ben that he wants Jack to reconsider it and stay on the island. So it's Locke and Jack, not Locke and Ben. Locke and Jack are talking.
There's no Ben, right?
There's no Ben
not even
yet.
there. Okay.
Ben comes later.
Yeah.
So another... it's interesting because there's this is a scene where Locke and Ben... I did it again. Locke and Jack are kind of together, and Ben comes into the picture, and that's mirrored at the end, where Locke is in the coffin, Jack is there, and then Ben comes in.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay.
Sort of a little mirror there.
Mirror thing. Yeah. And this conversation does set that up.
Mm-hmm.
It's a precursor to that. This seems to be a pivotal thing for Jack.
Yeah. Okay, so Locke tells Jack, I'm going to delete this. To reconsider and stay on the island. They start trading who made more mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
But Jack still wants to leave. Locke tells Jack he's not supposed to leave, that he knows he's there for a reason. or that he's there for a reason and knows it. It's like I write these things and then I try to paraphrase what I wrote instead of just reading it. I really like that for a reason. Let's see. He tells him that he's there for a reason and knows it, and that the knowledge of that will eat him alive until he decides to come back.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's like the most true thing Locke has ever said.
Yeah. Yeah, he's finally dead on
about like
something.
The future or something. Yeah, like he that seems to be right, which I'm surprised.
Yeah.
Jack still wants to leave. Locke tells him that they will have to lie about everything. That's the only way to protect it. Jack says it's an island. No one needs to protect it. Locke says it's not an island. It's a place where miracles happen. If Jack can't believe, yeah, exactly. If Jack can't believe, just wait to see what I'm about to do. Let's see.
As soon as I find those chrysanthemums, whatever they are.
Anthurium.
Yeah.
Jack says there's no such thing as a miracle. Then Ben enters and kind of chides Locke for not finding the Anthurium.
You silly goose, you.
Yeah. It's like I think Ben knew he wouldn't be able to find it. I don't think he was surprised.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he was surprised.
Not a bit.
Because he could have said, he could have described the Anthuriums and said, they're the red plant, blah, 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 that looks like this or something, next to the daisies or next to the whatever he would know what it looks like. But he gave him like a botanical name, and I wouldn't know what that is.
Me either. I've never even heard of it.
Yeah. So anyway, I don't think he was surprised. Let's see. So anyway, Ben comes over and he finds the hidden lever and opens the elevator.
That's the thing. I don't blame Locke, but it makes him look dumb.
Oh yeah, of course. Jack inquires about what they are doing. Ben asks if Locke told Jack, and Locke claims he tried to tell him. Ben tells Locke that Saeed and Kate have the chopper and that the people on the beach are being brought to the freighter. Ben also tells him that Jack, Hugo, and Sawyer should be on the boat within the hour. Locke tells Jack again that he needs to lie at least half as well as he lies to himself.
Ooh.
That's it.
Ouchie.
There's a lot going on here.
Yeah.
So if we can go back to the beginning, I have this whole thing about Hurley eating the crackers.
Yeah.
I can only, half guess that the island keeps the crackers fresh.
There we go. It's like the island healing properties.
Yeah.
Just kind of acts as a natural preservative.
Because I think at this point, not only is Hurley eating them for a second time, but like he gives it to Sawyer, who doesn't say they're stale.
Yeah, after your whole thing about the crackers, when Hurley gives Sawyer the cracker and he eats it, he gives him that little look like,
yeah,
pretty tasty.
I know,
I like it.
Like these are better crackers than he expected.
Yeah,
like,
and they're fucking like saltines. I mean, how good can they be? I mean, even good crackers like that just aren't that amazing. I don't know.
Yeah.
Call me crazy, but I mean that's what people eat when their stomach's sick. Like, you don't eat those crackers just for their great taste, right? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
But he just was like, yeah, I'm impressed. That's a damn good cracker.
Maybe he hasn't had crackers in a long. I mean, maybe they haven't had crackers like since they've been on the island or something. Maybe I don't know. Like. Maybe it's just like, ooh, crackers, like, this is good. I haven't had this in, like, however long they've been on the island, a couple months or whatever.
It seems like there should have been some crackers in that Dharma drop thing. It seems like
right? Yeah, that's something that they could drop very easily.
I mean, I don't think we necessarily saw them, but it seems like they potentially could have them at least. But, so just, I don't know. Such a weird scene, like the fact that they have these fucking old crackers and they're tasty. Like I don't know. I don't know what they're doing with this.
It makes me feel like it makes it clear to me that the crackers are good.
Yeah.
Like, and because Ben even makes a comment about them. When Hurley first eating them, Ben makes a comment. Those are 17 years old or whatever.
Right. Yeah.
Or, what was it, 12 years old or something?
And suggesting that he doesn't think they'll be good.
Exactly.
Like suggesting like you shouldn't eat them. They're old. They're not going to be good. But they are apparently.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, this is one of those mysteries I may never understand.
The cracker mystery.
Exactly.
Crackergate.
It's just, I don't know, these little, like, extra things. Like, they don't need this. They didn't need to put crackers.
They could have totally taken this out. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm perplexed. I don't understand why they included this.
Yeah, we didn't need to come back to the crackers.
No, we didn't need them the first time. We definitely didn't need them the second. But, all right, whatever, guys. I mean, this is just, I don't know. I don't know if they're just fucking around or if there really is something to it, like the island's property, they're making the crackers good. I mean, it just seems crazy, but, you know, it's just hard for me to believe they have something so frivolous, you know, in the middle of this finale.
In the middle of the finale, yeah. Let's see. I love how when they're arguing about who made more mistakes, all Locke has is you tried to shoot me.
Yeah. I mean, that was Jack's
big
thing, though.
Yeah.
That was like.
But it was after Locke had done all the other stuff Jack had just said.
Yeah, it's true.
You know, like it was predicated on all. It wasn't just out of the blue. Like the stuff that Locke did was sort of like you know, just him doing bad stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't in retaliation for something Jack did.
Yeah.
So, in the end, I mean, yeah, I think Locke starts things. You know, I think Jack is petty, and he just cannot get over certain things. But I think Locke really has the bigger share of blame here.
Oh, definitely.
You know, I mean, he's really been the guy doing stuff, and Jack's been the guy getting stuff done to him.
And the guy getting stuff done.
Yeah,
because Locke doesn't get a lot done.
Not at all. Jack, yeah, no, he didn't. He was the one who didn't have motivation, and he's just blowing everything up, and he's just you know, fucking mess. He's just gonna shoot himself, you know. Remember the Locke throwing the dishes on the wall. And yeah.
The
dishes again. Yeah.
The dishes.
He couldn't kill his own dad. He had to get Sawyer to do it. You know, he completely failed with his other village experiment. Like, he couldn't make it work. It was a total disaster in every way.
When he had his first group of disciples. And he just couldn't keep them safe. He couldn't organize them.
He did nothing to protect them at all.
Nothing.
He didn't protect anybody, really, in the end. Like, he really just let a lot of people die, you know.
Yeah. All he can do is just step back and let Ben handle things.
Yeah, that's his big talent.
Yeah, knowing when to let Ben take charge.
Yeah, watch Ben handle it. What is he going to do without Ben? I really want to see him like try to be Ben. Like it seems so implausible to me at this stage, you know.
You know, and even I thought Locke was, up until not really, but I thought for the most part in this episode Locke was sort of old Locke. He kind of knew what he was doing and really tried for most of the part. But yeah, I don't know what he's gonna do when. That's what I was gonna say. At the end when he goes up against Kimi, he tries to handle things diplomatically, and like that just wasn't gonna work.
No.
Kimi would have just killed him.
Yeah.
And if Ben wasn't there, that's what would have happened, and the others would have been without a leader.
Yeah.
If Locke can die, I don't know if the island would protect him since he's the leader.
Oh, they would pull a Michael thing on him. Yeah, I don't know.
I feel like if you're gonna use that on someone like Michael. Then you would want to protect your golden child.
You would think,
too.
even much more so than Michael.
Yeah. Which may be why Locke, survived the fall out of the window when his dad tried to kill him, and all those miraculous things could be the island protecting him.
Yeah, I do feel like they were trying to say that in the last episode at least. Yeah, and he has had those things happen to him, but they haven't gone as far. I guess, okay, all right, let me try again. What about when Jack was going to shoot him? Is that an example of that? Like, maybe the gun was loaded. I mean, we had that problem, that the gun should have been loaded.
Well, why would Locke say it's not loaded?
Oh, did he say that? Oh, that's weird.
Said it's not
I forgot.
loaded.
He did say that. All right. Well, that's silly. He should.
Yeah, it would have been awesome if it was loaded and it just didn't go off. Yeah.
I almost had it. That would have been a fuck.
See,
Thanks.
it's too perfect for Lost.
Yeah, pretty much.
Because Locke is the one who's like, oh, it's
not loaded.
Unless later we find out it was loaded, he just lied.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh God. All right. You know, you have a plausible theory, and it just goes down the toilet with one line.
Mhm.
Oh well. Yeah, I mean, Locke in this conversation with Jack, like, I think he does more or less come off like season 1 Locke. Not quite as good.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the actor has lost some of the like, I don't know what it is, intensity or something that he had back then. I think his delivery isn't quite as good as it used to be, but for the lines and stuff, I think it's pretty much along the lines of season 1 Locke, and so I'll give him that. But they still, I mean, just haven't been like, you couldn't find them, could you? No, I just looked.
Yeah, they played that kind of comical.
Yeah.
Like, you know.
Yeah, and then having him plop him down in front of the TV, like it seems like they're going out of their way to make him look inept, and it just isn't good to me. Like I've had enough of him looking inept. Like,
yeah.
You know, like it just gets old.
I thought this was when he was really going to come back and be on top and be ready.
Yeah.
I mean, right after, you know, Jacob, you know, he's talking to Christian, and Christian tells him he's got to move the island, and I mean, he's poised for greatness, and
right.
You know, he couldn't find the Enduriums, you know. So.
Yeah, exactly. He's foiled by like just not knowing about flowers.
Mm-hmm.
And when he gets down there, he couldn't handle the Kiwi situation. He would have no idea how to try to move the island down there. You know, he wouldn't know what to do that Ben does. I mean, he just didn't do anything.
Yeah. I mean, in his defense a little bit, it's sort of designed for him not to do anything.
Yeah.
You know, because Ben's supposed to take the blame and all that, whatever. But that's part of the problem is, you know, he wasn't told what to do. But the problem is, you know, if he's going to be the leader, he should be able to figure it out or to know. But he really hasn't been given the tools yet, you know.
Yeah.
Because Ben knows a lot about that stuff because he learned about that stuff.
Right.
You know, and Locke needs to get a chance to learn that. But in other situations where it's really just 100% on him, he still fails.
Yeah.
You know, so that's where it like just falls apart.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't blame him for a lot of stuff, but yeah, he just doesn't come off as like, you know, the new leader coming into his own, like,
mm-hmm.
You know, it just comes off as like someone like stumbling into a position that's forced on him.
You know, yeah, I mean, a very simple thing they could have done, which might not have been the right thing to do given like the circumstances, but like when Ben comes back, he could have, you know, and Locke is obviously there and has not found the Endurium. He could have just, you know. Ben could have said his line, "Oh, you couldn't find the Enduriums, huh?" And Locke could have said, "No, I found them, just waiting for you." You know, that
yeah.
kind of thing. Where it's he could go down there, but it's Locke being wise and knowing he doesn't know what to do when he gets down there.
Right.
And he's, you know, and I think that would have played a lot better in terms of his sense of what's going on. Like it would have you know, alluded to the fact that Locke knew Ben would have gotten out of the situation he was in with Kimi. You know,
right.
which would have just been a guess, but it would have been a right guess.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, so just switching that one line about Locke, you know, not finding the Enduriums, you know, they could have played him off as a totally different character.
Yeah.
And he could have been in control of the situation. You know?
Right, yeah. Come off more like Ben. Like he knew what was going to happen and he knew the right course of action. And
yeah,
like
he
that.
could have gone down there, but he's waiting for Ben because he knows that's the thing to do.
Yeah,
you know?
Which would have made sense.
And even if he would have said, you know, Christian didn't tell me exactly how to do this, so I assumed, you know, I'm waiting for you because you're the one who knows what to do when we get down there.
Mm-hmm.
And they could have just put that in Locke's hands. See, I think maybe part of the problem is they just like Ben more than Locke.
Yeah,
You know, and they want to give Ben, you know, make Ben the cool guy all the time.
Yeah.
When they could have just given some of those lines to Locke and it would have made him the cool guy.
Yeah. Yeah. I think you're probably right. I mean, I do think they like Ben a whole lot, and therefore probably more than Locke. So yeah, that might be the explanation. And maybe when Locke is by himself and Ben isn't there to help him, he'll be able to be good.
I hope he's not like calling Ben on the phone.
Oh God.
On the other's phone.
Oh no.
Hey Ben, it's raining. What do I do? Get an umbrella, John.
Oh God.
Oh, okay.
It's so sad, but I kind of feel like he might try to contact Ben, like,
right,
for some problem. I mean, obviously not for something that ridiculous, but like, you know, like, hey Ben, how do you turn on the temple, thing?
Exactly.
Like, I don't know. Like the others don't know, and they say blah blah blah, and
they said you know how to do it, and you're not here, so I'm calling you. Call me back.
Yeah, because I do feel like Locke has some contact with Ben at a certain point, in the future. So yeah, I mean, and Ben still seems to be the schemer and the mover and shaker in the future. I mean, Locke's doing stuff, but Ben is still like, in there, like,
He's getting something.
He's getting his own plan going. He's not just following Locke, apparently.
Yeah.
I
kind of feel like what he's doing doesn't... I don't think he is really working with Locke in terms of what Ben is doing. I don't know. I mean, obviously we don't know what Locke is really doing in that timeline, but I just feel like Ben is just like sort of being... Like he's doing what he thinks he needs to do. And he's basing it off of what he knows, he knows that the island won't let them come back, Jack go back alone and that kind of stuff. I feel like that's just what he knows based on the situation and based on who, his previous position. I don't really get the sense he's really like coordinating things with Locke though.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't get that sense either. I won't get that sense until we see that scene.
Yeah.
But I feel like they could have had contact, even if they're not, like, coordinating.
Yeah, they could have had contact.
The thing I see is Ben showing up and talking to Locke. Like, he seems to be the shower-upper.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that Ben would be difficult to find.
Yeah.
And I don't know. See, that's the whole, I mean, obviously this gets into really far down the line, like, why did Locke, presumably kill himself and all that. And, did he somehow get off the island and was not able to get back? And, maybe that's why he's going around telling everyone they need to get back, they need to go back home to the island, I guess, for them, because he knows they all got to go together. And if he can't convince them to go back, then maybe he can't go back either.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that's why he kills himself, if he actually kills himself.
That's the thing. I don't think he killed himself based on something from a later scene.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Based
on what?
There's a little line where Saeed intimates that he didn't kill himself.
Oh, okay. Well, make sure we talk about that.
I will.
I'm not sure if I remember. The other thing I want to talk about with this scene... so Ben comes in and they're about to go down to the Orchid and Jack asks what they're doing. And Ben asks Locke if he told Jack, and Locke claims he tried to tell him, but he didn't tell him what they were doing. And he never tells anyone what they're doing. If he would have said, hey, Jack, I know you're skeptical, but I'm about to go move the island. That's that line that he says. He says, Jack, if you can't believe, just wait to see what I'm about to do. I love that line. I thought that was the coolest thing ever because we know what he's about to do, and it's insane.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, it doesn't really come to anything for the simple fact Locke isn't the one who does it.
Yeah.
And it's like, why not tell Jack, you know what, we're about to move the island. If that doesn't convince you that this place is special, nothing will.
Right.
And I don't know why he didn't just say that, because that would have convinced him. And even when, Jack is standing there watching them go down the shaft, down the elevator, which I think is really un-Jack-like, because I think, he would have just been gone and done whatever he has to do, because they're trying to get off the island. But I think he knows, Locke and Ben are about to go do something interesting. But they didn't tell him what it was, which I think if they would have told him, he would have wanted to see for himself. which is maybe why they didn't tell him. So
I see. Yeah.
Jack didn't have to go.
Mhm.
You know. But I just don't like when that when characters aren't able to make a full, decision about the circumstance because they're not told all the information.
Right.
And then for Locke to claim, oh, well, I tried to tell him. Well, you're not really. I mean, you told him some things. You intimated some things. But if you didn't literally tell him you're going to move the island, because that would have really changed his opinion of the circumstance, I think.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I agree. And, of course, Hurley knows what he's going to do.
Hurley knows and doesn't say anything till the very end of the episode.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
He doesn't tell, other people who don't know that that's what he's going to do. He's like he forgot.
Yeah.
Like, oh, that's right. Yeah, Locke was going to move it. Oh, he moved it.
Mhm.
Because he says it like everybody knows.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it was weird. I actually forgot that he knew until he said that later.
Me too.
It was easy to forget because, it seemed like he forgot too.
I think he did forget. But I thought that was kind of crappy when, it's one thing if people, if this scene would have played out without Ben asking if Locke told Jack, because, I would have been like, okay, well, that's just how it normally plays out. But he asked him, did you tell him what's going on? But then he didn't really tell him what was going on.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore Jack couldn't, think. But, I think they wanted it to play like that so that Jack actually leaves, Because if Jack would have found out that's what they were going to do, he probably would have wanted to go down there and things would have been different and who knows what would happen with Kimi down there. And it would have been a whole thing they didn't want to obviously do.
Right.
But, I still think you could have just had them, Locke, Jack, Ben and I are about to go move the island. Yeah, right, Locke. You're right, Jack. You're about to go move the island. And he can just be skeptical and says, I'd like to see that. And then Locke just says, well, give me an hour or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then Jack goes to do what he does. And then when he sees him move the island, he sees him move the island, and things can play out the same. But just giving the character the chance to sort of be truthful to the scene, I think, is important.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Yeah, that's the thing. Jack doesn't even know what Locke might do.
Yeah.
Until he's already seen it, and even then, he doesn't really know.
He doesn't know what happened, and then he doesn't even want to attribute that to Locke.
Yeah.
He's just like, even if he believes the island was moved, he doesn't believe Locke did it.
Yeah, and then Hurley gets to tell him a way to interpret it that he didn't have until just then. He wasn't able to think about, and so it makes those scenes strange. I'm kind of used to it in general. People just don't share things very much, but this season,
huge.
This season they've been better about that. So it seems like if they were gonna, stop doing that bullshit, they could have, they could have applied that here, and it still would have worked.
Mhm.
So, yeah, I agree.
And also in terms of, this whole thing about the island moving, I thought if Kate knew that the island was moved on purpose, I don't know if she ever found that out, but that might change her mind about going back to it, if she knew that it didn't just sort of Hurley said it, but the idea that it didn't just, disappear. Out of thin air, that it was specifically made to be, it was moved for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that might alleviate her fear of going back to it, to know that it didn't just vanish by itself.
Mm-hmm.
That it's not unpredictable that way.
Right.
But she didn't really, he said it, but
he said it,
believe
but
it.
He's Hurley, and
Yeah.
I wouldn't necessarily. I don't know what I would think.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. I'm like, why did Locke could have said, "Hey, Jack, I just went and talked to your father." Not that Locke knows that.
Yeah.
But this supernatural man who told me to move the island. There's things that if Jack heard. He would obviously have to believe it if he didn't see it for his own eyes, believe the person saying it. But I think if Locke told him some of the stuff Locke has seen, he would have to believe something more is going on, even, you know, beyond the craziness he already knows is on the island.
Right.
And I think they're getting to a point where Jack shouldn't be as skeptical as he is.
Yeah.
Because,
yeah, I know. I
after
agree.
seeing Smokey and, all this other stuff, you're telling me, you know, you don't think something's crazy going on here?
Yeah. I mean, what happened with the hatch and the 3 people getting, miraculously blown out of there?
Mm-hmm. First of all, you know, the whole thing with miracles, them landing on the island.
Yeah, there's
most
that.
of them, you know, alive and stuff, and everything they've been through. It's
yeah,
you know, pretty crazy.
Yeah, I mean, he's seen some pretty crazy things, and yeah, I agree. I don't think he has the right to be skeptical that much, you know.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make sense. I mean, in general, I mean, it's, you know, even for the average person on this island, I'd be pretty shook up by some of the stuff that's gone on there while they've been there. I mean, it's been a crazy ride. So, yeah, it seems like they're all just I don't know. It seems like they're all buying into their own story.
Yeah, and it's and the fact that, you know, Widmore sent these guys to presumably kill them all and capture Ben, Jack should know from just that there's craziness, that the island is important more than just the fact that it's an island, you know, because who would do all this just for a piece of property? You know what I mean? That's just not how things are done. So it's that alone should tell him something is up. This is a bigger deal than it normally would be. He just seems to, you know, and he saw his own dad on the island.
He saw his own dad. That's right. He saw his own dad. I don't know if he knows about the Desmond and seeing the future and all that stuff. I think he might have known something about that. I don't know. It seems like there's been enough crazy shit going down to justify being, you know, just a little less skeptical. I
think a little less is definitely appropriate.
Yeah, I mean,
you know?
I certainly would be if I got to see some of that stuff.
Oh yeah.
You know, I mean, that would have a big effect on my view of the world. I don't know. I've said it before, but I just, you know, it doesn't seem like, I don't know, maybe to the average person, they could see this stuff and go on because they already believe in crazy stuff. But if for me, I mean, this would shake me up. I mean, some of the stuff that the various characters get to see, you know, I mean, it's pretty crazy, you know.
It's pretty crazy.
Pretty crazy stuff you got there.
Yeah, I agree. I think some of the stuff that they've seen should very easily change their worldview.
Yeah.
And I mean, just seeing Smokey fly around, I think you should reevaluate your view of the world.
Definitely.
If that was real, you know. But yeah, he's seen enough, I think, to be less skeptical.
Yeah. I agree. But whatever, he's just gonna stick to that. I don't know. Part of my worry with this thing about them all lying about things never happened, you know, none of this stuff happened, part of me is disturbed by that. It feels like they're effectively erasing the first 3 seasons. Or 4 seasons even, I guess. You know, by having them all pretend that it never happened, it becomes on the show like it never happened.
Yeah, but I think the show will get back to it because I think
so.
they're not going to be in the real world for
forever.
You know, in terms of showtime for very long.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Okay. I just hope they don't just brush off the first part of the show like that. I don't know.
They can't. There's no way.
It worries me.
They can't. That's what the show is. It builds upon itself. They can't just really just forget everything and never talk about it again.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, you're probably right. I don't know.
Especially since the crazy island stuff is coming into their world. Anyway.
Yeah,
you know,
okay,
it's coming to get them. So.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're right. I just get nervous.
I am right. No, calm down.
I'm a scared little boy.
Are you ready for the next scene, little boy?
Yes, sir.
All right, I promise it won't be that scary. It's kind of short. So we're back on the freighter, and Son comes up to Michael, who has something in he's carrying something or whatever, and Son asks Michael what's going on with the C4 bomb, and he tells her that he's got a plan and that he'll send Jen up to her, and she blurts out that she's pregnant, and he congratulates her, and that's the scene.
All right. So this is closure for Son and Michael.
This is their closure.
All that stuff and the seasons, and then they had that Mobisode even.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the end.
Yeah, here's how they ended. I'm pregnant. Cool. All right. See you later.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they didn't really have time to do much with it, I guess. I mean, there's a pending disaster.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm surprised I give him credit for even having her say that,
Yeah.
like even him even finding out. You know, but I guess it really ties into the end, like when Michael tells Jen to leave. Like, he wouldn't have said that if he didn't know she was pregnant.
Yeah, it did. It made it different, yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. But it's just, I don't know. It's weird. I mean, I don't know what else they really could have done under its circumstances. But here's Michael and Son, the end.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought, the Michael Jen thing, too, I've got a little complaint about that myself.
Mm-hmm.
But, that was weird. This whole scene was odd. You ready for the next one?
Yeah.
Let's see. So the next scene, we're at Ground Zero, where the bomb is.
Oh, it's Ground Zero. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll call it that later.
Yeah, I didn't know what to call that little room, the bomb room or something.
The bomb room,
call it Ground Zero. Because if it goes off, that's the worst part that's going to get it.
I see.
So Michael explains his plan. He's going to cool the battery with the liquid nitrogen, thus turning off the battery's power. The catch, of course, is there's only one canister. Michael gets started on the battery while Desmond and Jen try to trace the wiring of the bomb, and that's the scene.
All right. Here's where Desmond does something. Or tries to do something.
Yeah, tries to do something, yeah.
He has some kind of knowledge about this stuff, and so he gets to try.
Yeah, his 6 months of ordnance training while he was in the Army is very convenient.
That's right.
That would come in handy, right?
Mm-hmm.
I just wish we would have known that he had explosives trainings before this episode.
Yeah.
I just think if they would have mentioned it at some point, it would have just been so much better. Just
I
be
agree.
Like, yeah, he knows this stuff, but they just bring it out when they need it.
Mhm. Yeah. They do. Kind of like Charlie being the swim champion, which you might have been lying about.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? We'll never know.
We'll never know.
Oh, well.
Next scene?
Yeah.
Next scene, we're back at the beach. Dan comes back with the Zodiac raft, and Juliet asks some questions to which we already know the answers. So, did everyone get off okay, and blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
Juliet says she'll go get the next group ready and thanks Dan for helping them. Over the food pantry, Rose finds Miles eating peanuts that he did not ask for.
Ooh.
So she's going to keep her eye on him, which I think is foreshadowing for season 5.
I think you're right. Yeah.
And Dan gathers Miles and Charlotte and tells them he's leaving with the next group in 10 minutes, and they need to be on there too. Miles says he's going to stay regardless of the direness of the situation. And Miles tells Charlotte she's surprised. Huh? Dan,
right?
No.
Oh. I thought Miles left.
There's a scene where Dan tells Charlotte, that she needs to be on there if she's going to go, and then he leaves.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, it is Miles. Okay.
Yeah. Miles tells Charlotte he's surprised she wants to leave, considering how long she spent trying to get back to the island. She asks, "What does he mean?" What does he mean? That's the scene.
All right. Here's another one of those things where they have someone ask a question that the audience ought to be asking.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it was weird that he said it himself. I actually really liked that line.
Well, what do I mean?
What do I mean? I don't know. I like
that.
that.
I like how the actor did the line more than I like the line itself, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's just like, what do you mean? What do I don't know. But I like how he did the line. I like how it comes off when he does it.
Yeah. I do too. I don't know how to separate it because I think I like the line, but I got it from his delivery. So
the reason I don't like the line in and of itself is because I think it's just a bad response. It's just it's just a crappy. It's not a real response. It doesn't answer the question. It's just evading the question basically.
Yeah.
I don't really like the line in and of itself. I just like how he says the line.
I like it as evasion. I like that he picks that way of not answering.
It's just, we've seen him do that, almost every time he needs to answer a question. And at this point, it's like, why can't you just say, what the deal is?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I don't really like the line. But
I see. Okay.
But it plays, it's lost. They're going to do that. I'm just tired of it at this point from, his because that's what he always does.
Mm-hmm.
He always has a sarcastic response to things like that, and it's fitting. It's just at this particular point, I'd love for him to answer that question,
mm-hmm.
or say something more that alludes to what he means a bit more than just to reiterate her question.
Yeah.
But anyway, anything else with this scene?
Well, we get a little more on this later,
mm-hmm.
so maybe I'll say more then. I do want to talk about this, but I think maybe I'll just defer it to when we get the little extra bit.
Okay.
Later.
Well, we're moving right through this. Did I skip something? We're already at the... Okay.
Oh, I was surprised that... I was surprised that... Well, maybe I shouldn't have been. I was surprised that Rose was all, up in arms about him eating some peanuts. I don't know.
I think the only reason was because... I think if they're not setting up something with them two in season 5, I think that little part of the scene was useless.
Yeah.
I think if it wasn't for that, then I don't think she would have said anything, because I think it would have just been pointless for her to talk about that unless they're setting something up.
Yeah, it just seems, I don't know, it just seems really petty. Presumably at this point they're on the verge of, leaving, and it's come on.
Well, she's not leaving.
It's a few peanuts. Yeah, but, a lot of people are. The food issue is, not,
Mm-hmm.
What's he going to do? Eat all the peanuts?
Rose, though. She's pretty, snippy, so I bought it, Especially a strange, just, some guy who, up until, a couple hours ago, they were there to kill them all or something.
Yeah.
Presumably still are, the rest of the people, so.
Maybe if I didn't like Miles, it would have bothered me less.
Yeah, that's the thing. She has no reason to like him, so I think that's where it comes from, too.
Yeah, I guess so.
Next scene, we're back at the greenhouse, and Locke and Ben are descending to the orchid station below. They enter, and Ben flips a bunch of switches and gets things started, starts on something. He gives Locke a video to watch while he does the real work.
He could have had Locke help him out.
Yeah, they could have, he didn't really need to do anything. The only thing he could have helped with is putting some metal stuff in the vault, but, whatever. It was really a time for us to watch the video.
Definitely.
It was more about us watching it than Locke watching it.
Yeah, it's true.
Just a little bit more.
Yeah.
So, Orchid Station Orientation 6 of 6.
Here we go again.
Yeah, right. So, on the video, Edgar Halowax introduces Station 6, which is not a botanical research unit. The island's unique properties produces a Casimir effect, allowing Dharma to perform space-time experiments. They built a vault next to a pocket of, this is a technical term, negatively charged exotic matter, which anyone who's done quantum physics is familiar with. Let's see. Metallic objects should not be placed in the vault. We hear this as Ben is placing everything metallic in there.
Mm-hmm.
In the video, they're going to do an experiment. They're going to shift a rabbit 100 milliseconds ahead in 4-dimensional space, which is time. And the animal will seem to disappear, but in reality, the tape starts rewinding.
Whoopsie.
So we don't know in reality what actually is happening. We only have to guess. Locke asks Ben if he's if Edgar Hallowax, was talking about time-traveling bunnies, and Ben confirms he was talking about time-traveling bunnies. Suddenly, the elevator leaves to go up, which means someone is coming down. Locke asks, "Are you expecting someone?" Then Ben asks for his weapon back. That's the scene.
All right. Okay. I got a bevy of things here. Where do I start? Well, obviously, the thing we saw in the summer, the Comic-Con bit was sort of outtakes, bloopers, whatever from this orientation. Some of the lines are in there about it not being a botanical research station and all that. The thing about the Casimir effect, that was in there. Obviously, the bunnies made an appearance. I'm still really perplexed by him using all these weird aliases. Like, that just doesn't seem necessary. I don't know.
Yeah.
Call me crazy, but hey, did you see Marvin Candle? Well, no, but I did see Mark Wickman. Well, but I saw Edgar Hallowax.
Yeah.
I don't know, but we also they had him. They had him in the video when Ben showed up with his dad. And they were all like getting sort of it was like the orientation room or something, getting their uniforms and shots and stuff. They had him up on a monitor, like everybody could see him. Like, I don't know. I don't get it. It's weird to me. I don't know if they just think that's interesting and there's really no meaning there. I don't know. I'm still hoping for something about that, like why he needs to do that.
Yeah.
All right.
I have nothing. I don't really understand why he would need to use different names. I mean, assuming it's the same person. I mean, I don't think there's triplets who just have different last names and stuff, and
that'd be really weird.
And then of course all the names have a sort of candle
the
and
candle
wig and
thing, yeah.
So it's like the Whispers. It's like I don't know if they're just doing it to do it or if it really means something.
Mhm. Yeah.
Why even? He doesn't even need to introduce. He doesn't even introduce himself. He doesn't need to say his name.
No.
For the purpose of the video, we don't even know. We don't need to know who's talking.
No,
we don't
not
even
at
know
all.
who he is. So.
Yeah, it's totally unnecessary. And they had him. Like I said, they had him in that entrance thing. Like a lot of people saw. He seems to be the guy who does all of the instructional / informative video presentations for Dharma. I mean, it doesn't seem like it's a mystery about this guy. If it's gonna be the same guy in every video, it doesn't seem like it matters what he calls himself. They can just say, "Oh, he's the guy that you see." I mean, they could easily say, realize that they're all seeing the same person.
Yeah, and even if he has the same name in all the videos, what would that help? I mean, why would if one person saw the Swan video and one person saw the Orchid video, and he was just going by say Marvin Candle, what would that prove? What problem would occur that these people who have seen separate videos have seen the same guy with the same name hosting it? I don't know. It seems like a different name somehow prevents a problem like that, but I don't see what problem it prevents.
Yeah. I don't either. Maybe I should bring this up. Maybe it's something like this. There's this villain in the Stephen King world who goes by a bunch of aliases, but it's always or almost always with the initials RF.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's the trick. And so, like, if you hear about someone with an RF initial, you know who it is. I mean, some of the people don't know, beforehand, but if you're reading, like, you know, it's this guy. You know, he always uses the RF initials. Like, I'm wondering if it's just something like that. Like, he just always does this candle reference thing, and there's no real reason for it. Like, you know what I mean?
But in the Stephen King world, is there no benefit to him having the aliases?
They never explain really. Oh, the benefit of the alias. I mean, yeah, sometimes there is. I mean, sometimes he needs to change his name because he gets known by another name and he needs to go do something else.
Be anonymous, right?
Yeah.
That's the point of aliases.
Yeah.
And that's the problem here. It's like, what's the point of the aliases?
Yeah.
You know, there doesn't seem to be any benefit of having having a guy with different names.
I mean, sometimes it seems like he uses aliases just to fuck around, like for no particular reason. Like, like you could have used the other one, but you decided to make a new one or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is frequently, useful to do that. There's never an explanation, I don't think, for why RF. So maybe there's no explanation for why the candle references. Maybe that's just, he wanted to
that's just their convention or something.
Yeah, he was going to do aliases and he just decided to have them all, like, with candle references. But,
yeah,
I don't know. This might be, like, just a hopeless conversation. It was really cool to me in the beginning, and now I'm just, like, completely baffled by it. I don't have a lot of hope that there can really be any kind of explanation for this. But I don't know. I thought you might have a theory or something.
No, I mean, I don't. I don't know. I don't see. Before, I think when we first heard about the second alias or whatever, point, I think there's a theory that since these Dharma projects were sort of in secret and maybe they didn't want certain test subjects to know about, it kind of made sense before, but at this point, I don't really see what the benefit is. I think it was, I think like you were saying, I think once we saw Ben's flashback and we saw him on the group orientation for anyone coming to the island, and it's like they're not trying to hide this guy's identity.
Yeah.
Then that's when it was just like, well, why is he even doing this?
Yeah. It kind of demystified him,
Mm-hmm.
Made it seem like he wasn't a shadowy figure, like that people weren't supposed to know about until they were involved in these secret projects.
Mm-hmm.
Ben's dad is like a fucking janitor, and he gets to see him,
Yeah.
So it's not like a big deal. I don't know. We ever gonna meet this guy? Is he like? Are we gonna see him? You think?
I hope
for
not.
real?
I would be scared if we saw him.
I would be too, actually.
I don't know why. I just feel like I don't know. I don't want to see him. I don't want him to be around.
Okay. But do you think we will? Do you think
I don't.
We'll see him
I think he's dead.
You think you think we could see him in a flashback?
Maybe a flashback because this is like 30 years ago, so they have to age the actor and like all that stuff.
He should be old.
Makeup and unless he's another Albert, which he shouldn't be. No,
he really shouldn't be. He really should not be at all.
Why not get different people to host the videos? Why not get one guy who looks like one thing and call him Marvin Candle, and another guy who looks like something else and call him Mark Wickman?
Yeah. And there's supposed to be something, I don't remember what the details are. I never checked up on it, but let me just say it anyway. This is where we get bad reviews on iTunes. We don't know what we're talking about. Go on, guys. Type away. Here's your justification. Supposedly, like, he had, like, a fake arm or something in one of these, right? You remember that? Like, I don't remember which one it was, but I don't know. There was something going on, like the idea that he lost his arm somehow, or I don't know.
I think it was. This says in the Swan and Flame video. So we do know what we're talking about because we look it up.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
In the Swan and Flame videos, apparently he had a prosthetic left arm. While when he was in the Pearl video, he did not. So, and it says in the Barracks video, he didn't move his left arm, suggesting the two might have been prosthetic. In the Orchid film, we of course see him using both.
Ah, okay.
And claimed he was not an actor but a scientist. That's interesting. Was that
that was in the bloopers.
Yeah.
I'm an actor, not a scientist. Oh, sorry, the other way around.
Yeah.
That'd be weird. What actor, God damn it. This one, I like the music. I like the little music at the beginning of the orientation film. It's so like, it's kind of jaunty and creepy.
Yeah.
It's sort of like, it's like, I don't know. I like it. It's good. They use it all the time. I didn't like some of the tight shots of him. I thought they were kind of like, I don't know. I thought they ruined the mood a little bit. I don't know. I like the wider shots better. I thought they were more effective. I've liked some of the other orientation videos better for like the way they shot it. The content of this was interesting, but the way they shot it was just kind of boring and static to me. It didn't feel.
I thought the station itself was kind of boring, and then the video, wasn't that interesting.
Yeah, like the Swan orientation video, I thought was really cool. Like that was, nicely put together with the blips and stuff, and I think I like the Pearl one too. But
it also made me think about the fact that the Swan video was on tape. Was on
film. Yeah.
Yeah, and that all the other stuff we've seen have been on tape.
Yeah, we talked about that before. That's a really weird thing that I still don't know what to do with.
Yeah.
It's.
I mean, at the very least, it makes me think that was recorded before they were doing it to videotape.
Yeah.
Which maybe the islands are numbered in order of when they were, constructed, and maybe, this is number 6, so maybe it was the most recent island.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, most recent
island. All right. I just agreed with you, but
yeah.
Yeah,
you're really paying attention, huh?
I don't know. I heard what I expected to hear.
Yeah.
That's a whoopsie. I think we talked about it before, like in the Pearl, that maybe it was just done later. The station, I guess, right? I mean, the Pearl's a monitoring thing, so I mean, it sort of has to go in after the other places, or at least like the wiring and stuff does, because it has to be wired into the other stations, so presumably it would go afterwards. I mean, I guess you could wire it up first, but it'd be weird. I mean, you really want something there if you're going to stick wire in. Yeah,
that's the thing. They could build it before the other stations and just wire it later, but I think they would still consider it higher, lower on this, or I don't know which way you think about it, but a lower number because it was built first. It may not have been done first. I don't really know. I'm trying to find the little. Where is the?
It seems like some of the stations aren't part of the 6. Because I'm pretty sure we got more than 6.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking up here is all of the stations. Where is it?
So like maybe the Hydra or the Looking Glass or whatever or not.
Yeah, so according to Lostpedia, let's see. The Arrow, they count as number 1. It's got a question mark on it, though.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's confirmed. We didn't get a video or anything.
The Swan, the staff is unknown. I think they're just going in order of what we've seen.
The staff's the medical thing. We don't know.
We don't know. The Swan is 3, the Flame is 4, the Pearl is 5, and the Orchid is 6.
Oh, okay.
So we're really missing 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Now, the Hydra doesn't have a number. The Looking Glass doesn't have a number in the Tempest. If
the Tempest even counts as a station.
It's got a logo, so...
Yeah.
I feel like it is.
A logo.
Wasn't there a comment about, like...
and the Flame, too. Or did you say the Flame?
I said the Flame was 4, yeah.
Oh, it's 4? Okay. Did we really know that? Did we really, was that, like, really in there?
Well, they didn't put a question mark, so I'm assuming they know it's...
They really know. I remember with the Flame, like, he didn't watch an orientation video. He just saw, like, he saw some footage that came up when he won the thing. Like, I didn't think that card came up that said, which number it is. I mean, maybe they know some other way, but I don't know.
I'm trying to see if they say how we're supposed to... This says... Oh, it says to the direct left of the station labeled the Flame, several notes were made. This is from the blast door map.
Oh.
So this is why they're calling it 4, because it said alleged location of number 4, the Flame.
Oh, okay. So that was from the blast door map.
I think, yeah.
All right. Well, okay.
Here's an interesting quote. It said, alleged location of aborted number 7. Large number of underground springs, heavy water tables. Remember that?
Oh, yeah, kind of.
That's interesting that they were, like, the idea that there was a 7th station that they were going to build and then aborted it.
Mm-hmm.
If that's, for real, or just writing on the wall.
Is there any chance that could be the fake hatch door?
Oh, that's why there was they went ahead and built the...
They just built the door.
You know what? That would be a perfect thing for them to say. That's where they got the door from, was like an abandoned, an aborted station.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's so perfect.
Because that's still like a weird thing that they just had a door.
But wasn't the logo like a door?
The logo was a door, yeah, which is really weird. The door station. Yeah, they were crazy back then. I don't necessarily think they had that in mind, but that might work.
I'd love if they just said that so we won't have to think about it.
It'd be nice, yeah. It'd be nice. It doesn't seem to me, from reading what people say, that anybody's really reflected on how weird it is that there was that door there with nothing behind it.
I agree. That is something people haven't been talking about enough.
I feel like we're the only podcast that has really like laid it on thick about how bizarre that was.
It's one thing if they have, endless tarps, endless torches, whatever, but like to have this door, which is key, I think, to their plan of fooling everybody.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy. I wonder where that is on Lostpedia. I want to see what they have to say about it. I don't know what I would do without Lostpedia, by the way.
Oh, it's so great.
It's just like one-stop
God.
shop, man.
Yeah. It's a thing, where I'm sitting here floundering, like, I don't remember. I think something happened. I mean, that's the place you can go and just find everything about everything.
Mm-hmm.
I use it a lot. I mean, it's ridiculously helpful. If anybody just is, wants to know stuff about what's on Lost, I can't recommend it highly enough.
You're the resident episode expert. What episode was that fake door in?
Well, it was in a couple episodes, but I mean, the when he opened it, that was the finale.
Was it? I thought so.
Live Together, Die Alone. I think we first saw it probably in the Michael episode in 3 minutes.
So where is this scene?
Do they not have an entry for that logo?
I didn't see it. Maybe if you go to look up Dharma logos. But I don't see them even talking about...
Yeah, and, like, Saeed, like, never said a word about it. Like,
Yeah, it was Saeed who found it, right?
Yeah, Saeed, like, opened it and discovered that there was nothing there. Okay, here we go. Here, there's an entry for the door.
Is it? What did you look under?
Well, I just went to the Dharma symbols page, and then clicked on the thing, and then it took me to another page. But I think if you just search for the door,
okay,
you can find it, and see
there
what
it
it
is.
says.
Unidentified, yeah, it doesn't seem like there's anything important there about it, so.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they know what we know about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do say, yeah, it was believed that the door was an abandoned Dharma Initiative station that construction began on but was not completed because of flooding. This is based off the Glassdoor map. So looks like somebody else had that idea as well. Yeah. Unless you just entered that, did you?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Had to make sure.
Credit,
you never know.
That's the power of the wiki.
I've heard you're a very fast typist.
Who's been telling that wonderful, wonderful truth?
Oh, I don't know. It's been around.
All right, well, I guess my underground typing competition wouldn't go unnoticed forever.
I guess not.
You've heard of Fight Club, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's Pipe Club. Yeah. We have type offs.
Wow. Are you not supposed to talk about it?
Well, that's the first rule of Type Club, but the second rule of Type Club is talk about as much as you want because it's just typing.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes a lot of sense because I was going to say, what's the big deal? But, okay.
Yeah, right? See?
Yeah, there you go.
There's no big deal.
Yeah, it doesn't look like anybody has any idea. But yeah, it seems like if I were Saeed, it's just they have this door and there's nothing there.
Maybe Saeed just wants to talk about it later.
I guess so. I forgot. That was of course he does. Saeed just
I mean, for him, I don't think. Honestly, in his situation, he shouldn't be surprised, I don't think, that they have access to a door because he doesn't really know what they have access to.
Yeah.
Especially at that point. He should be surprised they went through the trouble of, like, faking him out with it.
Yeah.
But I think if he's not questioning where all the torches come from, then he shouldn't question, where the door came from. Because he just doesn't know what the others have access to and what Dharma created. So it's really more of a question for us than for him. But it's still a crazy thing.
I feel like at this point he knows enough about the others to at least wonder. Maybe at the time he didn't know enough. Mm-hmm. I feel like at this point he should know about the others.
If he ever had a moment to stop and think about it back then, he might say, "Oh, that was strange." But I think he might just assume they've had it, they found it, or they took it from another station.
Yeah.
I don't think for him it's as crazy as it is for us.
Yeah.
Because we know, or we at least assume there is no other station that door goes to. Right. And stuff like that. And we know more about the real connection between Dharma and the others more than he does.
Yeah.
So. But that's the thing. He's been busy with a lot of shit, so.
It's true. He's got a lot to do these days.
Wow, that was a nice tangent.
We're
still in the middle of this theme here.
Oh, yeah, the band, that was where they jumped off from. God, I didn't even remember where we came from. Okay.
That was the first, I think, real big tangent of the podcast.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
It was, yeah. Always good to revisit things, especially in an episode like this. Okay, so what's the next big topic? Do you have something you want to talk about? I got a list of things I want to go on here, so why don't you do something?
the first thing I wanna say is negatively charged exotic matter.
Oh.
Is that the best the writers could come up with? Like, seriously. And what's funny, what I think is even a little more crazy is that, Hallowak says, what we believe to be negatively charged exotic matter, like as if that actually exists. Like it's not like here's something and we're calling it this, which is crazy enough.
Yeah.
Because it's not really scientific. But on top of that, they're saying it does exist, and this is what we think it is. Like, that was really bad to me. It's like, ooh, it's next to a pocket of what? Negatively charged exotic matter. That's, I hate that.
Yeah, it's like it's not that they've just like made up a name for whatever's there and that's the name.
Yeah.
It's that there is this idea, this thing called negatively charged exotic matter, and
that's what they think it is.
And they think this might be an example of that.
Yeah, which is like double crazy.
It is, yeah. It adds to it.
If they were just saying we found this thing and we're calling it negatively charged exotic matter, but it could be, whatever real scientific thing that exists out there, whether or it could just be sci-fi that they're making up. But they go so far as to suggest it is a real thing. That, even in their world, it's a real thing that they think it is.
Negatively charged exotic matter definitely exists in a lot of places, and this could be one of them, or not. We're not sure.
Exotic matter, it's so vague.
Yeah,
it's so vague.
It's very vague, but it's negatively charged. At least
it's
you know
negatively
that.
Charged. Yeah, I'm glad. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that definitely sounds like bullshit to me. I mean, that just reminds me of the little math equations they have on the Blackboard map,
I think this negatively charged exotic matter is about as crazy to a physicist as those math equations are to a mathematician.
Yeah, where it just looks like vaguely mathy gobbledygook that they just like.
Yeah. And this sounds vaguely scientific.
Yeah, it does.
Negatively charged matter. Like, if they took out exotic, I think I'd probably have less.
Exotic is weird. Yeah, that's a weird word to use.
Yeah.
That's it's exotic. I don't know.
I did a Google search for negatively charged exotic matter just to make sure, it did not actually exist. And to my non-surprise,
it's all about Lost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, we've had our fair share of physics classes, and never really got to the negatively charged exotic matter.
No. I mean, I only really got up to, like, Physics 1, but, no. I never heard anyone mention that.
Yeah.
And I read a couple of those popular physics books where people like to bring up crazy shit. I've never heard a word like that.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's a level of physics we haven't heard about yet or something. Actually, let me. Oh, here's an entry on it from Wikipedia.
Uh-oh.
Why didn't I find this? Wow. It looks like exotic matter does exist.
Exotic matter is real.
Exotic matter is a hypothetical concept of particle physics. Well, see, I never took particle physics.
Okay. And it's hypothetical.
Hypothetical. It covers any material which violates one or more classical conditions or is not made of known baryonic particles. Such materials would possess qualities like negative mass or being repelled rather than attracted by gravity. It is used in certain speculative theories, such as on the construction of wormholes. Oh, perfect. I guess they read this Wikipedia page too.
I have said and thought that I think this is one of the first shows I can really pinpoint that I really think they do Wikipedia research for it.
Here's this line that'll really nail it home, guys. The closest known real representation of exotic matter is in a region of pseudo-negative pressure density produced by the Casimir effect.
Oh, look at that, the double whammy.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah. They're definitely this fit into their what they're doing perfectly.
Yeah. Yeah. I actually think it's kind of interesting. Like, I feel like it'll change writing a little bit, like to have Wikipedia as a resource.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in the past they might have had to, I don't know what they would do. It'd be harder to come by stuff like that.
Yeah, because that's the thing. All they have to do is go, yeah, we want to do something with the Casimir effect, and they just go research it, and then they research, oh, well, one of the places, you know, that you can find exotic matter is with the Casimir effect, so they just put that into the show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, I feel bad for lambasting exotic matter because it does exist.
Apparently, yeah. It sounded like bullshit to me.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't, you know, it doesn't seem like it necessarily, it's apparently hypothetical. I mean, I know, like in math we have, like, exotic spheres and things. It's basically, exotic seems to be used when it's something that's kind of crazy or wacky.
Mm-hmm.
Out of sorts.
Which is why it made it sound crazy and wacky.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't sound like a scientific word. In math, you can do that though. You can call things like silly names because it doesn't really matter as much. 'Cause you're not necessarily describing the real world.
Yeah.
You know, there's things like the hot dog theorem and stuff like that. You know, people can the ham sandwich theorem. It's all you know, great food
related.
Yeah.
Very pedestrian food.
The chili and cheese theorem. All right, that's fake.
All right, yeah, I thought so. I was gonna no, okay.
First two are real though.
So let's talk about this rabbit experiment.
Right, the rabbit. Yeah, that's what I was gonna bring up.
So presumably, what was going to happen is they're going to send the rabbit into the future, 100 milliseconds in the future, which it would presumably make it seem to disappear, but in reality it's just been sent to the future, and it would reappear 100 milliseconds later. Is that what you think's going on?
Yes.
All
yeah,
right, well.
Sure do. Good. Agree with your theory. Yeah, in reality, it's gone to the future. I mean, I think that's pretty much what's going on there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's like a time travel chamber thingy.
Yeah. Well, they basically built a time machine.
Yeah. Apparently an organic only time machine.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you know, it's really funny. What's funny about that is, you know, in the Terminator world, you know, when they send the Terminators through time, they don't wear clothes. Like, like you can only, even though they have like metal skeletons.
Yeah, they were made of metal. The original ones, at least.
Yeah, but it's organic metal, I'm sure.
Organic metal, okay.
Whatever that means. So, but that's another thing too, is with time travel and sci-fi, a lot of the times it's like organic only or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I think The Fly might have been like that. That wasn't time travel though. That was like teleportation.
Yeah, where like he did have to like be naked or something when he was in there.
Yeah, I think he had to be naked. Like, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how they find those things out, but
yeah, it's weird. It's weird. It doesn't. I mean, yeah, I don't know. But I mean, it seems like Ben just like totally fucks this up. So it's not something that looks like it's going to come into play down the road.
I don't think we'll see that. Yeah, I think it's broken for good now.
Yeah, like when Ben was just destroying it, it felt like, you know, look guys, we're not going to, here's a time travel machine, and here's me destroying it.
Yeah. Don't
expect to see a shitload of time travel down the road.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's how it played to me.
Yeah. So what do you? Okay, so we agree on what the video was saying about the rabbit experiment.
Mm-hmm.
Now, should we go back and think about the original Orchid video and the whole thing with that? Don't let the rabbit touch each other. Like, what was that about?
Oh dear. What was that about?
I mean, do we have any new theories about what that was about? I can't really think of anything.
I mean, we have an idea. I feel like we have a little better idea of what they might have been doing with the bunnies.
Yeah. Was one from the future and one from the past, and if they touched each other, like, maybe something like that?
He makes it seem like they disappear. And the other thing is, when you go to the future, like if you really go to the future, then there aren't two of you. You know, unlike when you sort of go to the past.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because you disappear and move to the future.
Yeah,
when you go to the past, like you go to a past where you were in a different location at that time, you know, than in the time machine from which you emerged. You know, so there are two of you in that case. So I don't really understand why sending bunnies to the future would cause two of them to come into play. Maybe they can do the past too. I don't know, and that would explain it. I don't know why.
Maybe like they hadn't sent the bunny into the future yet. Like the bunny appeared in the present. Like, okay, I don't know if that makes sense. Like, say they were going to, in his video he was going to do what he did in this video, which was, show the rabbit going to the future. But if he set the time for the rabbit to go into the future right before, okay, that's going to the past then, I guess. If he set it, I was trying to see if there's a way for the rabbit to appear before he actually puts it in the machine.
Well, if it's going to the future, it better not. There better not be a way to do that.
Yeah.
Because it's got to go to a point after it goes into the machine.
He would have to have done it before for that to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why where that other bunny came from. Maybe they can do it in the past. Maybe if they reverse the polarity on the exotic matter.
Of course. Always got to reverse the polarity. That's like a classic move.
It works in Star Trek all the time.
Yeah. They
reverse the polarity.
Yeah, that was just a great catch-all.
The Borg have a tractor beam on your hull. Reverse the polarity.
Boom. That's it. Done.
Yeah, I mean, ion storm approaching, and you need to cut a hole through it. Reverse the polarity of the forward. What was it? The forward deflector seal. Deflecting array.
Dish array. Yeah. Yeah, they didn't use that much, but
anyway, that's the only thing I can think about why the rabbits couldn't touch each other, is that age-old idea that, two of the same whatever can't touch, or they all annihilate each other. Two of the same things of the same matter or whatever. Yeah.
I guess that's supposed to be the idea. It just doesn't work if they can only go to the future. I mean, maybe I'm missing. I just can't think of a way that you could have two.
Well, I don't think you can only go to the future with their thing. I think they just showed it going to the future.
Yeah.
Because it seemed like they could presumably set how far into the future it went. He just said 100 milliseconds, but it could be.
Yeah, and it was just a demonstration, so they would want it to be,
really simple.
Something quick they could do for the video, and and the past wouldn't work for the video.
The past wouldn't work for the video, and I think that if they were really doing experiments, they would have. I think they would have tried to send it to the past if they could. Yeah.
The past, going to the past is really where the crazy shit happens. It's a lot easier to go to the future as far as dealing with paradoxes and stuff like that. It's going to the future just doesn't present all those crazy problems. Unless you go back again, but then that's just going to the past.
Yeah.
From that perspective. So, it's going to the future is just smooth sailing compared to going to the past. But going to the past is the interesting one. So, it would be cool to go to the future, but going to the past is where you can really fuck shit up, fuck speaking of that, no. I'm saving that for later.
Save it.
Saving that for later. Sorry. Carry on.
All right. So the only other thing with this tape is that it starts rewinding at a certain point when he says the animal will seem to disappear, but in reality, ... The tape starts rewinding. It looks like at about the 3-minute mark. They kind of showed the timer there. But the tape starts rewinding, and Locke can't really figure out why it's doing that. Do you have any ideas of why it's doing that?
For real?
Is it just a malfunction? Was the tape designed to do that? Is it illustrating something with the experiment? Is it the writers not wanting us to see more?
Yeah, I guess that's what I thought it was, for an external explanation. For an internal explanation, I guess I thought it was just a malfunction.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the VCR fucked up.
Maybe Locke is sitting on the remote and he doesn't know it.
Yeah. There we go. Perfect. That would fit right in.
Yeah.
I can't
Locke, you
stop
have the remote.
it. Yeah. Oh.
Oh, is that what that is? I thought it was uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
I thought this was a really uncomfortable seat. So here's my last question.
It seems like the kind of shit where they wouldn't necessarily have a remote.
Yeah,
right. But I like that theory anyway.
If they had a remote, it'd probably be wired.
Yeah, exactly. Those are the best remotes.
Mm-hmm.
So convenient.
Yeah. You can control it from up to 1 foot. Back then that was a lot.
Could trip over it. It was they really needed to make that better quickly, because that was just lame.
Here's my last question for this scene, I think.
Okay.
Ben asked for his weapon back, which is a little baton that he gave Locke, when they first got to the orchid in the last episode.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. I forgot at first what weapon he was talking about.
The magic wand.
Or something. But he's talking about, the little telescopic baton that kicks butt,
Yeah.
He asked for it back from Locke, which of course he uses later on Kimi. But why did he give it to Locke in the first place?
Yeah, I was just going to say that. Now I don't understand why he gave it to him, because according to Ben's plan, Locke shouldn't have needed it.
Mm-hmm.
And didn't. So.
And even if he did need it, Ben asked for it back.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
If
he was just going to ask for it back at that point, like if there's a threat, he's just gonna ask for it back. So yeah, why would he just? Yeah, I don't get that at all.
Oh, maybe. Okay, well, the only thing I can think of, really, because I don't think there's a good answer. The only thing I can think of is the fact he wanted to just be unarmed when he went to meet Kimi.
Oh, okay.
I guess that's the big idea. Because that's really kind of how he presented. When he was, he kind of gave it to him because he's like, well, I'm gonna go surrender myself.
Okay. That makes sense.
That's the only thing I can think of.
Okay.
That's probably it, because what else could there be?
That works.
He asked for it back, so.
That works. Kimi probably would have checked him for weapons, and he, it might have been confiscated. I mean, he probably could have got it back, but,
I think, maybe if he had a weapon, he would have, hurt him more or something. I don't know why, but.
Yeah. But he was planning to come back anyway, and, that's fine. I'll buy that.
Yeah, it works with that idea, so.
Yeah.
Good. Glad we figured that one.
Woo! Nice to get one down. Oh, that's what I was going to say. This is one of those things where when the elevator starts coming down,
mm-hmm.
I've seen this a lot. They do this in various things. Ooh, the elevator's coming down, or ooh, the elevator's coming up, whatever. Who's in it, what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
I have to admit, I this is something I always fall for. I like this. I don't know. Maybe because it's slow. I don't know what it is, but I've always loved this trick. I mean, it's I don't know. It's overused, but I love it. It's an elevator and it's coming down slowly, and there's something in it, and you just gotta wait for it. I don't know.
It's a good thing because it accomplishes a lot. It's inevitable. There's an inevitability factor. What's cool about it in this particular case is the elevator goes back up first.
Mm-hmm.
So someone's up there who just called it down.
Yeah.
Which is, and it's inevitable that they're going to come down, or else they wouldn't have pushed the button to get it.
Mm-hmm.
So someone's coming. You don't know who it is. It's a good little device. My problem with this, that it's really about later, is that when you come down from an elevator, the problem, from the person who's on the elevator is that presumably anyone else who sort of heard the elevator, make its commotion knows someone's coming.
Yeah.
And so you're in a vulnerable position because I think Ben or Locke or anyone who would have tried to kill Kimi could have easily killed him the moment he stepped off the elevator.
Yeah.
He's been waiting for him there, and they weren't. Of course, they were, hiding for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
But they really had the upper hand, in my opinion. But I guess they really didn't know who was, what was going on, so they didn't know what to expect. But yeah, it's a nice device.
And I don't think they had guns.
I don't think they had guns, and Kimi didn't even have a gun.
Yeah, Kimi didn't have a gun either.
Yeah.
It was a gun-free showdown.
Yeah. So, but yeah, it's a good effect, and yeah, I don't know, it's good.
Yeah, it's just like with stuff like that. I don't know. There's certain things that I don't know. I often groan at, but. Yeah, I don't know. I was like, the elevator. I don't know. I figured it would probably be Kimi. That's kind of who I was expecting. I mean, when they killed him, and didn't really check up on him, I was suspicious. I didn't think Kimi was ready to go down. Yeah.
I thought he was dead. Well, first of all, when he got shot, I thought, well, I know he's got armor on. Like, they didn't. Because, that's what's weird. Sometimes in TV shows and stuff, when people have bulletproof vests or whatever, sometimes they get shot. A lot of times they get shot and they're okay, whatever. But sometimes they get shot and they're dead because it's not 100%,
Mm-hmm.
So when he got shot, 3 or 4 times or something, and then he was face up with his eyes open. He looked dead. They checked. Didn't they poke him or something? They actually took the time to make it clear that he was, seemingly dead.
Mm-hmm.
And I just didn't believe that, someone who was alive would sit there on the ground, in pain, because even when you get shot, with a bulletproof vest, you still, feel the pain. And he's just going to sit there with his eyes open, face up, and just waiting for them to leave. I don't understand how we're supposed to take that scene. Is he supposed to be unconscious or something? Or is he, why was he sitting there with face up, eyes open, unblinking, if he's conscious and alive?
Mm-hmm.
That was weird to me. And they couldn't tell he was breathing, after getting shot, I think you'd have a couple of labored breaths.
Yeah.
From the fight at least, And those are just kind of production things because, they would curtail that so they can get across their little deception. But, I guess, I just believed Kimi was dead because they made it seem like he was dead, But when he came back, the first thing I said, when I saw him on the other, I was like, yeah, you got body armor on, and of course you should be back. But I just thought they were done with him.
Yeah. Did you think it was somebody else?
I can't remember who I thought was going to be coming down. I don't know. I don't even know who I thought. I think I had someone in mind, but I don't know. I don't remember who it was. I just, by the time I saw it was Kimi, I was just like, yeah, of course it's Kimi.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't a big deal anymore.
Right. Yeah.
And another reason I thought he was dead because he had the big fight with Saeed.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
I thought, it was like, okay, well, that's a good way to go out,
Mhm. Yeah.
And he had already had his encounter with Ben. I just thought they were done.
Mm-hmm.
What else? There really wasn't much else left, really.
Yeah.
But except for Kimi to die and.
And that was the other thing. The other thing that I was thinking about was the armband.
Yeah, I just thought about that. I forgot about that when Albert shot him. If I was thinking about the armband, I would have thought, okay, well, the bomb should go off now.
Yeah, when he was apparently dead, and they didn't address the armband, and nothing happened on the boat, the bomb thing didn't trigger. I was like, okay, I think he's probably still alive.
Yeah, maybe his training, they teach him how to play dead or something.
Play dead, yeah.
Because he did a good job. I mean, if he was face down or something, just the unblinking dead look, that was just like, well, he must be dead, because who could do that? Who would do that?
Yeah.
But I guess Kimi.
Well, on the other hand, the actor was living that did that.
The actor was living?
Yeah, I mean, the guy you see there, he is living.
Yeah.
Like in reality.
Yeah, but if he was dead, he wouldn't look like that. I don't think. You know what I mean? Like, if he was really dead in that situation, he would look like that if he was really dead in that situation. But I think if he was really alive in that situation, he would have been breathing heavily. His eyes wouldn't have been open like that, like just blank and unblinking, you know what I mean? Like, so that's the thing. Like, yeah, the actor was really doing that, but I think if it was real, it wouldn't have looked. If it was real, the way you kind of take it because it's the show, it's weird that he was still alive. That's my point.
You're saying because of what he's just been through, he shouldn't have been able to.
I'm surprised that from what he just went through, the extreme energy exertion fighting Saeed and getting hurt and stabbed, and then getting shot several times. I find it hard to believe that he's able to just lie there on the ground and not breathe heavily enough for people to know he's still alive and to be face up, blank, staring like that. That's weird to me.
Mhm. Okay.
I'll chalk it up to training, but I think I'd be hard pressed to not give away the fact that I'm still alive if I just got shot and stabbed and just all that stuff.
Yeah, no. You'll never see me doing that. It'll be ow.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's if you ever see me shot, that's what you're gonna hear, regardless of whether it's in my interest to pretend to be dead.
Yeah, right. Ow! Who shot me? I'd buy that.
Yeah. No, I thought you were saying like no one could pretend to be dead that well, like in general. That's what.
Oh, no. I just mean given the circumstances.
Yeah.
Like if someone had just knocked him over the head and he just fell down and then like they rolled him over and he was like that, I'd be like, okay, fine, he's pretending.
Mm-hmm.
But he went through way more than that.
Yeah. No, I agree. It's extreme. I mean, they try to make him seem like a badass, but that's over the top, definitely.
Mm-hmm. Just the blank stare look, like that's just like, okay, really? You're not dead?
Mm-hmm.
Did you see yourself? Maybe if he saw what we saw, he'd be like, maybe I am dead.
Mm-hmm. This is what dead is.
Hey, guys, wait, are you sure I'm not dead? 'Cause look at
hey,
me.
How about that? Maybe he is dead. That doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry. Never mind. I was going to try to say, like...
Almost.
I was going to try to say pull the Claire, but then there's the armband thing.
Yeah. And the fact that, like, he dies later.
And he dies
gets
again.
stabbed in the neck. And,
yeah. Yeah, it doesn't work. I don't know. That was a flash in the pan theory.
Yeah, really flash in the pan because it lasted half a second.
Yeah.
Perfect.
That'll be my candidate for quickest theory ever.
Yeah. I'll do it. So quick, you didn't even finish it.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't even get to really say it before it was wrong. Oh well.
All right. Let's see. So, I think we're done with this scene.
Yeah. Yeah. I think. What else was there? Was there something else? I don't think so. Yeah. I agree.
The vault, Ben puts all the metal stuff in there. I guess we'll come back to this later.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Okay. Next scene, Hurley, Sawyer, and Jack make it to the chopper and find
Get
Kate
to the chopper!
Yeah, I'm going to be saying chopper a lot because it's quicker than helicopter.
Yeah.
They make it to the chopper to find Kate helping uncuff Frank and with Saeed standing guard. Sawyer makes a joke about Kate killing one of the soldiers. Kate goes to Jack and asks about Aaron. Goes to Jack and Jack asks about Aaron. Kate tells him that Aaron is with son and that it should be on the freighter by now. Sawyer uses a hacksaw to cut Frank's cuffs. Jack asked Saeed how he got back, and the Zodiac, of course, is how he got back. Jack asked if the freighter is safe because the body washed up from it, and Saeed says it's safe now. Frank is cut free, and then they all board the chopper. Hurley asks if they can come back and look for Claire once everyone's on the freighter. Absolutely. Then they take off. Yeah, I don't think Jack. I don't think Jack thinks about Claire for a while after this moment here.
Oh yeah. First on my list there, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
No problem. Yeah, no, Claire really. I mean, what can you do? I mean, they go through a lot. It's hard to think about Claire in the midst of all that is about to happen.
Yeah, and they really don't even know where to start to look. That's another part. If they thought like, okay, maybe she's here, I think someone would, even given the situation, would be like, let me go check for her there, but they just don't even know where to look.
Yeah. If Locke had said, hey, I saw Claire and she was in this cabin and it was here, maybe they could have gone. But they didn't want to go down that road. I mean, they specifically had Christian say, don't tell anyone. Mm-hmm. So that wouldn't happen. So, yeah, you're right. I mean, they're in a hurry and they have no idea where to start, so.
No idea.
I agree. What else did I want to say about this? What else happened? I forgot. What?
I mean, it's just the group's kind of reconvening, I think.
Oh, that's right. This is the hacksaw scene.
Yeah.
I was really confused, like, the first time I saw the hacksaw scene. Like, he comes up and he's trying to pick the lock, no, I'll use a hacksaw. And then Frank goes, for the handcuffs? Like, that really threw me the first time. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, I just thought he was being, like, I don't know. I thought he was just being really weird. Like, what else would be? Then like, the next time I watched it, I realized, I guess what he's saying is, as opposed to, like, cutting my arm off.
Basically it's like, Frank needs to get out of the handcuffs. Oh, I have a hacksaw, and he's just making sure that it's a joke, but he's basically saying, cut the handcuffs, not my arm, not my hand, because there's two ways to get him out of that with a hacksaw, and you just make sure you got to cut the right one.
I see, yeah.
And it's just a joke, I
caught that the second, but the first time I thought he was just like really stating the obvious, like, like, no, I'm gonna go cut like. I don't know. I'm just going to go cut something else for no reason. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Of course, we're talking about the handcuffs. Like, I don't know. It just seemed like, but yeah, it's a joke. I don't know. It went over my head. And I have to mention these things.
An odd time for a joke, I think.
Yeah, maybe that was it. I didn't expect a joke of all things. And it just seemed like he was stating really obvious things. And like, whatever, Frank. I just thought they were being
surprised
crazy.
they didn't think to use a hacksaw earlier.
Yeah.
And Kate presumably looked in the box, so she's helping him. Frank looked in the box. Nobody saw the hacksaw.
Yeah. It worked pretty quick too. They got right through that.
Man, that was quick.
Fucking cuff.
I was thinking metal cutting metal would be, quite a feat, but
I'd expect to spend like a lot of time. I mean, there was this one time I had to cut a tree down, and it wasn't even a big tree. It was a little tree, and it took me, like, forever. It took me, like, I think, like, 45 minutes.
Are you even done cutting the tree down? I don't remember that you finished.
I took a break only to do the podcast.
Good. Hopefully you'll finish that cutting down that tree in the next, couple years.
I hope so. It's pretty much, it's turning into my life's work. It's
your white whale.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotta cut down that tree.
It seemed like such an easy, simple, and fun project, and it was just like really tedious, and my arms hurt, and it's not a fun thing to do, and it was wood, like that's what you're supposed to cut, right? You know what I mean? It was like designed for that, and I just like trying to cut through handcuffs, like. I mean, I think they have saws that are good for that, but, like, I don't know. It seemed like really easy to cut through the handcuffs.
It seemed like they did it way too quick, and I do want to hand it to Sawyer for using the wrench to sort of protect sort of hold the thing and protect his arm so it wouldn't like cut him. But
yeah, because that's what I was thinking. Like just starting to hack away, like it would be kind of scary. Mm-hmm. So that was I agree. That was a good move.
And I'm surprised they didn't just try to, break the chain so that, he would still have the cuff on,
right.
But he wouldn't be chained to the chain.
The gin method.
The gin method, exactly.
Yeah. I agree. Although that thing was irritating after a while.
Yeah.
But that would have been a quick and easy solution. Easier,
but
at least.
So was this.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah,
true.
Yeah. It was strangely quick.
I didn't think this should be so quick, but it was. So
it was. Hey, lesson learned. If I ever need to cut handcuffs, then I have a hacksaw handy.
Everybody, we can all take that away from this episode. We now collectively know what to do.
Mm-hmm.
That's nice when you can get practical knowledge like that.
Hey, I've learned more about being a torturer, about being a spinal surgeon, about being an apparition than I ever thought I'd know from the show.
Yeah. I agree. Fisherman.
Pregnant.
Gardener. Pregnant. Good. Yeah. Crazy.
Well, I heard a lot about being crazy before.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I learned a couple things. Play chess with a dead guy. That's a good one.
That is a good one.
I haven't done that before.
Me either. I got to get on that. It seems like they ought to be better than they are. I don't know.
Right?
I feel like being dead would make you really good at chess, but apparently not.
Yeah, because you can ask God what the next move is. Huh?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, and he should play perfect chess, but no.
Nah, maybe not.
Not really. Can't beat Hurley, at least. Hurley's the master.
Hurley wins at every game. Hurley is the game master. I think that we'll save it. I'll save my little thing about Hurley, but.
Oh, okay.
For the chess scene, but
yeah.
Are you ready for the next scene? Anything else for this thing?
Yeah. I think so.
Here's a little question. Is the Zodiac raft, is that some sort of proper name for a small raft from a ship or something? Because Saeed just says the Zodiac, and Jack just knows what that is.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't say raft. He just said the Zodiac, and I'm like, why would Jack know what that is? Yeah, okay. I'm looking it up here.
Oh, well, now I know why.
Apparently Zodiac is a company.
It looks like it's a brand name, yeah. Yeah.
I was wondering why they called it that.
Me
too. Wondering if it was such a weird name. Why would they call it that? Okay, well, it's a company that makes rafts and boats and stuff.
A raft, yeah, raft and
boat.
So
Jack would have to know that. Jack would need to know that to get that.
Mm-hmm. I've never heard of it, but, maybe if you're more familiar with the boating and freighting industry, you can catch on to that.
All right, well, mystery solved.
Yeah, I've been wondering about that, and that's what the Internet does for you.
Yeah, quick Google search, and all problems are
boom.
solved.
Yeah, because you were asking me, and I'm like, well, I can either say, I don't know, or I can just see what Google has to say.
Yeah, I did the same thing. I was like, well, I guess I could Google it.
Yeah, because it was just going to go nowhere if I didn't look it up or you didn't look it up. So thank you, Google. Save the day again.
Speaking of going nowhere, you want to go to the next scene?
No. Yeah, of course. Hello? Oh, did he really cut off on that? Oh, I'm really confused. He did! Ah! Okay. And it's right on time, too. It's 3:17. That phone is just fucking incredible. All right, so let me find a news story for you guys. Let's see what we got here. Woo! Let's see. I like world news, personally. find it to be a little more interesting. All right, let's see here. New York Times article. All right. Gates accuses Myanmar of, quote, criminal neglect. In the strongest remarks yet by a high-ranking American official, Defense Secretary Robert M. Gates. So that's who Gates is. I actually was thinking Bill Gates. I don't know. I'm not that knowledgeable, I'm afraid. Anyway, this person, Robert M. Gates, said on Sunday that Myanmar was guilty of, quote, criminal neglect for blocking large-scale international aid to cyclone victims, and that more Burmese civilians would perish unless the military regime reversed its policy. Are you back?
Hey,
Hello?
it's Claude.
Hey.
Prefaced by the Whispers.
Oh, is that what that was? I didn't know what that was.
That was my attempt to have the Whispers preface my return.
That's a good one. I couldn't tell what it was, though. I thought it was just like noise from your phone. I couldn't tell it was whispering, and I blew it. I should have been scared or something. Oh, well.
Yeah, well, what are you going to do?
I was reading my dumb news story.
Are you talking about Myanmar?
It's nice. Yes, I am. It's nice to have whispers herald your arrival, though. I have to say, that's something I would love to have.
Right.
Available.
Yeah, I tried to do it.
It'd be really fun. Just like I don't know.
You hear something? Oh wait, is that Justin?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it is.
And then boom, you're there.
Boom.
I don't know. That's fun. Yeah. I was just something about. Wow, I closed it.
Well, you just talked about it. Do you remember what you just said? When I read, no comment.
I don't necessarily think about.
You can go to history and then recently closed tabs.
No, I found it. It's it was about blocking. They blocking aid to cyclone victims.
Now, who wants to block the aid?
The government, I guess.
The government of Myanmar?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. Because of what?
Because I don't know why.
Oh, did you not get to that part?
What
were you saying something about Gates and something?
Yeah, Defense Secretary Robert M. Gates accused them of criminal neglect for this.
Oh, for not accepting aid. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, they're doing some bad stuff. They must. I feel like they ought to have a reason for it. I don't think it's a good reason.
There's a reason. I read it at some point. I just don't remember. It's political.
Yeah, I mean, people like that usually do have a reason. They're just like, we're just,
Yeah, they have let some aid through, and I read they did have some aid go through from certain places and certain organizations. But yeah, they have the whole thing about that.
It's a military. It's a military regime. It's like a martial law situation.
Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. I like international stories. That's just, I don't know. I always gravitate to those.
Good. We need to know what's going on around the world.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I always hear about the sort of United States stories, and I don't know. I get fed up with them. I immediately just want to see other stuff. So.
Mhm.
All right, you went out like right in the middle of the sentence. It was really.
I thought it was like perfect. I'm like,
yeah.
Didn't they say, like, let's go to the next scene, and it was like, boom, off.
Mhm. Yeah, it was like you ready for the next scene, and I'm like, yeah, and then it's.
Yeah, like perfect timing.
And I'm not
Thank
sure.
You, phone.
I'm not sure if you're just like trying to find the scene or whatever, and like, hello. Very, and I'm like, okay, I got to look now, and then I have to. All right, so now you're caught up.
Mhm. Yeah, I wish it'd be great if TalkShoe said something. If someone,
yeah,
especially if the host leaves.
Yeah, it would help because I'm not always looking at that thing. I have to, whenever I think you might be off, I have to go look at the thing.
Yeah.
I'm never sure until I see that icon.
Trust the icon.
That's right.
The icon you can trust. All right, so now we're ready for the next scene.
The icon is the true way.
I am a believer of the icon. Are you?
Yes, absolutely.
Good.
The icon is everything.
Okay. Well, on that note,
we're
back to the Orchid. The elevator comes down. Dun dun dun. It's Kimi.
Ah!
He's got a knife in his hand, and he's taunting Ben. He references that he's alive from the body armor. Duh. Kimi tells Ben that he's wearing a heart rate monitor connected to a radio transmitter, which will detonate the 500 pounds of C4 in the freighter, thus killing a lot of innocent people. Uh-oh. Locke comes out and introduces himself to Kimi, tells him that he's got no conflict with him, nor do the people on the boat. Locke wants to resolve the situation diplomatically, but Kimi's never been one for talk. That's good. That's good because Ben's not in the mood to talk as he jumps out and wallops Kimi with his ninja stick. Yeah, Ben's really
ninja
good at that.
Stick. There we go.
I've dubbed it the ninja stick because he's really good with that.
I've been calling it the magic wand, but
I like ninja stick.
Ninja stick works.
He screams, "You killed my daughter," as he stabs Kimi in the neck. There's no body armor there, folks. Locke tells Ben that he just killed everyone in the boat, and Ben says, So?
What you gonna do about it?
You know, that "so" was very... That's the scene, by the way. But that "so" was very... I don't even know. I like it. I think it's almost like un-Ben-like.
Yeah.
For that to be the only, so, like, that's all he has to say, as eloquent as Ben is.
Yeah.
So. But it's like, it's fitting, it works. But I think it's kind of, that whole thing I guess it's supposed to be un-Ben-like, because he talks about it later, the fit of emotional rage that trumped his judgment. But I like the sort of like he just doesn't care.
Yeah, it was kind of shocking to me because I think, like in general, Ben has been. I mean, especially with Alex getting killed in front of him, like he had a certain amount of sympathy points. I think, and he hasn't like masterminded too many terrible things this season. So, he was, he had my sympathy to a certain extent. He seemed to be sort of guiding Saeed and somehow helping people out. And, I got the sense that, maybe I could,
yeah. He stopped, like, becoming a bad guy because he started working with the good guys.
Yeah.
It's like what the plans that he had and his operations basically were hopefully, in sync with what the Losties want, and they seem to be. And so he wasn't really a bad guy anymore. I mean, he was you didn't necessarily trust anything he said, but he didn't seem to be, planning their demise at every step anymore. And he became, just one of the guys who's trying to get through this situation. But when he did this, it was like. And that's the thing, man. We can talk about it more later, I guess, when he says the line. But yeah, he killing everyone on the boat and the "so" and like, even though he says, he wasn't thinking clearly, that's just not an excuse.
Yeah.
And it's not even. I don't even think it's a. It's not even a good writing excuse. You know what I mean? Like, it's lame that he even says that. We already heard him say that about Carl. When he brainwashed Carl, I guess I overreacted. Well, yeah, you did. And here, again, he overreacts,
Yeah. The other thing was, like, having him be on his own. Like, he wasn't a leader of a big group of people, anymore. It seemed like he was just kind of fending for himself for most of the season. I mean, obviously in this episode, he kind of does a little more with the others, but that was another thing.
Yeah, and I think I think that was isolated. That was like a like a last effort, you know. It's like when, you know, a divorced couple, you know, like, you know, help me move the furniture out, you know, or whatever. Like one last good, you know, goodwill thing because they were connected, but like
a little parting gesture thing.
Yeah. It's like, okay, I'll do this and then I don't want to see you again.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he's pretty much on his own for this whole season, and so that I think that, you know, to me, like I sympathize with him more that way too, with him just kind of trying to deal with his problems himself, you know, without this like army to get sent off to die and stuff like that, you know.
Yeah.
So having him say something like that, you know, it was just, you know, it's horrifically unsympathetic. Like it was shocking to me.
Yeah. And, you know, they could have played it a different way where, you know, Ben didn't know what Kimi, you know, that Kimi had the heart rate monitor. You know, if he would have come out before Kimi explained it, then Ben wouldn't have been as culpable for the situation.
Yeah.
But, you know, he is, because Kimi explained it and he knew what was going to happen if he killed him.
Yeah.
So that's the other thing. It's like I'm surprised they're willing for Ben to take the full brunt of it. Of the blame for this, you know.
Yeah.
If they want us to sympathize with him.
Oh, and that was another thing, by saying the purge wasn't his idea. You know, that was another, like, you know, point of you know, point of bad karma removed.
Yeah, like, I did this thing, but oh no, not really, and oh, this thing you don't like me for, oh, that's a little bit different too, and it seemed like they were trying to paint him in a better light.
Yeah.
But this was just like, I guess he just couldn't help himself.
Yeah, and they did have Kimi explain the whole thing, and they could have just had him go for Kimi before he said anything, and then he wouldn't have been to blame for it. But I don't know. Maybe they wanted to bring him back to the bad category some. I
guess.
Like kind of like what they did with Sawyer. Like he would be good, and then they would try to like bring him back to bad for a while.
Yeah.
You know.
What? I was surprised that Ben stabbed him in the neck like that. I mean, this episode had a couple like really brutal scenes.
Yeah.
That just kind of surprised me for like network TV.
Yeah, I agree.
I think getting stabbed in the throat a lot I would not expect on TV, but I guess that happens.
Violence can get pretty bad on TV. I remember I saw Predator on TV, and there's a scene where this guy's like arm gets ripped off, and like he's like walking around and he's shooting his gun still or something. Like it's really gruesome. You know, the blood's like spurting out. It was just on like regular TV, and that really shocked me. Like I was sure they wouldn't show that, but they did. You know.
Yeah, the standards have gotten a lot less harsh, I think, but I was surprised at the violent stabs in the neck.
It seems like they still can't show headshots. They haven't done a headshot in this thing, at least not one where you see the bullet like go into the head. You know, it seems like, you know, every time people get shot, it's like, you know, in the torso or in the leg or whatever. You know, that's the one thing they seem to shy away from. But yeah, in general, this was a pretty violent episode. It's true.
Definitely.
And like Kimi, like when he lays there and he's like speaking through his like
gurgling,
bloody teeth mouth thing. It's just I don't know. It's really gross and creepy, and I don't know. I sort of like that.
Oh yeah, it was great.
It like, to me, that was what Kimi, you know, it seemed like that was what Kimi is really like, you know, like this is what he should look like. Like it was appropriate to his personality, you know. Just like blood all over
the neck?
Just like the blood all over his teeth and stuff like that.
Oh.
It was just like, you know, gave him that like gruesome like face. I don't know. I like that.
All right. Well, Justin has a dark side.
No, I'm just saying, like, I just thought it was good for the character. I mean, I just like seeing people get stabbed in the neck. It just,
that's not what I heard you say.
It was appropriate.
That's not what I'm going to tell people.
I mean, I think he deserved to die at least. I mean, he definitely really conducted himself poorly this season. If I may.
Yeah, well, don't get too harsh there, okay? I mean, hold it back. This is a PG-13 podcast. His actions weren't very tactful this season. All right. Well, now we got enough of potty mouth Justin.
You'll excuse me if I indicate that he's been less than generous this season.
Less than the gentleman, if you will.
Yes. I mean, he's just, he's been unnecessarily killing people left and right. He kicked a grenade at Omar. I don't know. That's my favorite of his horrible acts.
I think, especially considering he and Omar seem to be friends.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think he necessarily kicked it to him on purpose, but the fact that it landed over there and he didn't really seem to care was pretty interesting.
Yeah, no, I agree it wasn't on purpose, but that's the key. I don't know. People like Kiwi, I don't know. That's what they do a lot of times. They just don't even give a shit about their own people, But yeah, that was a nice touch for him, I think.
So I have to ask, because I think it's Ben, so I have to ask, but
oh boy.
Do you think he knew what he was doing when he killed Kimi? Like he maybe wants everyone on the boat to die, or really just doesn't care about the people on the boat?
Well,
and one more thing before you answer, I do also want to say that Ben told Jack that he and Hurley and Sawyer need to be on the boat within the hour, and just Ben being a mastermind. I wonder if I don't really think Ben knew about the C4 on the boat, but if he did know, I think I'm just wondering if there's any way he sort of not orchestrated this, but saw things unfolding in a way where he might just be able to kill them all, or because. Well, go ahead and weigh in on that before I add too much.
It's possible. I mean, Kimi really laid it on thick, where I think it's reasonable that he'd have that kind of reaction. He's talking about Alex, dying face down and whatever he was saying. He was really he was doing that thing that people do in movies where they just they rub it in, the thing that the person.
Yeah, he was taunting him. He wanted him to come out.
Yeah, and so I think it makes sense that Ben would he is prone to irrational action, and when he's provoked in such a way. So I totally buy that he wasn't thinking about it. And I guess my opinion is I guess I just think he just doesn't really care. But I don't think that was his plan.
Yeah, I don't really think that's his plan either, considering, I was sort of convinced with the whole thing with Rousseau and Carl and Alex trying to get to the temple, and maybe Ben planned that, or he knew that, that didn't really seem to come to fruition at all. So,
no.
But I just thought it was strange how, how he didn't really seem to care, and if it's important, because when we saw, Michael's story, Michael wasn't able to blow up the ship because there were still innocent people on it, and that seemed to be important back then, but it wasn't important now.
I forgot about that. Yeah, we don't kill innocent people.
Yeah, and that's what Kimi said. I feel like Kimi set that whole bomb thing up because he knew that Ben wouldn't want to kill innocent people, so that was his backup plan.
And
that
then Ben
work.
says so.
Yeah, Ben just doesn't care. Maybe, I was going to say maybe this is part of the reason why he has to leave the island, but he was already going to do that.
Yeah. I mean, I think Ben likes to act like he's got the more high ground, but he'll do whatever he has to do. And I do think in the end, I don't think he really cares about those people as long as he accomplishes his own goals.
I agree, but I was assuming it was more than just about, because I agree. I don't think he cares about them, but I thought it was more that for whatever is going on, he shouldn't kill those people. You know what I mean? With Jacob or whatever their code is, or whatever the other reasons are about innocent people. I thought that would make him care. Enough not to kill them. But yeah, I agree. I don't think he just on his own cares about those people.
Yeah.
Why would he?
Yeah, maybe that's it. I mean, maybe there is like the private Ben and the agent of the island Ben, and like agent of the island Ben is supposed to have this moral code or whatever, but maybe private Ben just doesn't. I mean, maybe that's the kind of thing that's going on, and so that whole thing with Michael is really about agent of the island Ben.
Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, in terms of Jen, dying, there's, several people who are kind of more or less responsible for Jen's death. And, Ben's on that list for this alone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Kimi.
Well, yeah, and Kimi. My little list was in decreasing order was Widmore, Kimi, Ben, and Jack.
Okay. Yeah.
Because Widmore because that's the whole reason they're there in the first place. Kimi because he's the one who has the thing. Ben because he's the one who killed Kimi, and Jack because he's the one who didn't wait for Jen. Basically. So.
Yeah. I agree with that list. That's about right. After that, Pike.
Yeah, Pike's on there after that, and so.
Because I mean, he really had apparently, I don't know. We'll talk about it later. No direct involvement, except to the fact that it was really his, his errand that they were on the plane for. I mean but that's, I don't know. I really don't think it's fair to blame him for that. I mean, I feel like, from what we know so far, I mean, I feel like you blame him for making Jen do those horrible things. You blame him for being an ass, making your life miserable. But this errand, I don't think he knew the plane was going to crash. I mean, it just doesn't seem fair to me to blame Pike, for the fact that they crashed on the island and Jen died. I think that's a stretch. I definitely think.
Well, it basically just is because they wouldn't be there if Pike didn't make Jen work for him, and the only reason Pike made Jen work for him was because he hated Jen. Yeah. And he wanted him to do those bad things. So, yeah, I mean, in that sense, he's responsible. But but realistically, he's not. I don't think it'd hold up in court. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not very direct like the other ones are, where you can see a clear path from the action to the death.
Yeah, exactly.
It's sort of.
Because they could have just as easily crash landed and then gotten rescued the next day, and you wouldn't blame Pike for anything.
Exactly.
So.
Yeah, or even not crash,
not crash at all.
If Desmond pushed a button at a different time or whatever, he didn't put him on the
really,
plane.
Desmond's to blame, isn't he? If Pike's to blame,
Desmond's
exactly.
To blame. Desmond should. Yeah, it seems like Desmond ought to be just as responsible, and maybe Kelvin a little bit too. Not
that Sun knows anything about that. But.
No, Sun doesn't. Why would she? She's only a major character on the show. Exactly.
Why would she know anything about what's going on?
Yeah, I don't know. Desmond, I don't know if Desmond ever told anybody. I mean, I guess he told Locke or whatever, but...
then no one's going to know.
I don't think there's... Yeah, exactly. No one's going to talk about that anymore.
If Locke knows, he's not going to tell anybody.
No, never. And even if he does, he'll say it so vaguely that no one will know what he's talking about.
Exactly.
That's his style. Thanks, Locke.
Oh man, if Locke and Jack weren't so petty, they could have really teamed up and really got stuff done over the years.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
they're one man of science, a man of faith.
Nah, yeah.
Totally different people, I guess.
Lethal combo. They're they're like Batman and Robin.
No, they're like I'm saying they're opposites.
Oh.
Not that they're complementary parts.
I see.
I'm saying that's why they
yin
couldn't
and
work
yang.
together. I'm saying they couldn't work together because they're just two different people.
Okay. But it's all like the idea is if they combine forces, they'll be unstoppable. You know.
I think that might be true if they got over that's what I'm saying. If they got over their pettiness and the fact that Locke is a believer and Jack isn't. Like if they just sort of got some common ground, then they really could have. Done some good. If
they both didn't seemingly, and I think maybe Locke's a little more guilty of this, like insist that the other accept their point of view.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's part of the problem. Like they could just both accept that the other believes what they believe.
Yeah.
Then.
Although Locke is right,
Yeah.
He is right, but Locke gets, I think, blamed for not adequately expressing this crazy belief to him.
He could say more than he has.
He could say, "Hey Jack, here's a miracle for you. I was paralyzed for several years."
I thought he was
going
to say that when he said this is a place where miracles happen. Like
this would have been a perfect moment for if you know how, and oh my God, that would have been so perfect if he would have said that, because that ties into when Jack is at Locke's funeral, when he's, and his whole wanting to get back to the island would be a little bit more, I think, larger in scope if he knew this huge miracle happened to this man who was the key to getting back that's now dead.
Right.
That would have been huge, and it's pretty crappy they didn't come and say that.
When that dialogue was happening, and Jack was like, "I don't believe in miracles" or whatever, like I was sure Locke was going to be like, a miracle happened to me. Did you know that I couldn't. When I got on the plane, I couldn't walk, and I was in a wheelchair. When I crashed on this island, I was able to walk. And
that's the thing. That scene wasn't really about convincing Jack, because if it was, Jack would have been convinced, and things would have played out differently.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, they didn't. I don't think they wanted Jack to be.
He had to be too
vague
to convince him.
Yeah. That sucks.
That's really shitty, because it seems like Locke could have maybe actually convinced Jack, at least done a much better job.
Yeah. And I thought just in terms of, where they are in the show at that point, it would have been great for Jack to find that out.
Yeah.
If not, now when?
I know. It seems like he ought to find out at some point, and I mean, when is that going to, fit into things?
I think he should find out. I think by the time he wants to get back to the island, he should have found out. Maybe when Locke comes to him, maybe that helps convince Jack or something. Maybe when Jeremy Bentham, comes to Locke. Jeremy Bentham comes to Jack. I like to say Jeremy Bentham to illustrate the Locke of the future.
Right.
Like Henry Gale is like the Ben of that era.
Yeah.
But when Locke comes to Jack in the future, maybe that's when Jack finds out. Because I think it makes no sense for Jack to find out after he wants to get back to the island, and if he would, and he will probably succeed.
Mm-hmm.
What gravity does it have then? I think it'd be good for Jack to find out that Locke was healed by the island in the near future. But I think that should help him decide to want to go back.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it helps his case about miracles happening, and and it's just like as a character thing. Like it seems like I mean, not very many people know about it at this point. So it seems like Jack ought to learn just in general. At some point, because it was just it's a big thing, and he's a major character. I mean, it seems like it also seems like Jack ought to learn about his dad, like mucking about on the island.
Now that his dad is really doing a whole bunch.
Yeah.
Are we supposed to believe Christian's been doing this much the whole time? Because we saw that Mobisode where he's the impetus for everything.
Yeah.
And I just wonder if we're supposed to believe like he's really been like just
Yeah.
Doing stuff.
We just didn't see him for 3 seasons.
Yeah.
Just, he was off camera doing all kinds of stuff. I guess we're supposed to believe that. I mean, I think at a certain point they just decided to, make him the face of that thing, whatever it is,
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, based on the Mobisode, I do think we're supposed to believe he's been up to stuff the whole time.
Do you still think, did we talk about Jacob being Locke and all that stuff? Did we mention that before, I think?
Yes.
In a previous podcast?
We talked about that in Cabin Fever, I think.
Any,
what?
Now that we know that Locke, will become the leader of the others and stuff, any, did you think about that anymore?
Would that help that theory?
Yeah, I don't know.
I really have no idea. Maybe. I do have a little bit of a theory about Locke and if they're gonna take him back to the island, what might happen when they do that.
I'm sure we got the same theory on that one.
You're probably right. It's not really that far-fetched if you've ever watched Law.
Yeah.
If you happen to catch a few choice episodes, you probably know what the theory is. But we'll talk about that later. But as far as Locke being Jacob, God, I don't know. I don't know what Jacob is. It seems like I don't know. I can't weigh in on that at this point.
Yeah.
I feel like I know nothing about Jacob.
Mm-hmm.
I just have no idea what he's about, what he's supposed to be, what his function is, where he came from, what his agenda is.
Well, you should feel like that because we don't know that.
Because we don't know that stuff. Yeah, I suppose that's why I feel that way. I don't just have strange emotions for no reason.
Why do I feel like I know nothing about him? Oh wait, because they haven't said anything.
Yeah. Yeah. What scene are we on?
I think we're on the scene. The Kimi.
The Kimi scene. Okay. All right.
Oh well, I'm glad I remembered this. Let's take a moment to say R.I.P. to Kimi.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Dare I say the best non-others villain?
Yes. I think you do dare. I think
I don't count Whitmore or anything like that.
Yeah, I was gonna say Whitmore. Yeah.
He's a different category.
Yeah. As far as on the island.
On the island, bad guys, antagonist. Kimi was good.
Yeah.
Very well cast, I think too.
Definitely one of my favorite new season 4 characters.
Yeah, definitely.
The actor was great.
Especially since there's a lot of new characters this season.
Yeah, he really stood out. I mean, it was weird how he came to the forefront. He just kind of stood in the background early on, and I didn't really think he was going to do anything. I really thought he was just deckhand number 2. For all I knew. I mean, he just. I thought when we first saw him, I thought he looked kind of creepy or suspicious or something, but
yeah.
But I thought
he was too nice and friendly.
Yeah.
At first.
Yeah. Kind of like the doctor. I thought the doctor was suspicious too. It turned out I guess he wasn't.
The doctor, he looked way more sinister than he ever became.
Yeah. He was just trying to help. He was just a nice doctor. He had a bad trip, that doctor.
Yeah.
He just got slashed in the throat for no reason.
Speaking of that, one of the things I want to do on this podcast is go back through all the not all of them obviously, but whatever we can remember of the things that went nowhere, don't trust the captain.
Yeah. That was a great one.
How about the banging on the pipes?
Mm-hmm.
The Morse code on the pipes, or whatever that was supposed to be.
That is not mechanical. All right. Thanks, Saeed.
We'll talk about this later.
Yeah. And of course, we already mentioned it, but the $3.2 million.
Yeah, definitely.
Waste of time.
But I'm sure we'll think of some more as we go on.
Yeah.
But yeah, Kimi was great, well cast, good actor. I'd love to see that guy do other stuff. He was good.
Yeah, he was just like perfect for the part. I mean, he, I really like the guy's voice.
Yeah, he had like a weird, like kind of raspy voice.
Yeah, it's a strange one. I can't really compare it to anything, but it works really well. And it's. I mean, obviously he's a problem. He's not some guy, you want around your favorite characters, but but as far as like, on the show, for the show, like, yeah, he was great.
You know what's a little bit of strange trivia, and I didn't remember this until a while after Kimi was on the show, but I saw him in the movie Smoking Aces, which also starred Matthew Fox and Nestor Carbonell.
Oh, really?
He played this, like, crazy, like, kind of Nazi, like, biker killer dude.
Mm-hmm.
And he stood out in that film, too, because, the actor was, like, a really big guy.
Yeah.
And he stood out in the film, but I didn't realize until afterwards that I was looking up his filmography that he was in that, and I was like, oh, yeah, that's that guy.
Wow.
And, yeah, he's in a movie with two Lost actors before
Actually,
that.
I think I was reading something on a message board somewhere, and I think they used pictures from that movie. They're like, oh, look, here's Richard and Jack and Kimi, like, doing something or whatever, and, like, I was really confused about where they got that from, because they didn't explain the context. I think they had some other, like, weird famous actor in there, too. Who else was in that movie? Do you remember?
There's a lot of people, like Jeremy Piven, there's a lot of people in that movie.
Okay, yeah. I don't know. It was some weird, bizarre actor, and somehow it all revolved around them. Anyway, that's probably what that was from.
Ray Liotta.
Oh yeah, it was fucking Ray Liotta. That's who it was. That's who it was. Ray Liotta was like behind it all. It was a really stupid post, but I really loved the little pictures. It was weird to see those people like.
The movie itself was interesting. I almost would recommend it. It was a little like whatever at the end, but it was a somewhat interesting movie to watch. So.
What's it about?
It's when a Las Vegas performer turned snitch named Buddy Israel Piven decides to turn state's evidence and testify against the mob. It seems that a whole lot of people would like to make sure he's no longer breathing. I just made that up. No, basically, yeah. Piven is this like crazy guy who's got information, and he's basically held up, I think, in like a Las Vegas hotel while the like Ray Liotta is like the police with the police, and I think Ryan Reynolds is too or something, and they want to protect him, but there's like 3 or 4 other groups of people who all have their various reasons to like want to kill him or save him or whatever, and. So it's kind of a big action movie, kind of like, a modern action movie with, very, like, stylized.
Yeah.
Crime,
Lots of, like, motorcycle stunts?
Not a lot of stunts, like not a lot of vehicle stunts that I remember, no.
No?
It takes place indoors a lot, I remember.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
If I remember correctly.
All right, I expected motorcycle.
You know what it's like? It's got that Ocean's 11 feel because it's got these different people with their different like skill sets coming together to do things. That kind of thing where you're hiring the different like hitmen and things to do certain stuff. And
okay.
I'm a very good movie talk-abouter.
I agree. I always say that about you.
Yeah. So anyway, are we ready for the next scene finally? Oh, so R.I.P. Kimi.
Yes, Martin Kimi.
Martin Kimi, played by the Canadian Kevin Durand.
Yes.
One of the few Canadians that on my good side.
Mhm. Yeah. You and Rush. You and Rush and Sarah Chalk is okay. Yeah. She's been okay. I think technically Kate is Canadian, but oh yeah, right, she is. Yeah. Hey, I said on my good side. Who says Kate's on my good side? Ooh.
I should say Evangeline Lilly.
Yeah. Evangeline Lilly. She's Kay to me. I'd have never seen her in any other part.
Yeah, she's a newcomer to acting, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it was pretty much her first thing.
Yeah.
A lot of the actors on Battlestar Galactica are Canadian.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They film it up there.
Yeah, they do. It's like not of the like big ones, but a lot of the like second tier characters.
Yeah. I'll buy that.
Yeah, I was surprised at how many. So yeah.
All right. Well,
they lurk. They
do lurk.
They sneak in there.
Yeah, they seem to be Americans, but just listen to how they say boat.
Mm-hmm. That's the key.
And about.
Mm-hmm.
That's the test. But then some of them pass it, and then you're like, oh, well.
Wow.
It's not foolproof.
Yeah.
All right, so next scene, we're on the beach. Charlotte tells Dan that she's staying. He tells her that she might be there forever if she stays. She says, nothing's forever.
Nothing's forever.
And then she says that she's still looking for where she was born. Then I wrote, Ben and Juliet talk. This isn't true. It must be Dan and Juliet.
Ben and Juliet talk. Wow.
Yeah, it's great.
Wow.
Dan and Juliet talk. She's not leaving until everyone is off. But not to worry. She'll be there when he gets back. But from his expression, he doesn't think he's coming back.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much that scene. It was a shorty.
That reminds me, for another, like, it went nowhere. I mean, that whole Juliet episode about, the flashback about Juliet being, like Juliet being Ben's woman or something, and he's going to come get her, and, like, that just played zero role this season.
Oh, like the fact that Juliet reminds him of her?
Yeah, and like, that thing she says at the end that, like, wherever I am, he's going to come get me, and you better not be around me because he's dangerous, and it just...
I think that made a lot more sense before all hell broke loose.
Yeah.
I think that's still true, just given the situation. I mean, Ben can't even come back to the island anymore, so... Yeah, and if she stays there, then he can't, come back or whatever.
Yeah.
But, it's just one of those things that, like, it was appropriate for the time, but, yeah, the situation drastically changed.
Yeah.
And that, I was reading this Michael Emerson interview. I didn't finish it because I didn't want to, I don't know why, I didn't want to spoil myself. Not that he said anything crazy, but he was talking about, someone asked him about that, that scene when they say Juliet reminds him of her, who is her, and all that stuff, and he was just basically saying that something like he's got his ideas of who it is, and that we might find out later, or something like that. So.
Yeah, I think we will.
Something about it could be a third choice, Annie or Ben's mother or some third choice.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's Annie. I think at some point we'll find out more about Annie. It's pretty rampant out there about various people being Annie. I don't think any of them are right, but I don't know. Maybe because I guess I don't think it's going to be like blah 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 character as Annie. Like I don't think it's going to be like that. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just don't see it playing out like that.
Well, how do you see it playing out? What do you mean?
I think we'll just find out, like, maybe via flashback, like whatever happened to her.
Oh, I see.
I don't. You
don't think Annie's coming back?
No, I don't think she's going to become one of the characters that we know.
I would love it if Charlotte was Annie. The only thing is I don't think she's old enough.
Yeah.
I assumed Annie was like Ben's age. And Charlotte isn't. But I think she fits the bill more than anybody else that I've heard so far.
Yeah.
Just because, she's someone who has, she lived on the island when she was younger, obviously, or was born there, or she thinks she was born there. And it explains why she would be interested in, anthrobiology.
Anthrobiology?
That's not right. Anthropology. Why do I want to say anthrobiology?
I don't know.
Weird. It's a whole different field, if it even exists.
It is, yeah. I don't know if it does or not.
But that would explain why she's interested in that. But if she's looking for her, for her childhood and where she was born, and it leads her to, she knows it's someplace, ancient or something, or has ties to that.
Right.
It would give and it's a good reason why she came to the island. So, for me, I like Charlotte being Annie, although Annie wasn't really redhead and all that.
Yeah, and then we have this line of dialogue from Ben where he talks about her and says she was born July 2nd, 1979, Essex, England. She is English. Annie was not. So.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, she said she was born there, but was she really born there?
On the island or England?
England.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you saying Charlotte said she was born in England, right?
No, Ben said that to Charlotte.
Oh, Ben, yeah, that's right. But she does, yeah. But that's the thing, like, I don't think that's true. If what she says later in the episode is true.
Yeah, that's true. That's if she really was born on the island, and the island is not England, which I don't think it is. Then yeah,
it is
right.
an island.
Then that's not true. Yeah, exactly.
It's not the island.
Capital I.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. All right. But I don't think she's Annie. I think this is a separate issue.
Yeah, I think it's a separate issue too. If she, didn't have, quintessentially, red-haired features, I would be like, oh, maybe she dyed her hair or something.
Mm-hmm.
But she's got the freckles and everything, and so she's a redhead, and Annie wasn't.
I recently heard the term ginger. Never heard this term before, but
and used in what sense?
Apparently, it's out there. Used for a redheaded person.
Like she's a ginger, or she's ginger, or how would you?
She's a ginger.
She's a ginger.
He's can be gingers also.
Oh, okay. Does it have to be like a sexy or voluptuous redhead?
I guess it's
or
a
just
noun.
A redhead?
No, it doesn't matter. Redhead, no matter what.
Oh, okay.
Male or female, anybody. They're all gingers.
And are brunettes Mary Ann's?
No.
Why not?
I asked about that. I was like, "Is that a Gilligan's Island thing?" And the person was like, "No, it's just about the color."
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't buy that. I don't even believe that.
That's what I was told.
Why would you say they're a ginger if ginger wasn't someone else who's like that? That's how that phrase works. That's odd.
That's what I thought.
Well, maybe the person who said that didn't really know the origin of the phrase. I mean, how many people know the origin of the phrases they use?
Perhaps not, yeah.
I would be
didn't
surprised.
press further.
I mean, Ginger being one of the most famous redheads of all time,
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if that wasn't part of it.
Yeah, me too. That's what I thought, that's why I asked. But,
Did they know, like, in a sarcastic way, because it's obvious that it's ginger?
You know what? I really don't know.
Because sometimes you don't pick up on the sarcasm.
I can't read people sometimes. It seemed just totally serious to me, but maybe not. I don't know. I really can't tell sometimes. So yeah, maybe it was sarcastic. I don't know. I'll try and find out. I'll report back.
All right. I think I know who you're going to ask.
Actually, you don't, but I'll tell you on the podcast, and you'll be surprised.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah. It won't be of interest to anyone but you, which is why I'm not saying it now.
Okay. That's fair to point out. Everyone's like, why won't you say it?
Yeah, none of you will. For everyone but Claude, it'll be like, so? So that's why I'm not saying
So I feel like talking about Charlotte now, but maybe we should save it for later.
No,
this is the point.
This is the time. We had the earlier scene, like, I guess Miles knows about it, which is another thing. Like, I wonder why Miles knows about it.
Knows about what?
Knows about Charlotte, like, seemingly.
Oh, Miles. You said Miles, and I thought Dan.
I know. See, and that's why earlier when you said Miles, I thought you meant Dan, because sometimes you get them mixed up, but you didn't that time. Yeah, it was a misfire. It was false positive.
Like, Dan knows? How does Dan know?
Yeah, Miles, well, I mean, I don't really know what he knows, but he indicates that she's been looking for the island. And, I mean, this gives me a whole different perspective. We talked about...
I know exactly where you're going. The whole thing with Michael and knowing he was using an alias. Like, how does he know that? How does he know? It's more than just talking to dead people.
Yeah.
We both watched, before the podcast, we saw that they actually have footage of the deleted scene when Saeed, Miles, and Kate are going to they're trying to pass through the sonic fence. And, we talked about it before. There's the deleted scene, and there was the transcript out there of what happens. But there's actually the video out there now, which you can find, on YouTube or somewhere, where, basically Kate's thinking about trying to turn it off, with the code. Not that she knows it, but she knows there is a code. And then Miles seems like he's hearing something. He tells them to be quiet or ask them. What was it like? He tells them to shush, or he says, "Do you hear that?" or something, and then he listens. We don't hear anything, but he listens, and he seems to be like someone's telling him something. He's got that kind of mannerism, like he's listening and comprehending.
Yeah.
And then he just walks through the fence and then says it's off. But yeah, this is another case of his strange powers. Maybe he's the first power we saw him have, which is talking to dead people,
right,
which doesn't seem to be the only power he has.
Yeah. Maybe that's it. I mean, we just didn't.
And I just wonder if he has like several separate powers or one power that allows him to do all of these things.
That explains them all. Yeah. I guess I assume that talking to dead people, like if you start there, I guess to me, I'm thinking, what more do you need? Like, that's enough to be able to do. So it just didn't really, I mean, when I found that out, I really didn't think, and he can do some other stuff too. Like, I don't know. It just seems, Yeah,
it seems like, they introduce a new character, and they show us the cool thing he can do, and that's it. Like, why would there be more things he can do? Yeah,
exactly.
But he's got talking to dead people. He's got seemingly being able to read minds.
Yeah.
How he knew Michael had an alias, who knows? And then this thing with Charlotte, knowing that she, knowing presumably why she wants to stay.
Yeah. I mean, he implies that he knows. Yeah.
So I don't know.
And I wonder what he's doing, like what's his...
He's doing something interesting, I'm sure.
What's his thing? And in general, like, about the boat characters. I mean, I think Frank's done. And, we talked about Dan. I don't know where Dan's going from here. He ends up in a weird place.
He ends up in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah.
With, like, 5 other people on his raft and just, like, nowhere to go.
Yeah. I'm very curious about what's going to happen to Dan, but we do have Miles and Charlotte on the island, and, we talked about last podcast, and, over the course of the season, what are they doing with these characters? Why are they here? And we really, in the end, they didn't do anything. It seems to me that, they would have done more with them if they had those extra episodes. It seems like what they've done is give you a hint of what they, what might be coming, and and then just kind of move it to the next season. What they could. So where am I going with this?
I think your point is.
Can you guess what my point is? Because I don't know. I lost my train of thought.
You're saying, I don't know what your point is. I think I forgot some of the stuff you said.
Yeah, I did too. I think that's part of the problem. I'm basically trying to say, what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say something like
that they're going to be using these people next season.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, at least Miles and Charlotte. I mean, presumably we'll find
they're on the island. Yeah,
you know,
and you said Frank's done. Miles in the middle of the water. Charlotte and
Dan.
Miles. Yeah. God damn it. Dan's in the middle of the water.
You know, he does look like he could be a Miles.
You know what? I have a friend, you know, whose name is Miles, who he looks like, because especially with a beard. I think that's part of it, is that he looks like my friend Miles. So I think that's probably why I call him that. But he does look like a Miles anyway. So. Yeah,
I could see him having that name. That's what I was thinking about when I was watching this episode. Because you've done that before.
Mm-hmm. I can't help it. It's the new Walton Locke.
Yeah, I think the Walton Locke thing is partially about the sound of the word.
Yeah.
But I think this one is about him just kind of looking like a Miles.
Yeah. I've done that. There was, like, someone I met, like, in real life where, like, they look like someone else, and I called them the other person's name, and I was like, oh, I'm sorry, you're not that person. You're whatever your name is.
Right.
Mom. No.
Oh. Ouchie. I basically wanted to also, you know, segue into speculation. I mean, do you have any speculation about Charlotte and or Miles? I mean, we get a little more, I think, about Charlotte. I mean, I really don't know what Miles is going to do. Besides, like, what we've already talked about.
I think Miles is going to do more of the same. I mean, it seemed like he was there for money. Like, if Ben had the money ready just for whatever reason or had quick access to it, it seems like Miles would be gone. But I just think with all that he's got, like, going on, that shouldn't be true, that he was really just there for the money.
Yeah.
I think I don't really know specifically what he's going to do, because I don't even know what his powers really are. I just know some of the things he can do. I mean, in turning off that fence or talking to people who turned it off or talking to people who told him it was off, like...
or just, like, sensing that it was off, which is kind of what I thought was going on. But I like your version.
I mean, to me, it seemed like he was talking to someone. Like, he told them to, like, listen and be quiet, and he seems like he was, you know, comprehending something, like someone was talking to him. And you know, his powers in general seem to be something to do with talking to dead people or listening to them.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I got the sense that he's somehow in touch with, maybe he can just communicate with spirits, whether they're dead or alive, and so that's kind of how he can read your mind. He can just, like, communicate with your spirit or something, and like, I don't know, that's effective, like, what do you call it, mind reading.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't. So you think, like, I don't understand how it would translate to the fence, though. Like, is he talking to spirits that know that the fence is on? I mean, that's just.
Well, yeah. I mean, I would think it's more like, you know, whatever, you know, he's talking to whatever mystical forces that are alive on the island, kind of thing, or maybe, you know. I don't know who, because he didn't make a big deal of it. You know, it's like he didn't seem to be surprised. If someone's talking to him, he didn't seem to be surprised.
Yeah.
You know, like, what are you, like, who are you? Or what are you know, like, he cuts the, you know, the fences off and they go on about it, and, you know, we never hear another, you know, boo about it. But,
right.
So I don't know. I mean, the fence thing is somewhat of an anomaly, but I feel like he is hearing something within that scene.
That's how it played out when he ran into the Danielle and Carl bodies. You know, it seemed like he was hearing stuff.
Maybe he experienced, you know, the same way he kind of experienced their death. Maybe he experienced other people's death around that fence.
Oh, okay.
And somehow, maybe. I mean, I don't know how his power works, obviously, but maybe if he. Say, for instance, what he can do is sort of like almost really relive that event, like he was really there in that past event, and he can really see it and experience it. So maybe he saw, like, he saw the last person who died there or something, and then saw someone turn it off. I don't know. I don't know how that would work, but something happened. That's all I have to say.
Something happened. All right.
I'll stand by that.
Okay. All right. What about Charlotte?
Charlotte?
What's up with her? I mean, it really seemed like with her setup, it was going to be about like anthropology or something. Like she was going to go study stuff. Now they've got this other plot line about like she was born on the island or something. I mean, this is really weird to me.
What if like Adam and Eve is her mother and father?
Ah! Oh, God.
You heard it here first, folks.
Oh, God. Could it be true? I don't think it can be true, can it? Weren't by the clothes, weren't they decomposed like 40 years or something? I mean, right? Weren't they too old for that?
I'm looking it up here.
Too old dead for that? I mean,
yeah, they've been dead at least 40 to 50 years according to the duration of their clothing. But that was Jack who said that. What does he know about the duration of clothing?
Yeah, we did say that, but
well, here's my other thing, which I was going to say in terms of Charlotte being Annie, which I don't believe, but what if she was sent to the future? What if like she was, she sort of should be older or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. I see. Yeah. No, that's possible. And then she created a fake biography for herself.
Mhm. Or she was sent to like, whatever, July 2nd, 1979, whatever her birth date is. Maybe she was sent to that time period as, or something. Here's a theory. I'm going to wrap it up for you.
Okay.
With Adam and Eve being her parents, okay?
Oh, I almost understood it. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, well, let me know. So
I think I get it, but I'd rather you explain it.
So 50 years ago, Adam and Eve have a baby, Charlotte.
All right.
And, they know something's going to happen or something. They know they're going to die. Their death's impending death or whatever, or, external, internal, whatever reason. They want to, it's the Superman story. They want to give their baby a better future because they're going to die.
Okay.
Conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press star 8.
Oops.
What happened?
All right. So you still there?
Yeah.
So they have a baby, and they know they're going to die. So somehow they send their baby to the future.
Okay.
That's all I got. I thought it was going to be more than that.
Okay. Yeah. That's exactly what I thought. That they, I started getting confused about. I was thinking about her being the age she is now, and that was the age at which she was sent to the time when she should have been born.
No.
Yeah. As a baby, she's sent to that time, and then she'll be the right age. I mean, they would have had to potentially also send her somewhere else. I mean, how did she get off the island? I guess that's what I'm saying.
I'm assuming they sent her to England.
Oh, they just sent her to England and that time, they could
to a hospital in England, and they found a baby on the doorstep, and that's the end. That's I don't know. That's how that happened.
Okay, I see.
I don't really buy it, but there's a general framework there that could be true. I mean, the other thing is, how would they have a time machine back then? That should predate Dharma. So, I don't know how to answer that. But
yeah.
But I should mention that, whatever, that big wheel gear that Ben turns at the end predates Dharma too, presumably.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. That's yeah. I got something to say about that. Once we get to that scene.
Yeah.
Because that whole thing, totally deflated my Dharma did everything idea.
Mhm.
Because, I don't think Dharma did that.
Dharma just couldn't have done everything. They're just they just couldn't have.
I've gotten used to, like, it just seemed like everything the others had was Dharma for a while. Like, you know what I mean? I got the impression that, whatever there was on the island, Dharma was responsible for. Like, I don't know. Yeah. Except for this, the apparently, supernatural apparitions. I didn't think they were responsible for those, But Smokey and all the various things, I thought that was all Dharma. Now, all right, probably not. But I'll restate that later, slightly more elaborately. Okay, so...
But in terms of Charlotte, on the island, that was the question, right? What is she going to do next season?
Yeah, what is she going to do next season? What's her... Do you have okay, I guess, your Adam and Eve theory is a possible theory about... how would she find out that, if they send her to England, who's taking care of her? She's a baby, right? She can't really just, live on her own.
How about Walt's grandmother? She's the one who's to take care of wayward kids while stuff is going on the island.
I see.
No. I don't know. I could make up a lot of stuff. Suffice it to say, there is an answer there. It could be anything.
I don't think there is an answer. I think it's an unanswerable question.
So you're fine with the fact that Adam and Eve sent her to the future, to England in the future.
No,
but
that's fine.
But who could take care of her is just
impossible.
Crazy. Yeah. Well, you caught me. I don't have an answer to that. It's impossible.
No, I don't know. I guess I don't know.
It could have been a situation where they had something set up, or it could be a situation where they somehow got her to a place where they knew she'd be taken care of, or... Yeah. I don't really know.
I'm just trying to, flesh it out in my mind and, seeing if you have, clear ideas on that stuff. I don't know.
I don't, because it's so spotty. I feel like to flesh it out anymore just muddles it more, because the theory itself has nothing to go on.
Yeah.
So the support of the theory even has less to go on. So.
Yeah, it's true. But at least it's a theory. I don't really even have a theory. That really threw me for a loop. I really didn't. I didn't think whatever Charlotte was going to do had anything to do with her being I didn't think she was intrinsically connected to the island. I really thought it was going to be about her, applying her skills so we could learn stuff about the island.
Mm-hmm. And now we know I hope she still does that, but now we're going to know why she even has those skills in the first place, because, she's trying to locate her past.
Right. It gives me a different perspective on, the recruiting of these people. It makes me wonder, did Abaddon know that, did Abaddon know that Charlotte, was looking for the island?
Mm-hmm.
Did he,
I would say no. I would imagine not. Maybe, but I would just guess he didn't, because, and that's the other thing, I want to know how they were picked and how they were chosen, because I feel like she has an interest in accepting the mission, but I don't really know what his interest would be, if he knew about her past, or that she was born on the island. I don't know why, how he would know that, and how he would go, choose her. Did he choose her because of that?
Yeah.
Because to me, it's more on her to decide to do it because of that than it is on him to choose her because of that.
Yeah.
But I don't really know. I don't know.
About Abaddon, I have a little thing to add to that from the official podcast. This is it's a potential sort of semi-half kind of spoiler. I wouldn't worry too much. It really isn't much. It's the official podcast. What do you really get out of them? Not a lot.
Yeah,
but technically, it's external to the show. So turn it off for a minute if you don't want to hear this. I'm just going to quickly throw this out there. They said someone asked them, about Abaddon and, who does he work for?
Mm-hmm.
Does he work for Widmore? Who does he work for? And their answer was, we won't tell you.
Oh.
We're not going to say.
They couldn't even say that he worked for Widmore?
No. And based on that, because I was 100%, I thought it was clear that he worked for Widmore. The fact that they didn't just say, yeah, he works for Widmore, isn't it obvious from the show? The thing they do sometimes when they think it ought to be obvious, like they didn't do that. They made it like we're supposed to wonder who he works for. Like, that makes me think, you know what? Maybe he doesn't work for Widmore. Maybe he really is just doing who knows what, for who knows who. Mm-hmm. Maybe he is Walt or a good guy or whatever, looking out for the best interests of people and these 4 people that he recruits, like maybe they've got nothing to do with Kimi and his people. He got them on the freighter.
Maybe that's the thing. Maybe he put like good people on the freighter, just like he and his team, or bad people on the freighter,
Yeah,
and
like he got them on the freighter, the way like Tom got Michael on the freighter. Like, it was, Michael wasn't like a part of the plan to kill everybody. You know what I mean? Like, so they're not a part of Widmore's plan.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense to think about it from the perspective of him not being Widmore.
Yeah.
Not being with Widmore. And I like the idea that it's like, okay, here's this boat that's going to go to the island effect change. Widmore puts his guys on there, Tom, Ben, put Michael on there, and then like Abaddon puts his guys on there, who basically are good guys so far. None of them have done anything bad. It's only really helped. They turn off the machine and they, the Tempest, the Tempest, they deactivate the gas and stuff, and they've only helped. And I like that idea.
Frank was really helpful.
Frank is, and I like that, Frank from the beginning, said, he, you can trust me, and he proves, you can.
Miles is the only one who's like a little bit, like he hadn't really done anything bad, but he's, I don't know, maybe he's just sarcastic and it just thinks of being like suspicious, but
I think it's the same way that Charlotte comes off as not really trustworthy just because of her kind of personality.
Yeah.
And we had that whole thing about, when Abaddon went to visit Locke, and I think that's another case where, he's, like I said, seeming to be helpful. Yeah,
I do think, I mean, and you agreed, I think, that they're doing some stuff to make him come across as threatening or scary, but I think they like to turn that stuff around.
Yeah, but like I said, I think he comes across mostly as scary because we just don't know what his motives are. Like, I think if you watch those, like, say we find out that Abaddon is Walt. Okay, now go back and watch the scene when we first see Abaddon, he comes to Hurley. It's going to play totally different if we know that that's Walt and only has the best intentions, and the same with the Locke scene, too. I mean, it like I said, it's still weird that he pushes him towards the edge of the thing. I still think that's more of a production thing than anything, but and for atmosphere, of course. I think it'll play differently once we find out who it is.
I think they're making. I don't think they want us to necessarily know that he's being altruistic at this point.
They're definitely playing it that we shouldn't necessarily trust.
Yeah, he's a mysterious character who's doing stuff in the background of the show, and at this point we're not supposed to know what his motives are. But just the idea that like we're not even going to say who he works for when it seemed totally obvious to me. Makes me.
And the fact that they chose that question to answer.
Yeah, there's that too.
which means they're trying to get that information out there of, well, we're not going to say which one.
That you shouldn't necessarily, it shouldn't be confirmed what, who he works for.
Yeah. I was just going to say, I think, we should have probably reconsidered the whole connection with Widmore once we found out that everyone on the freighter weren't on the same wavelength, that the sort of good four people didn't know what was going, didn't all know what was going on and weren't trying to kill all of them, and I think we just assumed they were hired by Widmore at some point, so just continued with that idea.
It was like they were separate. I guess I envisioned it as he just put these separate groups on there for different purposes, but I thought they were all still under the Widmore umbrella.
Widmore Corp.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Widmore's Viacom, and the rest of them are the various networks and companies and food service products and airlines and podcasts, of course. So that's why I was thinking that, but now, I mean, and they even, they had Miles say 80% of the people are lying, and they sort of set up like there's different people on the boat with different agendas, but it didn't really, I don't know, it didn't hit me full force until I heard that, when I was like, all right, well, I guess I got to rethink this whole thing. I hope it all makes sense. I still don't really understand what's going on. I mean, I don't if that is Walt, I don't quite understand what he's doing. If he's not, I mean, whatever he is, I don't get it. I don't really know why he's recruiting those people, what he expects them to do, why those people, etc. I think that stuff's still unanswered.
Yeah, and a lot of that is just because we haven't really seen those people do anything sort of specific to their skills, why they seem to be chosen. That's part of it.
Right.
If we saw Miles do something like obviously like, okay, well, here's his big contribution, or Charlotte, here's her big contribution, then we could get a better sense of why he would have those people there. But but I mean, they really only have kind of helped, or at least have tried to help, and it's interesting.
Yeah, and it has been curious, and it just, I don't know, I wouldn't have expected like that freighter to have these different groups with different agendas, and you just think like it's the freighter people, they're a unified front.
Well, you would think that Widmore would have the resources to send a whole crew full of people dedicated to his cause.
Yeah.
And I guess we're supposed to believe, given the situation or something, that I don't know why, he just has a team that's on this, and he's not, the captain isn't even really under his control.
Yeah, I mean, the captain feels like he works for Widmore, but he doesn't seem to be on the same page with Kimi.
Yeah, I mean, he might work for Widmore in that he's the one who chartered the boat.
Yeah.
Widmore's paying the bill, but he's not one of Widmore's men.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that's weird. It seems like Widmore ought to have been able to arrange to have control over every person on the boat.
That's what you would expect, but that's not what happened, and I wonder if it's maybe to do with, I don't know, maybe Widmore just he's not that kind of guy, I mean, when we see him, when Son comes to talk to him, he's just like, it looks like he just had lunch somewhere.
Yeah.
He's got one bodyguard with him in the background. And, and Ben sneaks into his house, in the future too, and it's just, maybe Widmore just isn't as powerful as he seems. Maybe he's just a businessman who's got a lot of money, who, is connected to this mysterious stuff because he's got a connection to the island. But the fact, him being this super big, powerful guy, I don't think is the case anymore.
Yeah. I mean, the fake plane wreckage potentially seems to be, one of his better feats.
Which, wasn't that hard to do, apparently. All you needed is a whole bunch of bodies and an old plane and whatever, how Tom explained how they made that whole cover-up happen.
Yeah.
And that's just money, resources.
Yeah, it is. It is. But it, as far as what we know, like I think it's one of the bigger things he's done.
Oh, it's definitely a big thing, but it's just not like he's just like this super powerful guy.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like maybe he's just trying to make his way as a great like evil tycoon, and he can't he doesn't quite have it together yet.
Yeah.
I don't know. We don't really know what his story is. I mean, this idea that the island was once his, and I mean, I really wonder, what his deal is. Oh, and you know what? That's another thing I was going to say. Ben, when he's talking about Charlotte, he mentions that
the thing with Miles you talking about?
No. When Ben back in Confirmed Dead, when Ben says the biographical information about Charlotte, about where she was born and who her parents were and what her degree was. He also mentions that she has two sisters. So I've seen this theory that maybe she's Widmore's kid, and like I guess Penny is her sister. And I think there's a third person. I forget who it is. And so that's how she was born on the island because like Widmore was on the island.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So she's Penny's sister.
Yeah.
And that's interesting. I don't know what to say to that.
Yeah, I don't think I believe it, but I don't know.
I mean, hey, I thought that there was a connection to Widmore just for the fact that she's English.
Yeah, there is that.
Like.
I think that.
But
yeah, I think that was a part of the theory. I mean, of course, Ben actually names the parents. Obviously, her last name's not Widmore. So.
Well, and that buys into the idea, Yeah, but that's the thing. If she was born on the island, then she would have a fake or made up. All that stuff wouldn't be true either.
That's true. Which could also include the sisters thing. So using part of it and then saying the other part's fake. That's a little dicey.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, it was a theory I read, and I just thought because I had no Charlotte theory, so I thought I wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, I mean, this David Lewis and Jeanette Lewis, who are her mother and father, could just be, the people, her adoptive parents or something, or I guess I'm thinking of the Adam and Eve theory, but under the Widmore theory, it could just be fake. It just made up.
Yeah.
That'd be weird. That'd be crazy if she was really Widmore's kid.
Yeah, it would be. It would be very strange. But, I mean, it's starting to seem like Widmore, has a big role to play, and I do think we'll find out more about him, whatever he's got some kind of connection to the island, and I think that's kind of where this comes from, in addition to the English thing.
Mhm. You know what's funny? Here's another little connection that maybe she's Widmore's kid, a very tenuous connection. But we know that Widmore knows Son's dad, Pike.
Oh, yeah,
Or Peck. I think it's pronounced Peck or something.
Yeah, that's the way Son said it, and I think she probably knows how to say it. So.
Yeah. So we can either, destroy it with our Western pronunciation or... So Pike, he at least knows Widmore, and maybe I'm making a jump here. Maybe that's why Charlotte knows Korean. Maybe Widmore
look at that.
visited Korea.
Bringing it home. Very nice.
I'm trying, man. I
forgot I was going to bring that up as one of the that went nowhere things. The subplot with Jen, like, you know, threatening her with, you better put Son on that helicopter.
Yeah, that went nowhere.
And I'm going to break his fingers. And
wow.
Yeah, it was such like, that was bullshit. That went nowhere. If they got something out of the Korean, that would be nice. That would at least, like, give that subplot a little bit of weight.
Yeah, because, I mean, Pike is a big businessman. Widmore's a big businessman. They're both old.
Yeah.
They could have... My point is...
They're both old.
Well, my point is that they could have been business associates for a very long time.
Yeah.
So, if he's going to Korea on business, she comes, maybe he teaches her Korean. Or she, for whatever reason, that's why she wants to do it or does it. So.
Yeah. No, I agree. It would also mean that she could potentially know Son.
Dude, that'd be crazy if they played together as kids.
It would be really crazy.
I'm sure Son wouldn't share her toys.
No, certainly not.
She's too spoiled for that.
Mhm. She lies. Yeah,
maybe Charlotte is the one who broke the glass ballerina.
Ooh! Look at that.
No, Daddy, it was Charlotte. Don't lie.
Oh, God. Yeah.
Oh, you know what?
What?
Here's a bit of trivia, like real-world trivia about the production of the show.
Okay.
That makes it seem like she's probably not connected to Widmore.
Oh, dear.
You ready?
Okay.
Charlotte was originally scripted as American.
Oh, really?
But the actress, Rebecca Mader, auditioned with her own accent, and the producers liked it so much they changed her character to be British.
Okay. I knew that, but I forgot.
I forgot that, too.
I had seen that at a certain point, but, yeah, that's a whoopsie there.
That's why, I was thinking about her being Widmore's kid, and I'm like, I want to jump all over that, because there's no obvious reason it's wrong, but...
Except that.
But yeah, before that, yeah, but it's like, something about it just didn't seem right. Maybe that's it.
Yeah. Ouch.
All right, well, I'm glad we spent all that time talking about it.
Talking about a clearly doomed theory. I mean, I guess they could change their minds. Like, maybe they had an intention of what they were going to do with the character, and they just decided to do something else. I don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, Ben certainly went down that path. I don't think the stuff he's doing now, they had any of that in mind when they, scripted him originally. So, maybe they were like, well, she's British, maybe we can tailor it to that or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Probably what happened.
I mean, I actually don't think the theory's true, but,
Yeah, I mean, they do that a lot, though. I mean, the whole, that's the thing. I mean, the fact that they were like, okay, well, now we'll make her British. But they could just be like, oh, she's British. She could be Widmore's daughter, or something, and they can just write that and make it true.
Yeah.
Are you ready for the next scene?
You never know. I have one more thing. It's a total non sequitur. I don't know where to fit it in. It's just something that I was thinking about, and I have no idea where else to say this, so I'm just going to throw it out. I was thinking about, the idea that, that you can't, the baby problem. If you...
Babies cry a lot and need constant attention?
Yeah, that's the problem. No. The island baby problem. You can't. You can't have
the IBP. Okay.
Yeah. That's what it's known as in important circles. So Anyway, I mean, what we know based on what's been demonstrated on the show, like basically, if you conceive off the island, you can be born on the island, and that's okay. Mm-hmm. If you conceive on the island and leave the island to be born, that's okay too. Mm-hmm. As long as you leave like before the bad stuff sets in, whenever that is. I mean, there's some,
the third trimester.
Third trimester at the beginning, something like that. Yeah. So there's those two things, right? So the real problem is, conceiving on the island, born on the island. That's the real problem. Mm-hmm. So I was just thinking, like, I wonder what effect that has on the animals.
You know what's really funny is I thought you were going one place with this. That I thought you were making a very astute, like a point, that I think is very valid for our conversation. And then you just asked about the animals. I thought you were going to say maybe that's why Charlotte was taken off the island. Because her mother didn't want to die, and blah blah blah. Maybe she was conceived on the island, mm-hmm. and and so that whole thing. I thought you were bringing that together because that would be a good reason of why Charlotte, her mother could have been on the island and then left to have her or something.
Yeah. Well, if she's supposed to have been born on the island, then I guess she should have been conceived off the island.
Yeah, that's that thing. If what happened, if the baby problem was in effect back then.
Right.
Like, who knows when that started.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. We don't know about that. That's true.
But enough about the interesting stuff. What about the animals?
Please. Sorry, like I said, it was supposed to be a non sequitur. It wasn't going to relate. I was just sitting around and I'm like, I wonder about, like, the boar, I wonder about, all these animals that live on the island, I feel like in principle that problem should affect them as well, but maybe
maybe the mammals more than the other animals.
Yeah, potentially, sure, yeah.
I say, who's to say what happened? I mean, first of all, a lot of humans have one of the longest gestation cycles, I think, of all the mammals. A lot of them, especially smaller ones, have very much quicker cycles. So maybe. If it's, is this effect proportionate? If, like a rat, I think, has like a 2-week or, very short, gestation cycle and period. So, I mean, does that mean like if it's 6 weeks for a rat, to carry its litter, does 4 weeks into it they should get off the island or something? Mm-hmm. Or is it really just that those 2 trimesters, that amount of time is how long it takes to set in, no matter what animal you are. So it's like 2 ways to look at it. I doubt it would be proportional to the animal. That just seems very strange to me. But it could be. But I think so I think that's part of the thing. I mean, if it's really affecting the animals, I don't know. I mean, there seemed to be less boar as the season went on, so maybe the boar stopped conceiving or something. As a joke answer. Mm-hmm. But the other thing is, what happens is that the immune system, attacks the baby. And that's sort of a very specific thing. And, I mean, obviously, the only way to really tell us to know what the effect is,
Yeah.
With that effect, I mean, it's the human immune system that's attacking the human fetus. So, I don't know. I don't know if that would go to the animals or not. They have different immune systems.
Yeah. But then again, I mean, I don't know. It would be surprising to me if it were that specific. I mean, what about if there were like, our closest relative animal on the island?
Well, I mean, I think to me, it's not crazy if it's specific, because I think if it's specific, then it means there's a, obviously a specific reason for it. It could be Jacob. It could be some sort of curse, some agreement that was made by whomever who can control that. That
see,
that this would be the case.
All right. That's my problem. I'm trying to think about this in real world terms, and I'm not thinking about like, okay, well, it could just be a supernatural explanation. I mean, there are such things that illnesses that animals can get that humans can't get, and stuff like that. It does happen. I mean, it's often not like one species specific, but but it can like exclude certain things, and maybe it could just exclude whatever's not there, besides humans. Like whatever's there can reproduce, and that's why it's there.
Yeah.
Like something like that. I don't know. It's one of those things where I'm kind of laying around and I'm like, I wonder about those animals. I don't know.
And I mean, even in a real world term, if you want to say something like, if the animals are sort of, quote unquote indigenous to the island, then they have whatever, thing, if they don't have this problem, then they have somehow over time gotten immunity to it, and then the humans just don't have that because they're newer to the island. I mean, that's the thing. That's sort of a real world answer.
If the island is attacking creatures in a certain way, it's sort of setting up conditions that will possibly create creatures that can live there. That can reproduce there. I mean, that's what you need to live there.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. I just I don't think it'll ever matter.
I don't think it'll matter, and I just don't think in any real way it's really affecting the animals. Because I think at the very least, like I said, most of those mammals would have quicker cycles, and I don't think the thing would be just proportional just because.
I don't think it would be fixed time length either necessarily. I mean, I think if you're talking about a different sized animal. I don't think it's necessarily
but I think it
true.
Has to be, because I think that's why it only really happens if you're on the island and you conceive, because what's the difference between conceiving on the island and leaving, or conceiving off the island and getting there, and I feel like if it wasn't that it's a certain amount of time period, then what else would the answer be? Because that's really kind of the big difference, is that you're not there for that amount of time while you're pregnant. Right? Or could it be that, like, I mean, if someone conceived on the island and was there for a month and then left for a month and came back, or was there for a trimester and then left for a trimester and came back. I mean, like, I don't know what that would do, but
yeah, that'd be weird.
For it to be, I think it's just strange for it to be proportional. For it to be proportional.
I don't think it is. I mean, consider, drinking alcohol or poison or something like that. Like, it depends on how big you are, how much will affect you to a certain extent. I mean, it's proportional in that way. I mean, there's an example of something that is proportional to your size.
There definitely are things that are proportional to your size and stuff like that. But this is a specific instance of their reproductive cycle, and I don't think that necessarily would be the same kind of effect.
I mean, I'm saying like if you viewed it as like airborne poison or something that's like causing their immune system to attack them.
Yeah,
like I could see that
virus. Imagine, say it was like an airborne virus. Like if the virus took a certain amount of time, and that's why you see it in humans to a certain period, to kill them. I don't see if that virus was contracted by the mammal, like it would just go faster because their cycle's quicker.
No, it would go maybe faster because they're smaller.
But they don't necessarily have to be smaller to have a quicker gestation cycle.
Yeah. No, I agree. What I'm saying is, like, they could be small enough, their cycle could be long enough that it would affect them.
Well, yeah, I think that could be, but I mean, I think you're leaving out the ones that if they're bigger and have quicker cycles?
Yeah. Well, then it wouldn't be a problem, I guess.
Mhm.
And those animals would be okay.
Yeah.
But I'm saying like a certain amount of proportionality, not to their cycle length, but potentially maybe to their size or to the extent of their immune system or something like that.
Yeah, that's the thing. I would say maybe it'd have a lot to do with their immune system. So I would imagine that would be part of it. Because that's like saying, okay, you have a small woman and she goes quicker than like a 6'5" woman who's pregnant or something versus a little person who's pregnant. Like it'd be faster for them. I don't think that's true.
I don't think that's how it's working, but like I could see, in a normal like real world situation, I could see something like that being true.
In a normal real world situation, yeah, maybe. It just depends on what's happening. That's the problem. It just depends on what exactly is happening.
Yeah.
There are cases where if it's dependent on their size, then yeah. But if it's just dependent on, say, the immune system, then I think that's not necessarily the case. If it's just dependent on how long they're pregnant, I don't think that's the case.
But their immune system is somewhat dependent on their size. I mean, if you're bigger, then your immune system is bigger. It's more extensive. It's So there's a relationship.
But it's proportional, though. I mean, you don't need, if you're smaller, I mean, the immune system is, largely, white blood cells are the ones that go attack stuff. And I think, a person who's smaller has, I think, relatively, the same amount of white blood cells as someone who's bigger. I mean, I don't really see, like, them producing so many more that, like, their immune system is somehow more powerful or something. Because it's proportional, because one person who gets sick, I guess if you get a virus and you're a big person and it sort of attacks, say it, decreases, makes you sick 25% or something, I would imagine it would make a smaller person sick 25%,
Mhm.
But it just depends, if it's poison, of course, if it's something like that, like, you inject a certain amount of poison to a smaller person and that same amount of bigger person.
And medicine, too. I mean, a lot of stuff like that, they want to know, your size, your weight, stuff like that.
Yeah. It depends. It's anybody's guess how it's really working, but I would just, like, to answer your question, I don't think the animals are really affected.
Okay.
I mean, maybe the monkeys are or something. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, it's it's a silly question. It doesn't matter, I don't think, really. I don't know. It's one of those little things I like to think about sometimes.
Mhm.
But it did make me think of something, which was, do you think that we're going to get, like, an explanation for it by the end of this show?
Oh yeah. They'll do something.
Where it'll be like,
I think there's a specific reason.
Yeah, you think it'll be like a supernatural thing where it's like Jacob wanted blah 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 to go whatever.
Yeah.
And so the women were punished forevermore and blah blah blah. Okay.
Something like that.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know. It's been so long, but I guess they'll bring it back up. They don't care how long it's been. I should get used to that. I don't know. With the way things are going, it seems like the pregnancy issue is the last of things on anybody's mind these days. But yeah, okay, all right. So some kind of, I agree. And I don't think it's affecting the animals, but I was just thinking, like, maybe it ought to. Maybe it ought to. even if like, under your thing, like the idea is, they're still okay to have babies. Like, maybe it still is affecting them. It just can't, kill their baby. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't have enough time, but it's still affecting them.
It would affect them. It's not really affecting them because nothing happens, but it would affect them.
Affecting them in terms of
longer.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of the thing where it's almost not even active until the end of the second trimester anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever it is. It probably, that to me is what makes it seem like it's more supernatural because it seems like it just sort of cuts on.
It just switches on all of a sudden.
Yeah, and there's no and if you happen to be off the island, then it just won't be there. It just won't cut on. So.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'd like to believe that in 3 years, Juliet could have found a cure if there was one.
Mhm. Yeah. No, I agree. If she can't do it, I give up.
I wanted to mention the hippo as one of the animals that has a shorter gestation period than humans. That's a lot bigger. Because I was trying to think of some, and I thought of the elephant, but the elephant was really long. I remember that.
Mhm. The hippo has a shorter gestation period than humans. Is that what you're saying? And it's bigger?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's interesting. I didn't know that.
Average 237 days.
Oh.
And, for humans, 9 months is 270 days.
Oh. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, the days threw me off. Okay, so they're like 40 days shorter, approximately. I expect them to be kind of long, but yeah, okay. I was wondering about bears, too. Although I'm not sure that the polar bears are actually breeding.
I can tell you bears. I got a good list here.
Okay.
The American black bear is 212 days. This is all in days because it's science.
That's fine. I get it now that I know 270. I was trying to figure out 270. It was throwing me.
Yeah. Grizzly bear is 230 days.
Okay.
So both big animals that are, quicker than us.
Yeah.
And, that's the other thing is, human babies are very unable to take care of themselves versus most other mammal babies.
Can do stuff.
What else is quick? It's about bears. That's it. That's the only bears they have. They don't have polar bears.
Polar bears. It's probably comparable.
I would imagine so. They're all ursers.
Polar bears are 20,000 years.
They die before they have a baby.
Yeah.
Well, that's why they're on the verge of extinction then.
It's really hard for polar bears to breed.
It's like, don't get me pregnant. I've got too much to live for. 20,000 years.
Oh God. Yeah. No. All right. That's. I kind of get the sense the polar bears that are there are just like, they were brought there and they're just kind of living there. I don't get the sense they're really having babies.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's even coming up for them.
Well, shouldn't they, though, at this point? I mean, it's been how many years since Dharma brought them there?
Yeah.
Like, some of those polar bears shouldn't be, like, I mean, they live for a while, but if the ones we've seen were all originals, they should be pretty old.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Maybe that's why they kidnapped Echo. They thought he was one of their babies. he smelled like one of their polar bear babies, so they just took him. Or maybe they can't have babies, and they're like, "You'll be my baby."
Oh God! Any explanation for that will do at this point.
Right? Anything's fair game.
Yeah. Do you still have that list? Does it have boar on there?
It does have boar on there.
Okay.
The boar are, let's see, wild boar. Ooh, it has wild boar.
Oh, thank you.
113 days.
Okay, pretty short.
They're pretty short.
Good. That's the only. Does it have the Medusa spider?
It does actually. No. I'm reading the Lost Animal Gestation Guide.
Yeah. Who knew there was such a product? That's great. Everybody should get that.
Yeah. I'm assuming the Medusa spider isn't real.
I don't think it is. That was a joke answer question thing.
But spiders in general are pretty short.
I was just trying to think of like any animal. Oh, what about sharks?
What about hurlybirds? Are sharks mammals? Let me see if it's on this list. Sharks are weird.
Is it?
I think sharks are fish.
Are they? Okay.
This is just a mammal.
I didn't realize it was mammals only.
Yeah, this is an exclusive list, mammals only.
Sorry, this club is mammals only. You're not gonna get in, Mr. Shark.
Let's see, shark. Oh my God, this is complicated. Looks like some sharks lay eggs. And then some. What's going on?
I don't know. You're scaring me.
You don't want to know what sharks do. It's mostly got to do with eggs. I don't think they're really carrying. Like I said, they're fish. They're not really carrying their young.
Okay.
So I don't. No. Let's stop talking about sharks. They do some weird stuff here.
It makes me wonder about whales. Are whales on your list?
Whales should be. Whales are mammals.
Yeah.
Whales are big.
It seems like they could have like a really long one, but maybe not.
Yeah, the sperm whale is 425 days.
All right, they kick our ass.
Which is, oops.
God, it's a long time.
14 months.
Oh, my God.
I think the elephant was like 22 months.
It really sucks to be pregnant for more than a year. Ugh. God.
Dude, the elephant is like 22 months.
Really?
Yeah.
Almost 2 years? Oh,
yeah.
Jesus. Get out of there! Just stop already.
But that's the thing. Elephants are big enough. It's like, you know.
Do you think they just don't mind?
They don't even know anything's in there.
They can't even tell? Okay. After a while, it's just like, whatever. I'm an elephant. I don't know the difference.
Yeah, more than a year of being pregnant is like, what?
Are you the one that sent me that elephant painting the picture of itself?
Yeah, I did.
That's crazy.
You know, I have to say, I think it was trained to do that.
Oh, really?
Only because of how the circumstances of the video. It just seemed like they were trained, especially when the elephant like drew the flower that it was holding, you know, and like it was too perfect and too. It was too stylized. I don't think I would be surprised that an elephant had that kind of idea of itself, and like it was just too perfect, and it even drew the ground, you know, and it just seemed like it was trained to do that. There was all kind of handlers around, and I think like you saw other elephants doing stuff in the background. It was, you know, the guy who was behind the camera was an obvious tourist.
Yeah.
At first I was really astonished by that, but then I started thinking about it more, and I'm just like, it was probably just trained to do that.
It's pretty good for even a trained elephant, but
I've seen people train animals to do some very impressive things. Animals can learn to do a lot of crazy stuff.
Yeah, but I really thought it was just like, you know, here, elephant, paint something.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
it was if it
the
flower, you know, it painted this picture of itself, and it was, you know, it had a very good sense of line, you know, it didn't, because that's the thing I was looking at, like, okay, what is this elephant going to do? Is it going to do like a value study? Is it going to do line? Is it going to do cross hatching? Like, how is this elephant going to like depict itself?
Yeah.
And it did it, of course, in the most simplistic way.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was, but when it drew it was holding this like flower, like I just like, that's too much. That's too much.
All right, buddy, just stop right there.
Like, come on.
I'm only gonna take so much, Mr. Elephant.
Like, I'm a cute elephant. I wish you no harm. Here's a flower. Yeah, right. And you know, the other thing is, I don't think an elephant could ever, or would be hard pressed to get an accurate view of itself. You know what I mean? It would have to utilize mirrors to like really get a good sense of what its body looks like, and you know, a lot of animals don't have, you know, a good ability to like look at mirrors and stuff. And it'd have to look at several and really like piece it together in its head what it looks like. Yeah. And I don't see that happening. Oh, I guess it could draw another elephant. I didn't think about that.
Potentially, yeah, that's what I was thinking. That would be the best way for it to draw an elephant.
Mm-hmm.
But if it wants to do a self-portrait, then yeah, that's probably going to be a problem. Oh well, demystifying the painting elephant.
No. Sorry, painting elephant. You're a nice parlor trick, but...
Yeah.
All right, well, I think this is turning into the Pachyderm podcast. Let's switch from elephants back to, let's go to the next scene here.
Okay.
The next scene, we're back on the freighter. Desmond thinks he's found the right wire to cut to disconnect the firing mechanisms. Jen stops him from cutting it just in time, thus saving everyone's life. Michael tells them they only have a quarter tank left of liquid nitrogen, and if they can't deactivate the bomb, then everyone needs to be off the ship.
All right.
So,
danger.
A lot of mysteries here.
Mm-hmm.
How I can't even make anything up. I don't know.
Yeah.
There's no mystery. So
no.
Exposition scene, but I got to say, cheers for Jen for not letting Desmond kill everyone.
Yeah. Definitely good karma points for him.
Yeah, I feel like that really was his big contribution to letting the Oceanic Six survive, because Charlie had his thing before he died. Some people kind of get a thing to help, recently,
right.
But yeah, it kind of got glossed over, but I doubt Desmond really was going to cut that.
Yeah. Yeah, that would have been.
It wasn't like he was just thinking about it. He was going to cut. He was right there.
Mhm. Yeah, and that would have been it. That would have been really different ending for things.
Yeah, right. Because the people coming back to the helicopter would have the ship would have already been blown up.
Yeah.
Son would have been
on there with the baby.
Son would have been on there, baby. They wouldn't be able to land, and it would have been totally different.
Desmond would have been dead.
Mm-hmm.
And that's. Thank you, Chen.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think anyone really knows.
Yeah,
except
nobody
Desmond.
knows.
I don't think Desmond's going to mention that he almost killed everybody.
Yeah, I don't think he is either.
I like Desmond, but,
I thought he was a little too, as big of a deal as this was, he was a little too sure, I think. He was just like, well, maybe this is it.
Yeah.
And he's just like, how about you ask everyone first before, you make the final cut?
No, you gotta stick to your convictions. Just cut it. Don't ask permission. Be your own man.
Cut first, ask questions later, I guess.
The Scottish way.
All right, so next scene?
Sure.
Next scene, we're on the chopper. The gang, they're making their way to the freighter, but Frank sees that they are losing fuel.
Oh, no.
They look outside. They see a whole leak.
What happened?
A leak. A hole in the tank. So the fuel is leaking.
A what?
I think I said a hole leak.
A hole leak.
Yeah, it's
a leaky hole.
That's what we call it in the South. Yeah, there's a hole leak right there in your engine. Yeah. All right. So they can't land because there's no fuel on the island. But Frank doesn't see the boat. Dire situation here, folks.
What do we do?
Frank tells them to start defenestrating anything that's not bolted down. And, that's my nice word I like to use. And it's rarely, literally true. And here it's literally true.
What does that mean?
Defenestrate means to throw an idea out the window or to throw something out the window,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I've heard the word, but I forgot what it meant. 8 points.
8 points?
Yep.
Holy moly! Wow, this is a big podcast. This is a very similar podcast. I think that's the highest I've ever gotten.
It's yeah, I think you're right. I think it is.
Wow.
One of the key things for me that I mentioned was me not knowing what the word meant. Mm-hmm. So in that case, I had to ask you, and that gave you probably like 5 of those points right there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, good. I'm glad. You know, a long time ago, I read that somewhere. And it was some list of like business terms or something. It was, you know, like things like, you know, like 500-pound gorilla and like those like business kind of
bleeding
things.
edge.
Yeah, exactly. And I read it from that years ago, and I think to finish straight was on there, and I just like that idea of like, you know, throwing something out of the window because you don't need it, so just throw it out the window.
Mm-hmm.
That applies to concepts. I think is interesting.
Yeah.
So enough of boring the audience with the grammar podcast. We're in the middle of a helicopter crash here.
Yeah, please.
So they start lightening the load as much as they can. Jack asked if it was enough. Frank says he'd feel better if they were a few hundred pounds lighter, and they have that close shot on Hurley. I know. He just can't live that down.
Yeah.
Sawyer gets a light bulb in his head, and he tells Kate something, to which she questions why he's saying
whisper,
it.
Whisper.
Mm-hmm. He then kisses her and then jumps out of the I put plane, but helicopter. And then he starts swimming back to the island, and that's the scene.
Wow. Oh, Sawyer.
I think he's dead.
He's a hero. You think he's dead?
I think Sawyer's dead.
I don't know.
I haven't seen part 3 yet, but I think
yeah.
I think he's dead. How can you survive from I mean, there's no way you can survive, you know, crashing into the water like that.
No.
Not on Lost. No.
Not on Lost. Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's a good theory. I kind of think he's gonna live, but
we'll
see.
I mean, it's sort of a spoiler, but I did hear that he was in the coffin.
Oh, that is a spoiler. Ouch.
Yeah. So maybe.
Well, if he's in the coffin, then he shouldn't die now.
Why not? They're gonna ship his body back.
And have the funeral like 2 years later?
Yeah, that's how they do it.
Okay. I didn't know.
What do you do with funerals? Will you have them like this in a reasonable time period after the death?
That is what I do, but maybe I'm crazy.
Wow. You crazy Americans.
Is that it? It's an American thing?
I guess.
Yeah.
Over here in Claudeland, we
What do you do there? What do you do there in Claudeland?
We do whatever we want.
I see.
And we have fun doing it.
Sounds like a fun place.
It is a fun place, but you can't get there on 305.
Oh, no.
All right, so this scene, I mean, my first thing is, why didn't they try to plug the hole? I mean, there kind of wasn't really time, I guess. I mean, obviously they made it back to the ship in time, but I thought I thought it was weird how the hole was like close enough to where like, you know, someone could have held someone else while they like put some gum in it or something, or put some tape over it, or stuff something in there.
Yeah.
You know, like it was close enough to where I thought that was feasible. It wasn't like underneath the plane or like, you know, some other place that would just not be reachable, you know.
Mhm.
That would have been my first instinct.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I was thinking that too, but
they all just kind of looked at it, and I'm like, someone could reach over there.
Yeah.
It was close.
I just assumed that, you know, I pretended, I should say, that wasn't feasible.
Mhm.
Since that's what happened.
Yeah, exactly. No one wanted to be like, well, I'll do it.
Yeah.
But well, the big thing.
And if they put it on the bottom, they wouldn't have been able to look at it. I mean, I guess the
yeah,
audience
I guess
would.
they wouldn't have been able to, like... Yeah, I guess maybe they wouldn't have been able to look at it. Maybe that's... They tried to, you know... But it could have been further back or something.
Yeah.
You know, not so close to the door.
Yeah.
It was really close, but luckily they find the boat.
Yay! It all works out in the end, doesn't it?
Or do they? We don't know. We haven't gotten there yet. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I don't know what's going to happen.
Well, I'm pulling for him.
Well,
so
you're jumping out.
Yeah. There's a couple things here about Sawyer. Here we have the Whisper, and this is presumably, I think I'm not going out on much of a limb here and saying that this is the thing that Kate was doing in that flash forward a couple of episodes ago. What was it? Something Nice Back Home, I guess. Whatever she was doing was this thing. I don't know why they're keeping this a secret. I really just have a hard time believing it's that crazy that it really needs to be a mystery. Like, you know, I don't know. I mean, seeing the context in which it happened, it seems to me it ought to be something personal, and I don't know. I don't see the point in making it a secret.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like it's just going to be something personal, and when we find out what it is, it's not going to be a big deal. It's just, you know, Jack made it into a big deal. Yeah. You know, because he wanted to know. And it really is, he wanted to know, and it's a personal thing between the two of them and Sawyer. And so, like, I think that's why I think it's not going to be a real mystery. Yeah. You know, it just seems like a mystery because of the circumstances. Yeah. Yeah, and I agree. I don't think it's going to be like some big revelation or, you know, something really crazy. Yeah, and of all the things we have to worry about these days, like I'm not worried about this one. No. You know, I figure it'll just work itself out eventually. Yeah. And my best guess is still what we said in the previous podcast, something to do with his kid or whatever. His baby. Baby, yeah. Clementine. What if Kate goes and, like, gets Clementine, too, and she becomes Clementine's mother? Oh, God. She just rounds up, and then she adopts Walt. She just rounds up all the wayward lost kids. God, that'd be weird. You need I guess she'd have to take Son's baby, too. Well, it's only if someone needs a mother. Oh, okay, that's the key. I guess you wouldn't take Clementine since Cassidy is probably still around. Yeah. You know. That's Kate. She's lost mom. Yeah, she's the lost mom. What a great role. Ugh. Then she'll really be a MILF. Oh. Yikes. Yikes for very many reasons. Yeah. And by MILF, I mean... Can't wait for this. I mean, marginally interesting lady. F. The last F is for F. F, okay. That works. Because I think she is a marginally interesting lady. I agree. F. Yeah. Yeah. And if she gets more kids, I think she will, you know, that will keep her being marginally interesting. Yeah. Yeah. All right, so... On shows, it's always about babies in the end. It always goes back to the babies. Children are our future. I guess they are. I just made that up. Yeah, that's a good one. Should write that down. I already did. Give it to everyone to say. All right, I need everyone's email address now.
All right. Well, I'll go ahead and say all the email addresses and then edit it out later.
All the email addresses of everyone in the world.
Yeah. So. Here we go. And woo,
and
okay.
Archibald at yahoo.com. And Archibald at gmail.com. And Archibald at hotmail.com. And Archibald01 at, yeah. I don't want to think about how many email addresses are out there.
I don't either. It would, oh, God. It is finite, though. So, conceivably, we could do it.
Mm-hmm.
If we could say it fast enough. We might need teams, though.
Yeah.
But I don't want to do it.
Well,
it really wouldn't be any fun.
I think, no. Let's not sign up for that committee.
Yeah, okay.
That's a pass.
I'm with you on that.
So, anything else about Sawyer? You know, he's a hero, yada, 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 whatever.
You are a hero, sir. People will sing your praises for centuries.
The great Sawyer, the jumper of souls.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do have another thing about Sawyer. From the same episode when Jack says he chose to stay.
Mm-hmm.
I call bullshit on Jack because even he says here in a second, we'll go back for him. And I don't think Sawyer at this point, he doesn't know what's going on in the boat. He doesn't know, in his mind, I think he's letting the helicopter go and then they can get him later. I think that's where he's at here.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think he's necessarily choosing to stay. I think he's running the risk that he might have to stay, but I don't think he's making a choice like, I'm just going to stay.
Well, I do think he's making the choice to stay because we know from earlier that he doesn't want to leave in the first place. And I think to me in that moment when he sees the situation, he realizes does he even want to be, what is he going back to, I think is what he's thinking about, because in that moment of, when, some of those, Saeed's been in the copter before, he's left the island, but for the other people, it's their first time actually like, oh my God, we're really conceivably about to go home. And I think he kind of thinks, and he said before, he just, he has nothing to go back to. So I kind of felt like, yeah, he is running, at the least he knows he's running the risk of not being able to leave, but I think he doesn't want to leave, and he's saying, he's making his choice. He is deciding, okay, I actually want to stay here, which I think Juliet did the same thing too. I think, she says she's staying because she said, she wants everyone to get off the island, but I just don't think she wants to leave either.
Oh, I think she definitely wants to leave. I can agree that Sawyer might not want to leave, but the thing is, even if that's true, he doesn't make it explicit. He never says, Don't worry about me.
But that's the thing with what he tells Kate. I think. Well, assuming it's something what we think it is, I think it's the kind of thing where if he thought he was going to get rescued later, I don't think he would have necessarily said that. But I think he was making his peace and saying, I'm going to go back to the island and just basically, this will be my home if they never come back for me. And I think, if they did come back for him, maybe he would consider it. But I just think for him, he just doesn't want to leave anyway,
Yeah.
Because
for Juliet,
Jack could have done the same thing, That's a situation Jack could have sacrificed himself and have said, well, they can come back for me later, But he wasn't, he didn't want to make that choice because he doesn't want to stay on the island.
Mm-hmm.
And Juliet, I mean, she said she wanted to leave, and she was gonna leave, but a lot has changed on the island since the whole submarine thing, and I just kind of feel like she, in the real world, I mean, she had her sister, she really didn't have anyone else, and she she seemed just sort of out of place, and I think she found herself on the island. And I would expect her I should say I wouldn't be surprised if she did want to stay.
Mhm. Yeah, no, I think she's miserable on the island. I think she wants to get off. She's trying to help out, but her flashbacks were largely focused on how she was kind of tricked into going to the island. She didn't think she was going for that long, and how she was, desperately trying to get off, asking if she could leave, and finally making a deal. That fails. I think she definitely wants to leave, but yeah, she is sacrificing something by not going over there, by waiting till everybody.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Things have changed a lot. Ben is not in control anymore. The whole hierarchy of the others is gone. It's toppled. There's, and I think I could see her staying. Even though she really wanted to leave and all that. That was was the same thing with some of the Losties. They're not there. They're not there under their own will anyway, but some of them will choose to stay because they realize it's a better place for them. And I could see her being one of those people, because I think she seems, I don't know, I think she just seems at home there, And I think she fits in, when we saw her, when she was the science, she was just, kind of a mess,
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, but I think she definitely wants to see her sister and her sister's kid.
I think that's her major thing. Yeah, I think that's the only thing she's got.
That's really supposed to be like her main motivation, I think, for wanting to go back home.
Yeah.
So yeah, even if just for that, I could see her, but yeah, she's not doing everything she can to make sure she gets to.
Yeah, that's
leave.
The thing. If she really, really, really wanted to get off, she if it was really about her sister, and that was that. I think if that was strong enough, she would be. She would have tried to get on the freighter. But I think she, her how much she wants to stay and how much she wants to see her sister are not as drastic. They're kind of close.
Yeah.
Especially now that Ben isn't, if it was the same situation, I think she would want to leave because, Ben was in control and this is the guy who tricked her and she didn't want to live under, his control.
Right.
And I think now that he's gone, it sort of, opens up a different perspective. But, yeah, Jack saying Sawyer made his choice. I mean, it's a bit of an exaggeration, I think, but I think, coming from the fact that when he says that, it's sort of, it's like 3 years later, he's drunk and upset and angry, I can see, but it's not really accurate now that we know the circumstances.
Yeah, it gave a different impression of what was of what had happened. It really seemed like, Sawyer just, he was just on the verge of leaving. It was just like, no. I choose to stay. Just I don't know. It just didn't really play out like I expected. But yeah, you're right. Jack was not being rational at the time. So yeah, it can be explained, and I'm sure that's how they think of it. So
yeah,
because I think they definitely knew, by episode 10 what was going to happen.
Oh yeah.
So so I don't think it's a case of they just like changed their mind about Sawyer. That quickly.
Yeah.
Where it was originally
going to. And it's not 100% inaccurate that he made his choice, because he did. I mean, he did make a choice, So it's not like they had to retcon anything or like they didn't really know what they were going to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anything else in the scene?
I think that's it for the heli.
Well, I think that means we're done with my portion of this podcast.
Bye part 2.
Yeah, I think we're ready for part 2. Yeah.
Man.
Part 3.
So it's time for me to take over. All right. Well, let me get out my notes here. Okay. All right, so you ready?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, here we go. The next scene is a flash forward. We see a man sitting in a car. He is reading. And another man knocks on the window. The man in the car rolls the window down, and we hear Saeed's voice ask for the time. And as the man is saying the time, Saeed shoots the man dead.
Boom.
Boom. We see that the car was in front of Santa Rosa, the famous Santa Rosa. Saeed goes inside. We see Hurley in his little cell, or whatever you call it. He probably wouldn't call it a cell, but that's the word that came to mind. He's in front of a chessboard. Saeed walks in. Saeed says that he wants Hurley to come with him to somewhere safe. Hurley says he hasn't seen Saeed in years. Saeed says the circumstances have changed. Bentham is dead. And they, quote, they said it was suicide, implying that it wasn't. Hurley says, why are you calling him Bentham? His name is, doesn't finish his sentence. Saeed cuts him off because, quote, they are being watched. Saeed says he killed a man who had been outside the facility monitoring for a week. Hurley says, we're not going back, are we? Saeed says, no, just somewhere safe. Hurley agrees and gets up, but before they leave, Hurley moves one piece and says, checkmate, Mr. Echo.
Dun, dun, dun.
Whoa! Ah! And that's the end of the scene.
So, you know what I'm going to say about this whole thing, right?
No, I don't. What are you going to say?
Well, I think what we're going to find is that I think Saeed is going to take Hurley to the same place Abaddon was going to take Hurley.
Oh, really?
Because I think that's part of. I think that's what Abaddon was probably hinting at, or trying to say when he was telling Hurley he wanted to take him someplace better and nicer and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He probably just meant safer.
I didn't even think of that.
Yeah. I think that's what we're going to find out here.
Okay. All right. Well, Saeed has been known to be taking Ben's orders. So that makes me wonder about if there's a connection between Saeed and Abaddon. It makes me wonder about a connection between Abaddon and Ben. If maybe he's working with Ben, or they're working together, or whatever.
Yeah, it could be. I don't really know. I don't really,
Which would be,
sure.
It would be strange. Now that I think about it, like Ben shot Charlotte. Like, if he's the one that hired her, it would be very odd for him to do that.
Well, it's odd for Saeed to be working with Ben until you know the circumstances of why. And
Miles demands the money and never intimates that he works for him.
Never intimates that who works for who.
That Miles works for Ben.
Oh, I wouldn't. I'm not saying that that if they're working together it would be back then. It would be in the future. The same way Saeed is working for. Yeah, the same reason the way Saeed is working for Ben in the future, and you couldn't predict that back then. You know what I mean? Yeah. No way would I assume it's. Yeah, no, I'm not saying that would be in the present island time at all. No, it would be something in the future where because that's where we see Abaddon. You know what I mean?
Well,
that's when he.
We've seen Abaddon in the past too.
But just in that one scene, right? With Locke.
Yeah, the one with Locke and the one with Naomi.
Yeah, but in the future we know that he's, organizing things in terms of the, he's interested in the survivors and all that, But yeah, I would think it would be something in the future where they decide they need to work together, or it benefits them to work together.
And he's working with Ben. Like, why would he say, are they still alive? Like, shouldn't he know what Ben knows?
Maybe. I don't know. that's too much speculation for me. I barely believe they're working together. All I'm saying is
I'm trying to flesh it out.
I'm making the leap to say that this is the same place that Abaddon was going to take, and that's as far as I can go with it. Another level of speculation that they're working together, and then another level of speculation on what they know is way too much for my brain. I mean, I can't even say.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Saeed has switched allegiances, or I don't really know. Maybe they've got nothing to do with each other.
I would say this. I don't think Abaddon has any sort of malicious intentions, and I don't think in terms of the island he has, I don't think he wants to destroy it or wants anyone to die or anything like that. And I think if you look at the team that he sent, he didn't send Kami's team. He sent a team of scientists and, other people who, have not hurt the island, basically, or have endangered anyone's lives. So I think is he a good guy or a bad guy in terms of that? I think maybe he's a good guy, and then, that might be enough to align him for him and Ben to work together, because maybe they have a common goal of wanting to protect the island or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I can see Abaddon working with Ben more than I can see, then obviously Ben and Widmore working together or something like that, where they're obviously opposed to each other.
Yeah. We've seen them talk in private, and they certainly don't seem to be working together.
Yeah. So that's the thing. I think he I can see him on the sort of more positive side of whatever this war is going on here.
Yeah. I'm still suspicious of him. There isn't. I can't really convict him of anything, but yeah. I mean, the idea would be then that this hiring of his team, this wasn't in collaboration with Ben. This is like his own thing.
Yeah, like maybe it was his own thing, and maybe he is working with Widmore, but he's got his own motive. I mean, I don't know that he was a character. I don't.
And Ben perceives it as a threat. These people being on the boat, maybe Ben just doesn't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe he just doesn't know, what they're, because I think Ben would assume that whoever is on the boat is, was Widmore.
Yeah.
Which is a, valid assumption until you really find out, like who's who. But
yeah, I mean, I was sure about that. I thought it was everybody but Michael.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then we have all this other stuff, and there's that podcast thing about Abaddon. It'd be hard for me to buy that he was working with Ben from the beginning.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to believe that unless Ben didn't just didn't know that Abaddon was sending that team. Like that'd be weird,
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't seem like he knew what was going on with that.
What's the podcast thing for Abaddon you're talking about? I don't remember.
Oh, we talked about it earlier in this very podcast. In the official podcast, someone asked. Remember?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I remember. I was thinking something. I was thinking about whether he was good or not or something.
Yeah. It's a very
vague
thing.
You just mean whether or not he worked for Widmore.
Yeah, it's kind of along those lines. I mean, that was a question. Like, who is he associated with? And the fact that I, at a certain point I thought it was obvious he worked for Widmore, and that they didn't just say that. When they've been known to when they think something's obvious, they'll come out and say it, sometimes with a bit of a mocking tone. In this case, they didn't do it. They sort of implied that it's something, that should be up in the air. And so that made me think, I mean, if he does work for Widmore, then I don't know. I mean, they could just be wanting to play with that for a while. But it made me think it's certainly not a certainty.
Mm-hmm.
Like I thought it was. I'm still suspicious of him. I'm not convinced he's just benevolent, but I don't know. I mean, he could be. Like I said, I really don't have much on him at this point.
Yeah. It's just my feeling how they portrayed him, what he's done. My general sense is they want us to sort of get. I think they want us to be suspicious of him, and I think they're either implying a connection to Widmore or there is a connection to Widmore. And maybe that's why we should be suspicious. But I don't know. I just feel like he's not going to be, he's just not going to be like a bad guy.
Right. Yeah. Well, they very well could go that way. That's, what they've done so far is compatible with that. I mean, they'll need to explain things, but we haven't seen him really do anything that's pure evil. If he hired Kimi, I would I'd have to take issue with that, but we didn't see him do that. It seems that he may not have hired Kimi.
Yeah.
Seems that Kimi might have just been hired by Whitmore directly.
And the team that Abaddon hired were not in line with Kimi and his band. They never associated with. They were just they just weren't.
Yeah.
They weren't the same group.
They were their own thing.
Yeah.
They did want Ben. They have that in common, or at least some of them had that in common with Kimi's group. And that's kind of odd. I don't know what to make of that. I hope that makes sense someday.
They wanted Ben, but who actually tried to capture him, especially those who were in his presence? They said they were there for Ben, but, none of them actually tried to get him.
Yeah.
Charlotte, Dan, Miles, or Frank, none of them tried to actually apprehend him, even those who were, near him. You know what I mean? So I think that, I think they were there, not the reason Kimi was there to really capture him and take him somewhere.
Yeah.
I think they know he's integral to the island, and for whatever reason that they're there, they need him or needed to locate him or something, But I don't think they were really trying to capture him at all.
Yeah, I mean, Miles seemed to just try to use that to kind of extort some money. And that didn't work. I still don't get what that's about. Because he doesn't even. I mean, it's just that weird thing where the first time we saw him, they painted him as a greedy guy, and when he went to the lady's house and talked to the dead guy and just got the money and left or whatever and charged her, whatever. And then, but that, and then of course asking for the $3.2 million, those are the two times when he seemed just greedy and self-interested. But everything else has not really been about that, And so I'm really wondering what they're trying to do with his character, because it didn't pay off, right?
Painting him that way, asking, for him to come all that way, and for him to say it's really just about the $3.2 million. And to not even get it, it's what are they doing?
Yeah, and he's not leaving the island either.
Yeah, and he doesn't want to leave. So
which really surprises me.
Yeah.
In terms of thinking of, this is just his way of trying to get a bunch of money. It seems he's obviously failed.
Yeah.
And so it seems to me, just thinking if that's his primary thing, he's not interested in anything else, and it seems like he would just want to leave, which he doesn't.
No.
So he obviously wants to do something else.
Yeah.
I have no idea what that is. But I don't think it's capturing Ben.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
But they said that, or he said that, and I mean, I guess it could just be along the lines of the we're here for Desmond story. We work for Penny or whatever,
I think it's, they like to do that kind of thing, and, especially when they have those big declarations, Maz is like, we're here for Benjamin Linus, and it's a big deal, but not really.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the other thing about those people, that Desmond story. That's something that ought to have come from the Widmore camp. I wonder about that.
Oh, the Desmond story?
Yeah, why did Abaddon's team use the Desmond story?
Mm-hmm.
Why are they being so deceptive, if they're benevolent?
Well, because I think the show was trying to paint them as being devious, and are they here to kill us or not? Like they played that a lot,
They did.
And the simple answer was, these people aren't here to kill you, but those people are.
Yeah.
It was kind of like the two groups of other things. It was like, well, some of them seem like they do this, and some of them seem like they do that, so maybe there's two different, and it's like,
And it's like, well, no, it's one group, and they do both things.
Yeah, exactly.
Figure it out. Yeah, but they do like to do that, where it's, well, if I told you the truth, then you wouldn't have done this, and,
Yeah, and that was the thing. I mean, you even saw Dan, I almost said Miles, you even see Dan telling Charlotte to stop being hostile and deceptive, and so I think that was kind of a thing of like, okay, we need to be trustworthy,
Yeah. Dan has been, and Frank have been pretty much mostly on the up and up the whole time. Dan's been like mildly evasive. That's his only crime.
And probably for good, like it's a good idea sometimes. Some of the stuff I think he's hit about what's going on the island, I think, he feels as a scientist is prudent.
Yeah.
So it's not just he's being deceptive because that's who he is. It's like he thinks it's for their own good to not know, something that might like blow their minds or something.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it seems like he expects something to happen, especially here at the end.
Yeah.
That he's, maybe it's just he knows about moving the island or something, simple as that, maybe.
I do want to nominate Dan for Best New Character of Season 4.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
All right. He will accept that nomination.
Yeah. Who else would you put on that list?
Well, I really like Kimi also.
Oh, Kimi, yeah.
I liked Miles in the early days. He got a little tiresome. But in the early episodes, I thought he was really good.
Yeah.
Charlotte had one line for me.
Naomi was great.
Oh, yeah. She was from last season, though.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah, she was, that's right. I was thinking of everyone on the team.
Oh, yeah. And bedraggled Frank, he was dependable. He's not my favorite, but he was, he was better than he could have been.
Yeah.
I got used to him. I have a feeling we won't be seeing much of him anymore.
No, I think when Jack said, if I, hope to never see you again, I really think that was the end of Frank.
I do too. Yeah.
It was Jeff Fakey saying, I did my part, I'm done, I won't be on the show anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, I agree. Dan's been good. Although even with Dan, I think I liked him earlier in the season. At a certain point, he was just kind of sitting around, not really doing a lot.
Yeah.
But not that that's really the character's fault, but he has been really good.
His fault, but
yeah. Early on it was very exciting. I really hope that those characters really take off next season and they can really use them for really significant things instead of just having them sit around for so much time. That's one of the things that I think might have been a strike casualty is the development of that group.
Yeah, definitely.
So, but I can agree. I think that's the thing, because Kimi got better. He started off as like whatever background guy, and and then he took charge and became a good character. Yeah. So he had like the opposite thing. So
he had an incline as the season went on, and Dan kind of had a decline.
Yeah.
Dan hit his peak in the Constant.
Yeah. That was a good one. That that was nice that he got to play a big role in one of the flashbacks.
Yeah.
You know, that put him over the edge, really, as far as, like, Dan really made a contribution to this season that I think, you know, Charlotte and Miles didn't.
Yeah, Dan has made, he's made more contributions than some of the original Losties have.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, in terms of what's going, you know, the island and its properties and stuff, and I'm sure tons of stuff we haven't even found out that that he's figured out, you know.
Yeah,
but
his time experiments were
the
subject of a lot of talk here, and obviously that role he plays in The Constant, and he was the one who fixed the Tempest, and you know. He
was ferrying people to the boat. Like, he didn't really have any limitations. Like, he can do whatever you need him to do, and you know, he really helped out a lot.
Definitely.
More than Charlotte.
Oh,
Charlotte.
But he wasn't born on the island, probably.
Nope.
Presumably.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Oh, what was I going to say? Oh, should I talk about that now? Why not? It's vaguely relevant. This is deviating a bit from what we're talking about right now, but it's
good.
Yeah, it's vaguely on the topic of the scene. This is in the category of looking over the season, you know. You know, what was this about? In episode 1, in Hurley's first flash forward, at the end in the game with Jack, he says, you know, sorry I went with Locke. You know, and at the time we speculated and continued to, I think, throughout the season, like, why did he say that? Where's the point where, you know, this is the thing he really regrets? And I think now, looking at the season, I think my perspective on that is that it wasn't about what I thought it was about, which was like, you know, because I went with Locke, A, B, and C happened.
Yeah.
I think now I'm looking at it as like a personal thing, like, just sorry I chose Locke over you. Like, like that's all he was really saying. You know, like, not that, like, because I went with Locke, it was catastrophic.
Yeah.
Like, you know, because I think if Hurley hadn't gone with Locke, you know, things could have gone much the same way. So yeah, that's how I view that now.
Yeah, I hope there's something. I mean, I don't know what there could be, but I feel like there's something we haven't seen yet, you know. But maybe that's all he means. That would be weird, but I guess that's just, it's like, you know. Yeah, I guess that's what they could mean. Or he could mean.
Just like, you know, you've been our leader, and, you know, you did your best, and, you know, sorry that I just...
But I feel like I don't know, to me that'd be a weird thing to apologize for, because, you know, in that situation, Hurley made the choice that he thought was best, and he didn't want to get killed, you know, like, he wanted to go be safe. You know, and if nothing bad happened because of that, it would seem weird to me that he felt the need to apologize for doing what he thought was the right choice with no bad consequence. You know, unless he thought Jack just needed to hear that, you know, like, to me it'd be weird to say it in that context where it's like, well, you know, why do you think Jack needs to hear you say that, or why does he feel the need to apologize for something that was a reasonable choice with no bad outcome?
Yeah.
That's why I find it hard to believe there's no, like, if that's all it is, that'll be weird to me.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess it seems I could understand, you know, just on a personal level, like, I didn't, you know, maybe I should have trusted you more, or, you know.
But what would have happened? Nothing, like you said, I agree, nothing seemed like it really would have happened differently at this point. And
yeah, but that's not the way.
It's like 3 years later after the fact, he's like, this is the time he's going to take to apologize for that? Like, that just would seem weird to me. Not to say they couldn't do it, it would just seem like a weird thing to do. So much in that time frame, you know.
Yeah. I don't know. I can kind of see it. But yeah, I mean, do you do you have another theory about it?
I mean, not really. I don't know, I don't, nothing has really sort of seemed like it was a, big deal. I don't think like, I think at some point I thought when, Jack had to go rescue Hurley, I thought something was going to happen then.
Yeah.
And nothing really happened.
The Hurley part was easy.
Yeah, he was peeing in the bushes.
Yeah.
I don't know. It kind of seems like another one of those lines, like, and I think this just happens now that they're doing flash forwards, is that some things are just going to seem more important than they are. Like when Jack said, Sawyer made his choice or whatever. Like,
yeah.
If we would have saw it in chronological order, we wouldn't have placed so much emphasis on that line.
Right.
And I think, if all Hurley's talking about is just sort of apologizing for not believing in Jack, then, it would play differently if we saw it chronologically.
Yeah.
We wouldn't expect it to be anything but what we already knew it was. So.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, when I'm watching those flash forwards, I'm kind of, since I don't know what leads up to them, I'm looking for clues.
Yeah.
About what happened before. And when they say lines like that, I place extra emphasis on them because, they seem to suggest something about what happened that I don't know about,
And that's the thing. It's like they should have extra emphasis because the writers are writing those scenes like that on purpose.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's not, it's not like we're reading a book out of order or something. It's like they're presenting their story out of order.
Right.
And I feel like they should mean something interesting because we're going to think it's something interesting.
Right.
But we'll see. But at this point, I don't really have any theories. They're rescued, so I don't really know what, unless now help me remember because I don't remember. When did he apologize? Was that when he came to see him and he was like when they were playing basketball?
Yeah, that was when. Mm-hmm.
And that was how soon? That was shortly after they were rescued. Because they were still talking about Jack signing autographs and Jack had just gotten back to his job at the hospital or something. If I remember correctly.
Yeah. It was reasonably soon, but not immediately.
Yeah, it wasn't immediate. It was in a couple months or something.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, because Hurley still had to, have the surprise party and then like, and then like go crazy, and end up in the place. So yeah, probably a couple months.
Yeah. So,
and Hurley went to Son's thing.
Yeah.
Son's baby.
Son's baby.
Yeah.
Jen's funeral and all that.
Yeah. So I don't think he was institutionalized during that time. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
But that time was probably a few months, after they get rescued. So.
Mhm.
So it still works.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Jack doesn't have his beard yet. I think the trial may not have happened yet. Case trial, that
it was
is.
before all that.
So
I'm thinking it's before Locke comes back.
Mhm. Me too.
So I was thinking like it didn't like. I'm trying to see if Hurley is referring to something sooner, post rescue or something. But I can't really think of anything that would fit.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so another topic perhaps?
Another topic.
My other topic, we talked about this earlier. This scene is the reason why I think that Locke didn't kill himself, or at the very least, I'm suspicious that Locke killed himself. Or Saeed is suspicious, and therefore I am.
Mm-hmm.
This is where that is. He says Bentham is dead, and Hurley says how, and he goes, they said it was suicide, and Hurley's like, what do you mean they said? I think they're trying to suggest that that Saeed is suspicious about that, and so I think there's a chance that a good chance that Locke didn't kill himself, that he was killed.
Mhm.
You know, by someone.
Yeah, you know, it's funny because it's obvious that Saeed is suspicious, you know, and I think to me it's interesting that they're not trying to, you know, for the audience's sake, they're not trying to ask the question, did Locke kill himself or not? Like, that's not a big mystery in this episode. Because right off the bat, the first time we hear it, Saeed is suspicious.
Right.
So I think that's really interesting. They're not trying to be deceptive about that or even make that a point of contention necessarily, you know.
Yeah.
Which makes me think...
I usually think Saeed's right about stuff like this.
I agree, but it makes me think that the point of this exchange is not about whether Locke is dead or not, but about something else. Since they're not making it about whether he's dead or not. I feel like, you know, when
whether he's dead or not, or whether he killed himself or not.
I'm sorry, yeah. Whether he killed himself or not.
Okay.
Whether he killed himself or not. And
I kind of agree that it's not really about that.
Yeah, and he said, you know, they said it was suicide. And then he said, what do you mean they said it was suicide?
Yeah.
And I feel like, you know, what do you mean they said it was suicide? I feel like it's the question we should be thinking about. Maybe it's nothing, but to me, that to me is something interesting. Like, who is they? And like, you know, and the idea that they said it, you know, like, I feel like there's something there too, you know.
Yeah.
Who, you know, what in what sense, you know. So I'm interested to see what that's about.
Yeah.
And how Saeed found out and why he is skeptical and all
right.
that.
Yeah. I'm thinking and wondering if there's if maybe whoever's responsible for Nadia's death, like if this is something along those lines. Somebody out there killing people for some reason. And I still don't really understand the Nadia thing. It would make more sense to me for them to kill Locke. It doesn't seem like Nadia really knows anything to need to be killed.
You know, I think, you know, Locke, I feel like it's not going to be that simple that just like somebody just like killed Locke or something like that. Like, I think it's going to be, you know, obviously something that should be really dramatic and really poignant because I think, you know, Locke, from where we're leaving him now as the sort of new leader of the others, and at some point he's going to either kill himself or be killed, I think it's going to be a huge thing. And I feel like it's going to probably relate to the island. And I feel like it might be something where Locke kills himself or allows himself to be killed because he thinks or knows that's his ticket back to the island, or that's, you know, like it's. I feel like it's not going to be a bad thing that Locke was killed. You know what I mean? Like Nadia's death is just sort of okay. That's just a bad thing. You know, I feel like it's going to somehow make sense because I think, you know, Locke is too important. I think for him to just be killed by some, you know, random whatever reason that guy killed Nadia, you know what I mean, or like that he just was so desperate. I mean, can you really imagine them shooting a scene where Locke is just so distraught and desperate he hangs himself?
No.
You know, come on. They're not going to let Locke go out like that.
Even though he did almost kill himself, and that was really awful.
And there you go. They didn't let him do it because they didn't want him to do that. I mean, there's a clear example of them not letting him kill himself because they're just not. It's just that nobody wants to see a major character just kill themselves.
No.
That's not, like, you know, the kind of drama they're going to do.
Especially Locke. I mean, it's you know, for his story, like, to end with him killing himself is just unacceptable to me. I think, you know, if you look at it from the idea of who Locke, you know, who they painted Locke to be in his most recent flashback, and he's this special one, and if you look at ideas of reincarnation, I think in terms of what we know about apparitions on the island and dead bodies, I think it makes sense for Locke to be dead and have his apparition be, you know, come into fruition. You know, maybe, you know, and if you want to go on the Locke is Jacob theory, you know, that would make sense because he needs to sort of be in spirit form to be Jacob, you know, presumably. Yeah. You know,
So I think it's going to be something like that where it's going to make sense that happened to him, which is what I think is going on with this line of Saeed, and Hurley, their exchange here, because it's not about whether or not he killed himself. Killed himself.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's something else going on there.
Yeah.
Because right off the bat, he's suspicious.
Right.
It's telling the audience, don't worry about whether that's true or not, because Saeed doesn't think it's true.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he's the kind of, some characters, if they didn't think it, I'd be like, well, whatever, you're always wrong about everything. But Saeed, in situations like this, I feel like they give Saeed, they have Saeed say it, and it becomes, trustworthy. Like
Yeah, exactly.
You feel like he has good instincts about these things, and they have him be right on the show, so often. He was right about Henry Gale. He's right. He has a good track record on stuff like this.
Definitely.
So yeah, I agree. That'll be something that I think we'll surely see that next season.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever the story is with Locke and whatever happened to him, that he ends up in this coffin.
Yeah.
But yeah, I didn't really think about it being related to the island. I really just imagine it being like, whoever the competing side is, just like coming after him. I was thinking of it in like very grounded, normal, boring terms.
No, I don't think it's got to be grounded or normal or boring. Or it might be sort of grounded, but I don't think it's going to be boring or normal, because it's Locke, and it's, to me it just makes sense for it to be something connected to the island, and something where it's just not going to be he gave up. He couldn't convince anyone to go back to the island with him, so he just gave up and killed himself, or Widmore's men tracked him down and killed him or something. Like, at the very least, the island should be protecting his life if he's important.
Mm-hmm.
If that's still, plausible in this time frame. So, I feel like, so that's even a concern of how was he able to die? If,
right.
If the island didn't protect him or couldn't protect him or something.
Yeah. And that's the thing. It seems like if it could do that for Michael, it surely should have been able to do it for Locke.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like Locke ought to be like way more important than Michael.
Yeah, exactly.
And if it let him die, yeah, that is suspicious.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. If it let him die, I think it would be for a specific reason.
That's the thing. I would think it, because it wouldn't let Michael kill himself.
Mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't think it let him do that either.
Yeah.
Even if he were going to, which I don't think he is.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's okay. All right. That's not what I was thinking at all. So I don't know. I thought it was all about, they said it was suicide, but it was really murder.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it usually is, And
Yeah. I think that's part of the idea, because obviously he wants, they are being watched. There are guys out there killing people, and Hurley might be in trouble. But I think we are going to find out that the real thing is not that just, he just got shot or something.
Good point. This guy out front, who do you think he is?
I don't know. I feel like this is, fairly soon after Abaddon's visit to Hurley, because, I thought to myself, why doesn't Hurley know why they call Locke Jeremy Bentham? Why isn't he sort of, in on that, and why, because obviously he may know the moniker, but he doesn't know why Saeed is saying that in this circumstance. And then of course Saeed says we're being watched, which means Hurley didn't know that they were being watched.
Right.
So I feel like this is just starting to happen. It's not like Hurley's been they've been on their tail for a very long time. You know, and I feel like
Yeah.
it may have started with Abaddon's visit. You know, I feel like he's one of the first people who's come to kind of have contact and be interested in Hurley.
Yeah.
So I forgot what the question was.
Yeah. That sounds about. Oh, you know what? Oh.
What was
I'm
your
sorry.
question?
Shit. Your question was about. I was thinking about this guy.
The guy outside.
Saeed does mention that he's been there for a week, which isn't that long.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe you're right that you know, that there was a period of time when everybody was back, like before all this stuff started.
Yeah, I think so. I think, you know, because Hurley had his time. You know, he had his whole. You know, they had their party, and he had his party, and everyone was fine. And he, you know, he went to Korea, and I think, I think it's just has recently started, and you know.
It seemed like the Nadia thing was pretty quick.
Mhm.
You know, he might have even put a time on that.
Well,
but it seemed like that was within the year.
Well, and when Ben was in Tunisia, it was 2005.
Yeah, which was post Nadia death. And
yeah,
so that limits.
He saw it on the TV then.
Yeah, that limits when that could have been. So
so that was that was later.
So they did. It was later, but it wasn't years later. You know, it was within the year that stuff started to happen.
Mhm.
But maybe I don't know. That still is just weird to me. I can't quite. I mean, maybe they just really wanted to give Saeed motivation to be this killer, and like that.
I mean, we might. You know, I don't think they would do this, but we might find out Ben is the guy who ordered that guy to kill Nadia.
Mhm.
Yeah. You know, and he was just, you know, I'm here to track this guy down, you know, the guy who killed you, whatever, but, like, Ben really knows because Ben has hired him or something.
Right. Yeah, that's, I think, you know, that possibility came up in that podcast, about that episode, which actually is, as we learn later, a pretty direct sequel to the finale. So, I don't know.
Mhm.
I don't know. I kind of don't think it's true, but
yeah, I don't think it's true either. I don't think it's true. I just
it would work.
I don't know how she fits in.
Yeah. I'm wondering if there isn't a good reason, if it's just, you know, they were just trying to get at these people and they just, you know, from an external perspective, they wanted Saeed to have a really strong motivation to be this hitman, and that seemed like the strongest thing they could give him. Maybe
the universe just wants Nadia dead.
Oh, then there's that.
Like, I mean, she was, you know, captured in Iraq, and she was going to be tortured and killed, but, you know, Saeed saved her. She was saved from a mugging by Charlie. You know, she was saved from termites by Locke when she bought her house, when he inspected her home. Maybe, you know, she's just, her time's up. I don't know.
Yeah. They could do that. They like that destiny thing when it suits them.
It is weird, though, to have that guy go all the way to L.A. to kill her and then to show back up and, you know, like...
Yeah.
And then he was at her funeral.
He was.
At her funeral?
Yeah, he came to the funeral. Yeah, that story.
I mean, do you think it could be something like that guy was just, you know, what if? Yeah, I mean, something like, you know, she was like, I guess, an Iraqi criminal or something.
Yeah.
You know, escaped or whatever. Maybe they found out who she was, and you know, they decided to kill her because they knew who she was.
Yeah, it could be as simple as that. That's true. I didn't think about that. And maybe there just happened to be a connection between, you know, an Iraqi bad guy and Widmore.
Mhm.
You know, it wasn't. It was just.
Yeah.
You know, a coincidence. And they just wanted her dead for that reason, which makes sense. I mean, I think they did. I mean, she was, you know, captured by them and you know, escaped. So.
Yeah.
So it makes a certain amount of sense.
It's just weird that, Saeed, I want to know the circumstances, why wasn't Saeed there, or why didn't they kill him?
Yeah.
Or, it seems like he'd be the important one.
I agree. Yeah, that still bugs me. It seems like if Widmore were going to send a man to kill somebody, between the two of them, I'd expect him to pick Saeed first.
Yeah.
Because Saeed should know a lot more. Should be more valuable. And by killing Nadia, Saeed becomes a threat.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it just doesn't seem good for them to kill Nadia.
Yeah.
It seems like it just doesn't accomplish anything. It really is just worse for them.
As murder usually is.
Oh.
Oh.
Look at that. See, kids, you can learn something.
Don't murder people. Who says TV can't teach lessons?
That's right. I would never say that.
I wouldn't either.
Okay, so let's see. Another topic? I have one more thing about this scene.
There is only one more thing to talk about.
Yeah, and you surely know what it is. Checkmate, Mr. Echo.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I think the question on our lips is how could Hurley have beat him in so few moves?
That's right. That is what I was going to ask.
He used the old Russian, Shavavlik move.
Yeah.
That we're all familiar with. A very, using the knights and the rooks for defense. No, I'm kidding. I don't know what I'm talking about.
I'm sure there are people who've looked at that board and tried to figure out what was going on there.
Yeah.
I don't care enough to do that, but I bet it's been done.
Oh, I'm sure people have analyzed it. Well, I mean, what is there to say? I think I take the scene at face value.
So do I.
It's funny. I was half not surprised we were going to get something like that because I was wondering why Saeed never sat down.
Mm-hmm.
Because I watched. I was looking at the composition of the scene and I saw that empty chair, and Saeed puts his hand on it and he doesn't sit down. And in a scene like that where someone comes, you're in danger or something, and he, I just thought he might sit down to sort of connect with him and tell him this.
Yeah.
And he didn't. He didn't sit down the whole time, and so when they were leaving and they cut to that wide shot, and I'm like, uh-oh, here it comes.
Yeah. I agree. So a couple things, let me think, a couple things I get out of this. The first thing I get out of this, we talked about it before, the idea that, Charlie had been the one coming to visit him, and then Jack's dad goes and visits him, and in general, the apparition that you see has some kind of connection to you.
Mm-hmm.
You are friends or related or whatever. Here's a case where I don't think there's any connection between Mr. Echo and Hurley. I don't even know if they had any scenes. I can't remember any. They might have had a few tiny ones, but it confirms to me that what I thought should be true, which is that any of these apparitions ought to be able to go where they want, and not sort of be constrained by people they're close to or whatever.
Yeah, they're sort of the apparitions in general have been redefined by what we've seen in the flash forwards. And I think, this is a big one, Echo appearing. I mean, I feel like it might be, I get the sense that things are so dire and it's so vital that, these people come back to the island. I feel like some of what's going on might be unprecedented. You know what I mean? Or not the norm in terms of, apparitions appearing off the island or to people that they don't know, or have real connections with,
mm-hmm.
It could be that they're, the apparitions who are on the island are really just coming out to urge them to come back or something like that, But I don't know why Echo is playing chess with Hurley, it just for fun, or is it he's, you know, like, I don't know the why behind this scene at all.
Yeah, no, I don't either. Cause it doesn't seem like he's there to do anything but play chess. Which is an odd thing for an apparition to do.
And it could be that Hurley's just crazy. I mean, it could be that he's really, I mean, he saw Dave, and I don't think Dave was a real person.
Yeah.
You know, it could be that this is just, you know, and the fact that, you know, I mean, I guess if you want to look at it from the completely different perspective that he is just crazy, yeah, it doesn't line up with the idea that we had that, you know, the apparitions, you know, come to people who have a connection with them. You know, it clearly doesn't line up to that. And maybe that's why they did Mr. Echo, you know, someone who just really doesn't have a connection to Hurley at all.
Yeah.
And it's just that he's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think that's true, but that would be one way of going with that. Yeah, I think it makes more sense to show people that they have connections with most of the time. But here, I read this as just a little shout out kind of thing, a little mention for Mr. Echo, so that his character isn't dead to the show, even if, you know, I think we'll probably never see him again because I don't think the actor is going to come back.
It's just. Oh, go ahead.
This is just sort of what they can do. It's sort of like the Ana Lucia mention, you know, earlier in the season. Like this is what they can do to kind of keep that character a part of the show and not just kind of pretend like they weren't there, even if, you know, the actor's not coming back and, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah, it's just weird to me that they would do something so drastic for something so, to me, you know, just sort of meaningless. You know, like it's a huge thing that he's just hanging out with Mr. Echo. You know, of all people who we haven't seen him on the island since. You know, it's different than like Charlie or someone, you know, that we've seen since they're dead.
Yeah.
You know, or Boone even, you know, like.
Well, that's the thing. I think we might have seen him more if the actor wanted to do it. You know, I mean, well, I think he wouldn't have died as soon if the actor didn't want to leave. You know, I think it might just be an external reason why.
Yeah, true, but that's the thing. They could have picked an actor who does want to be around, or who they could have shown or cast in this scene. You know, that's what I'm saying. Like, why pick someone? Why use Mr. Echo if you're, you know, if what you really want is to have that person around or to invoke their memory? Why not? You know, why not Libby? That's someone that you could expect to show up to Hurley. You know, who it would make sense for a lot of reasons that she would be there and hanging out. But they didn't use her. You know, why Mr. Echo? I think is the question to me. And if it really just comes down to like there's no big thing, and we're just supposed to believe that Echo's ghost is just hanging out with Hurley, and that's the end of it. That's pretty lame to me. You know,
yeah.
I hope it means something. I hope it means that, you know, I hope we can infer from this or learn, you know, what do the apparitions do on the island, or what is, you know, is anyone who dies on the island does everyone become an apparition? Do only some people? Does it have to do with how you died? You know, things like that. You know. I just hope it's not just a shout out.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's what I think it is. I actually like it, even if it is just that. You know, I don't mind a little, you know, because it doesn't play a big role in the scene. It's you know, the scene's really about Saeed being there and them going to someplace safe and all that. You know, it's really just a little tag for the scene. I like it as you know, even if it is frivolous, it works for me. I thought it was nice.
Yeah, I don't mind it that it's frivolous. I just mind the carelessness of what it implies. And if it's not important what it implies, then that's when I take issue with it. You know, the idea I don't mind. You know, it's just what it implies is kind of big. You know. Yeah. But I don't think we'll see that actor again, you know. And if they wanted it to be where, you know, someone that week that they could show again, or it would be someone else like Charlie who's trying to urge them on or something, then yeah, they could have just probably chosen someone else who wants to be back on the show, or have a guest appearance or something.
Mhm.
So I don't really think they're gonna go anywhere with it. But I don't rule out the fact that Hurley does have mental issues, and Jack even says it, and in the future that he that Hurley's crazy, and I think we've seen a lot of evidence of that, and I think that that could just be that he's just crazy.
Mhm. Yeah, well, Jack sees his dad too, so if Hurley's crazy, Jack might be too.
Well,
maybe they're all crazy.
Maybe they're all crazy, but we know Hurley's crazy. I mean, he's been institutionalized several times. We've seen him talk. I mean, do you think Dave was real?
Well, no, but Dave wasn't necessarily real ever.
Yeah, exactly.
Unlike these people. Like, these people did exist,
But what I'm saying is, that's my point, though, is Hurley has talked to someone who obviously did not exist.
Yeah.
He obviously has mental issues, and I think if Hurley says he sees talking to a dead person, you can't take it the same way as when Jack says it, because Jack doesn't have that same history.
Yeah, but Hurley even says, like, someone's going to come for you. I think that Hurley, in this case, is not imagining this stuff.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think Charlie was real. I think that was real, but I don't think that just because Hurley sees someone is necessarily real. I think they might be going down that road, because of it's just the fact of who he is.
Mm-hmm.
And if he sees Charlie, maybe his psyche makes him want to see other people.
That's the thing.
Because he sort of implies that he says he's been having regular conversations with dead people. I wonder how many people have shown up.
Yeah.
Is it just Echo and Charlie, or has he seen other people, or
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I believe that it could be more. I think the Dave thing was an anomaly. I mean, that was something about his past that he had to deal with on the island, and I think the stuff that he's seen since then, has all been not within his mind. Has been some kind of external force. There is that possibility, but I definitely think, the island's done enough to me to convince me that not everything is in everybody's head. So I think the door's at least open for this to not be in his head. So I'm assuming that's what it is for now. But they could do that. That's true.
Well, that's the thing. I think I'm looking at what's obvious, and what's obvious is it seems they're trying to say, okay, that's really Mr. Echo. We've seen evidence of that, and that's very New Year's Justin. You know what I mean? Like to think that. I'm trying to think down the road. What's the revelation we might find out? And I think the fact that Jack has recently said, well, Hurley's crazy. It's not that just Hurley feels anxious in the real world or whatever. He just wants to be where he is to feel safe. I feel like, he really does have problems again, that he has to deal with.
Mhm.
Yeah. So that's why I'm leaving that open to say, the circumstances, because if it was Charlie, if he said checkmate Charlie, I wouldn't think that.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't think that was in his head,
Yeah.
But I hope it's for real, a lot, because I just think that's cool.
Yeah.
More than like I really think that's just 100% what they're doing, but
yeah.
But it can't really go anywhere. It can't really go anywhere.
No, that's the thing.
Mr.
I don't
Echo.
think it will, and so that's why I think we may never. I think it's very possible this scene will never be. That little line will never be addressed again.
Mm-hmm.
And so it may work in the show where you could assume either way and it wouldn't matter.
Yeah.
You could just assume he's crazy, and sometimes he sees real apparitions and sometimes he makes them up in his head and he can't tell the difference. That might actually just work in the end, because I actually don't think this is going to be like a big deal down the road.
Yeah.
So the Charlie thing is definitely a bigger deal. I mean, Charlie told him stuff. So, some of these things about having to go back and all that becoming like a central thing for the Oceanic Six, and Charlie does have a connection, with him and all that. So,
that's the thing. I'd rather like not have this Mr. Echo thing break everything I think about the apparitions. I'd rather it just be Hurley's crazy, because that's true. You know what I mean? I'd rather have it fit with everything I know about this kind of part of the show than it to really just break the mold.
Well, from my perspective and what I was saying before, like, it doesn't break it. It actually confirms what I thought should be true, at least, about the apparitions, which is that I feel like they should be able to go to whomever they want. If they feel like appearing to someone, some complete stranger, I feel like they should be able to do that.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the way I think it ought to work.
Well, I think that might be the way it ought to work too. It's just not the way they've really presented it, which is what I'm saying. I'm just saying how they presented it on the show. It's like it's usually someone they have a strong connection to, and that just might be for practical reasons.
That's what I was thinking. That was what was in my mind. That basically, when they're using these scenes, that they have a lot more punch if there's a connection there.
Yeah.
They get a lot more emotional content out of the scenes. But I just felt like in general, if Ars wanted to appear to somebody, like he could, whoever it was. If
who did?
Ars.
Oh. See, that's the thing. I'm not convinced that everyone is just an apparition, and I just don't know how that works on the island. Like everyone, like there's a Nikki and Paulo apparition, and like everyone who's died, at least on the island, has some ghost hanging around.
That's my theory. They at least have a potential apparitional form.
Yeah.
They may not like actually appear to anybody, but I feel like anybody who died on the island could be an apparition.
Yeah. Well,
I doubt we will see all of them.
Yeah, I agree. That might be. I mean, obviously they need to be dead before you see them if it's really their apparition and not something else.
Right.
But,
and this episode,
I just don't see them like Ars is just hanging around on the island. We just don't see him. Like I feel like those spirits or whatever need to go rest somewhere. Don't hang out on the island. I feel like the ones that we see have a reason to be there, and it's not just everyone's just there and these are the ones we're seeing.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess I just imagine, like, not that they're all just, like, sitting somewhere on the island, but that they're in some kind of other dimension or something where they can appear if they want, but that, like, their natural state is not just, like, sitting in apparition form on the island somewhere. I imagine that they were just in some other kind of weird, who knows what kind of place. And if they can choose to appear, like that's my mental picture of what's going on there. Oh, that's what I was going to say. This episode, one of the later scenes, made me think that these apparitions might be, like, I had originally viewed them as being Smokey or as being Jacob or the island, just manifesting itself in the form of these people to do what it wants, to get people to do things, to give them someone that they're familiar with, that they trust, to get their confidence, There's a later scene, the one with Kate and Claire, that makes me think that maybe the apparitions really are the person, like, and they have different wills and they don't all want the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think my view of them changed drastically once Christian said, "Go wake my son up." When he told Vincent that, that was very personal, and I think maybe the writer's view of the apparitions may have changed too, because Christian was very zombie-like when we first saw him in season 1. Appeared to Jack, and it's completely different now, and they do seem more personal. Christian, he said, "My name is Christian." You know what I mean? And it definitely became more personal, and
he's
of course,
acting like himself. He's not just like standing there.
They have their personalities, exactly. And then Claire, so I feel like I agree. I think a lot of times we've seen apparitions, and maybe not all the time, but a lot of times it's really supposed to be them.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, and that's the thing, you know, when Echoes died and Yemi appeared to him and said, "You talk to me like I'm your brother," you know, maybe Smokey can alter his form too, but
that's not the usual thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
and that's
I
the
guess,
thing, you know, Yemi didn't die on the island, did he? He was already like...
That's the thing. He pretty much... I mean, we don't really know what happened to the plane exactly, but he should have been dead shortly after he got shot and put out on the plane, presumably.
Yeah.
You know, that's the way they made it seem. And I guess they could, you know, say, well, the gunshots didn't kill him and he didn't die until the plane crashed or something.
And that's the thing, you know, Christian didn't die.
Yeah,
you know,
Christian didn't die on the
so.
island either. Yeah, so it seems like it's not necessary. It seems like you just need your dead remains to be transported to the island. It doesn't really make sense. You know, Ben's mom too. You know, she I don't think she was ever on the island.
Yeah.
So you know, it doesn't even seem like you even have to be on the island. Yeah, I'm not sure if the writers actually have rules about this stuff. They might just kind of do whatever they want.
Yeah.
You know, if they want someone to appear, they will. And there's not some like, you know, thing that they look to like, oh no, they have to do this or whatever. I don't know. Or maybe there is some rule that I'm missing. Maybe Ben's mom is something else. Whatever.
Yeah, Ben's mom could be something else.
You know,
like, yeah.
You know, but yeah, I don't know.
And when we've seen Walt appear, and when you know Walt appeared to Locke, I mean that wasn't Walt. Like I don't think that was Walt. You know?
Walt's not dead either. So
yeah, he's not even dead.
So that really just can't fit into any of those normal things.
Yeah.
Of how people appear. The normal way people turn into apparitions. Yeah. Exactly.
So that very mundane process.
The run-of-the-mill, you know, ghost creation process.
Yeah.
Your vanilla-flavored dead family members. Yeah, no, I guess, you know, part of me wants a grand unifying theory of apparitions, and it's starting to look like there might not be one. There might be just a bunch of little theories.
Well, maybe we need to conjure up the Einstein apparition, and he can help us out here. Oh, wait, he couldn't even do it. Oh, he couldn't do his own grand unified theory.
Oh, no.
Oh, Einstein. I guess you're not smart enough.
Was that an Einstein joke?
Yeah, I just made an Einstein joke.
Wow, I just want to point that out.
Yeah, can I get some points for that?
Not just an Einstein joke, but like a specific, like, you know, thing about Einstein and his work. Yeah, you definitely. I gotta give you like 7 points for that.
Nice.
Yeah.
A joke lambasting Einstein's lack of.
Lack of creating a grand unifying theory.
Yeah. Oh, Einstein.
Sorry, Al. You just didn't.
Couldn't tie your shoes and he couldn't come up with strings. He just he was baffled by strings his entire life.
Yeah.
Shoestrings and elementary particles. That's another Einstein joke.
Wow.
They're kind of easy.
Apparently.
Now let's talk about his hair.
All right.
Take my hair, please.
Oh. Yeah.
Wow.
No,
I love Einstein. I kid him because I love him.
Right. Yeah. No, we all do.
All right. So what are we talking about here?
I think. Do you have any more about this scene? I think we might be done with this scene.
Please.
That's right. You think he's taking him to Abaddon's safe house. I'm wondering about that too. Like, I wonder if Saeed's going to be on board with this, like, go back to the island thing. He doesn't seem like he even knows or cares about that.
I think he's been too busy, you know, plotting international murders and and blow drying his hair. I love Saeed when he has his hair like that. He's a silky assassin.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. He's too smooth for comfort.
I hadn't considered how much time it would take to kill people and get your hair like that.
I know.
That's what I was
thinking. He's gonna go and track the guy down. Find the guy on the golf course. It's breezy on those golf courses. He got wet. When he left.
Yeah.
He had to run straight to the salon after that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, God.
Maurice, help me with this hair. It's all's fair in love and hair products.
Mhm. Yeah. That floppy hair, man. Okay, so basically, yeah, he's just had his hands full and having it. But it seems like he's,
I think that's why Locke hasn't tracked. I don't think Locke necessarily tracked him down.
That's the thing. He knows about Locke, and he knows he's dead. Of course, it was in the newspaper, so it's not that hard to do that. I'm just trying to figure out where he's gonna fit in here.
Yeah, that's the other thing too. I don't know if maybe when he says they said he killed himself, maybe he's talking about the article or the the obituary. Like maybe that's the they and the context in which he's talking about.
Yeah. I think that's kind of what I was thinking. Like they, as in the police or the CSI or whoever it is that goes in there and determines what the cause of death was or whatever. Like, as reported in the story, like, I thought that's what he meant by they. So he's gonna take Hurley. Okay. I didn't know. I really couldn't think of what he was gonna do with Hurley, but
I mean, imagine if, he takes Hurley to this safe house or whatever, and Abaddon is there.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine how cool that scene would be.
Yeah.
And Hurley's like, what's he doing here, dude?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because Hurley will be instantly, frightened because he was really frightened by Abaddon. And Abaddon could have been a little less, I don't know, menacing. He could have been a little more friendly. He was friendlier to Locke than he was to Hurley. If he had been a little more reassuring, maybe he wouldn't have got that reaction. And he lied too. He lied about being an oceanic lawyer.
Yeah.
Well,
what is he gonna say? What he really is? Who even knows what that is?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I think I mean, that's the thing. I really don't think he was that menacing. I just think he comes off menacing. I think he was probably too pressing in turn. I think he probably jumped on the "Are they alive?" too quickly and too hard. But I don't think he ever was threatening Hurley. He never came. We're gonna kill you if you don't tell us, or even implying the place he's going to is is a prison, or
Yeah.
If you just take on if you just look at the scene with out of context, I don't think he's is really menacing. I think he probably is too pushy.
Yeah.
If anything, he's too pushy about a very sensitive topic to Hurley.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know.
Because I think they could have made him more menacing too. And even with Locke, I think they could have made him more menacing.
Yeah.
And threatening. If he was a real bad guy, he could be very, very threatening. If he really is Widmore and he really wants to, if he's not going to take no for an answer, he could be doing some really crazy stuff.
That's the thing, though. If they, just for me, this is just my personal taste talking here. If he gets too specific with threats, he's not scary to me anymore. The vagueness of what he's about and what his plans are makes him scarier to me.
Mm-hmm.
If he actually said, you better tell me.
But that's the thing. He's scary to you because when he's vague, it leaves open interpretations of what does he really have going on. But that's the thing. If you just take it at face value, he isn't menacing and threatening. It's the vagueness that is potentially threatening. And I don't think he can be faulted for us thinking he's got bad intentions just because he's vague.
Yeah.
I'm
just saying, from a writing point of view, if they actually had him say, I work for Widmore, and if you don't tell me if they're still alive, or if you don't give me information, then we're going to kill you and your family. And if he had said stuff like that, like, he would be an obvious villain, but he wouldn't scare me. Like, he scares me in that scene, and so I wouldn't like the scene as much if he's
more threatening.
He would be more threatening in a literal sense, but I would be
exactly.
I would feel less afraid of him if he made his intentions clear. If I knew, if he were Kimi, like, who is a threat but who isn't scary to me, because you know what he's about.
Yeah.
And I think that's why I like that scene and the lock scene. Like, I think they kind of, let you wonder about what his agenda is.
Yeah, and it's good because of that. I just think his agenda isn't bad.
Right.
Just because of how they paint his picture, I just don't think his agenda is bad. I could be wrong, but that's just my that's just where I think they're going with that.
Yeah. No, I know. It'll be, it could work. It could work really well. I could see that coming out. 'Cause either way, like, whether we find out that he's good or he's bad or some ambiguous thing, as soon as we find out his agenda, I think those scenes aren't gonna have the same, like, punch that they do, because you'll know what's behind that, and so that's really
here's a thought of why maybe he really doesn't work for Widmore, is because he tells Naomi there are no survivors,
right,
and then he asks Hurley, are they still alive? I think in either case, if he works for Widmore, he should know some of the information, right? Like, he should be a little privy to some of that stuff, or at least maybe know, the circumstances of the island, and like, I don't know. I just feel like he's not really connected to, like, that kind, like that information, that he should be if he's, a Widmore guy.
I guess I'm thinking that Widmore. I think Widmore knows, in a sense, that they're still alive.
He has to, because if the island moved, and he should know the island moved, then he should know that there's probably someone still alive on the island when it moved.
Yeah.
Like, I can't, he wouldn't believe that they got everyone off the island, including, the other, like, all the others.
Yeah.
And Ben was the one who moved it, and so, like, the island is empty now. Like, I don't believe Widmore thinks that.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree, and I did also wonder about that there were no survivors. Just in general, I whatever his perspective is, I don't really understand that. But yeah, I agree. It seems like he doesn't know enough to be working with Widmore.
Mm-hmm.
And I definitely I have serious doubts that he works for Widmore at this point.
Yeah, me too.
I'm not 100% convinced that his agenda is benevolent, but yeah, I think there's good reasons to doubt that, and he very well could turn out to just be the hero of the day or whatever. And that'll be interesting if they really go that way, because they like to play around with stuff like that. That's what the Henry Gale thing was kind of like, where what are they really about? And really they try to do it with the boat people too.
They do it every chance they get.
Yeah, they really do. Yeah, so this is another example of that, and and their general pattern has been to go, they're bad. So, this would be an opportunity for them to go the other way.
Mhm.
And that would be, because after, like, Ben's speech about, what would I do? And, I'd have people waiting for them and kill and trap them. And, it's hard to believe, it was hard for me to believe that, like, as sinister as that was, this was, this is just a regular guy.
Mhm.
And because I thought that, I thought, well, he is. They're going to surprise us.
Mhm.
But they didn't. And this time they could do that. They could sort of surprise me.
Yeah, definitely.
Because it would. I don't expect it. So. Okay, so.
All right, next scene.
Yeah, you ready to? Good.
Scene 2.
Yes, scene 2. that one was a bit loaded. Here we go. Let's see. We're back on the helicopter, or the chopper, as you called it. Saeed wonders where the freighter is. So they're having, they're in the middle of this fuel crisis.
Yeah. Join the rest of the world.
Yeah.
If they only knew that the rest of the world was going through the same fuel crisis. Theirs is a little more urgent, but ours is pretty dire too.
So true. It's always nice when we can work in some.
Maybe this is a little political.
Insights
maybe the writers are trying to.
Oh, look at that.
It's a little political,
Mhm. I didn't even think about that. We're running out of gas, or it's gonna be gone.
Sawyer, who's from the South, where there's a lot of oil, oil fields,
Yeah.
He jumps off.
Yeah. We got to make sacrifices. We're going to have to give up some things. Yeah. It's really
for our children,
for our children.
because he talks about,
right.
for the future generation. This is just loaded with political comment and social commentary.
And I thought this was just a silly action scene. I never looked at it that way. Wow. I'm impressed now.
I think maybe C4 has to do with, the fourth, amendment to the Constitution.
Oh, okay.
Which talks about, I don't know what it.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is, you might be stretching it with this one, but I'll try. I don't even know, what is the Fourth Amendment?
I don't know.
I know 1 and 2 and 5, but I don't know.
Oh, yeah, illegal search and seizure.
Oh, okay. I see. Yeah. Okay, anyway. The fuel's leaking, and Saeed's wondering where the freighter is. Frank notes that they don't have much fuel left. Jack says to Kate that as soon as they get to the freighter, we'll go back for him, meaning Sawyer. And Hurley sees the freighter. Look, there's a freighter. Hurley sees it. Yay! And that's the end of the scene.
That's the other thing that made me think that, Sawyer had really made his choice to stay behind was because when Jack tells Kate we'll go back for him, she doesn't respond. She just is like, yeah, no. She's not. That's not a sign of hope for her because I think she knows that he is making his choice to stay behind. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Well, that's probably how they viewed that.
What else?
Anything else about this scene? I mean, this is kind of.
I think that's it.
This is just a little transitional thing here. Hurley always gets to see stuff. I've noticed
Hurley
that.
finds he's good at games, and he seems to locate things.
Yeah. They like to have him do that. I don't know why.
I think it's because like I don't know. At least in this scene, he's a very excitable person. So I just feel like it's like, look, boss, the plane.
Yeah.
Give it to the guy who's crazy.
That's his role.
You think Frank would have seen it?
Yeah, I know. Frank really should be looking.
Yeah, maybe has a bit of experience trying to spot places to land.
Yeah, one would hope. Most of my favorite helicopter pilots score very high on the figuring out a place to land aptitude test.
You know, I most people put that very high on the list.
Yeah, that's the
I think it should be
FOAPTLAT.
What did you just spell?
Figuring out a place to land aptitude test.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Yeah, that's it. That's what it is.
All right. Wow. Next scene.
On that note, we will charge forward. Okay, the next scene is in the Orchid. Remember the Orchid with Ben, Locke, and Kimi?
Who's that?
I don't know. That's just what I wrote, so we'll figure it out later. Kimi's arm thing is blinking. Oh, yeah, the arm thing, yeah. Locke is worried about everyone on the boat dying. Ben says that's not his problem. Oh, right, so Kimi's been stabbed.
Stabbed in the neck.
I forgot where we were. Yeah, so Locke worries about that. Ben says that's not his problem. Locke tries to stop the bleeding of Kimi's wounds with a little whatever thing. Kimi says to Ben, wherever you go, Widmore will find you. And then Ben says, not if I find him first. And then Kimi dies, and the armband shows the red light. Ah!
All right.
So that's that scene. Wherever you go, Widmore will find you. Yeah, I mean, that's, Anything about this scene?
Well, I was surprised that Locke did not try to put the heart rate monitor on his arm.
Oh yeah.
To at least that would have been my first instinct. Okay, this guy is dying, and his it's almost like when you're in an airplane and it's they tell you always put on your air mask before assisting someone else. You know that thing, because if you have a kid or you're the person next to you, if you're trying to help them put on their air mask, you might pass out before. You know what I mean? If you want to actually help, you need to be in a position to be safe yourself first, and then help somebody else. But so that's what it seemed like to me, where it's like, yeah, Kimi's dying, but what's really important, especially since he's a bad guy, is like making sure the bomb doesn't go off. So I really thought Locke was gonna try to take the heart rate monitor and put it on his arm, or do something to sort of quickly make it seem like everything was okay.
Yeah.
But they didn't even think of that.
No.
It's just like, nope, it's sorry.
Too
and
late.
not to say it would have worked, but I thought it was something to think about as a way to stop the thing from exploding.
Yeah, I'd be worried about doing it before he died, because it might go off early.
Yeah, that's it. And that's why I thought in the first scene when he, the one before this, I think, I thought, okay, well, they're gonna see if they can keep him alive. But when it got to the point where he was obviously about to die, I thought, now it's time to scramble and get this thing on you.
Yeah.
And at least try it.
Yeah. It's if you get it close enough. If it went off, I don't know, I'd probably try it anyway. It can't hurt at that point. Just to hope that, it'll register it as an interruption or something. Instead of, a death. Because, you could imagine, maybe the thing would, he would move a certain way or something, and it would, mess up or have some kind of little malfunction, and maybe have some, protocol for that. At a certain point, it wouldn't, it really won't hurt to just give it a shot.
Yeah.
The worst that could happen is, the thing blows up.
Yeah,
which it will anyway. Yeah. So, Yeah, I didn't think about it at the time. When I was watching it, I just thought, oh, well, that's Kimi's armband.
Like, it'd be different if they had told us, it's calibrated to his heart signature or something, or like, like it's, we don't really know what the limitations are, so I assume that they would try to, and Locke obviously doesn't either, so I assume they would try to, like, it works on reading a heartbeat. Well, it's probably not very discriminating in terms of the heartbeat.
Yeah.
So just, it's not even anything I thought that was really, it didn't seem to be, intricately connected to him, like, tied to his heart or something, literally, like, like there's, diodes or wires or something where, like, you just couldn't take it off of him. It just seemed to be a regular heart monitor.
Yeah, it seemed like it was just taking a pulse.
Yeah.
On his arm. And, yeah, I mean, different people, obviously your heart rate changes, even if you're one person, varies depending on what you're doing. And,
yeah.
And, and different people are going to have, different heart rates for different situations. And so, if this thing's really going to be a good device, it should work. It should work with anybody.
Well, but I was thinking you could have a security measure where it's sort of calibrated to your heartbeat, though.
Yeah.
I could see that. But, yeah, it should, at a default level, accept anyone,
Yeah.
At first. But, yeah, they just obviously wanted it to just be a final thing. Where,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, their way around that was to, like, have at Michael's end, have him, like, cool the battery and buy them extra time so that when it went off, it didn't have to go off for real just yet.
Yeah.
But of course, Locke doesn't know about that.
No, he doesn't.
But yeah, one would wonder, like, if the thing, like, slipped or if something happened, like, what if the thing was broken, like, just, I don't know. It just seems like a scary thing to not have some kind of fail-safe or backup or something,
Yeah.
Because you don't want it to go off accidentally.
Yeah, you surely don't. And that's the thing. He fought Smokey with that thing on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was he could have got shot or injured or hurt, or when he was fighting Saeed,
yeah,
anything could have happened to it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
Thank you.
Oh, I just thought of something that it's a bit of a tangent. I don't know where else to fit it in, so maybe I'll just go ahead and say it while I'm thinking of it, so I don't forget it. Maybe we could talk just for a second about the cabin fever on the boat. That is, like this affliction that they had on the freighter, and like Regina jumping off the thing, and Minkowski was going crazy, and it's seeming to just. There was the stain on the wall in Desmond and Michael's room. Like, it really, I mean, I guess they just sort of established, like, something like this can happen, but it just, that plot didn't really come to fruition like I thought it might.
Yeah.
It really, like, in the end, in the last few episodes, it really just didn't matter at all that stuff had gone on.
Yeah, I think it was just atmosphere, and it was just illustrating the effects, more about the effects of the island, and particularly the effects of the barrier. Yeah. And that's all it was.
I guess I thought that it would have consequences, like because they were going crazy, something would happen, and it just it just didn't. It, at a certain point, it was sort of irrelevant, that had happened at all.
Yeah.
And so that's one of those things looking over the season that, like, I don't know. But, yeah, I mean, they sort of established something about the island. Like, we speculated that, I think rightly at this point that might be what the sickness is about, something along those lines that the island can give people in certain circumstances. I don't know. The whole thing with Regina Minkowski, and I don't know. I mean, I guess, sometimes that's all those plot threads really do. They just kind of, hang there, and when they're done, they're done. I don't know. It seems like they could have taken that out, with the exception of like the Constant, and it didn't really play that big of a role in the season.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of drama from it, but yeah, it wasn't a big. I thought it was going to come to more too, and it just didn't.
Yeah. Okay, so that's that.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else about this scene? Locke should have put on the band. I think we can agree on that.
Yeah, at least try it.
Yeah. It may not have worked, and maybe they were thinking. I mean, obviously they wanted it to explode, so so that's one of those things we talked about before. If something's going to happen and there's something that would have prevented it, they can't have them do it because they need the thing to happen. So there's that too. But then there's just logical considerations, like it seems like he ought to try and fail or something,
And maybe like Locke didn't know who was on the freighter, and I think, and I don't even know. I mean, I'm sure there's some people he would really be concerned about their safety, but he really doesn't have anyone that that you just know for certain he would give his life for or something like that. Be overly concerned about that. So I think that's part of it too, is like he really didn't know the gravity of the situation, that although he did know that he overheard Ben tell Jack, that people are being ferried to the freighter.
Oh.
And that, and I don't know what they imagine, I'm assuming they knew that, when Jack and Sawyer and Hurley got in the helicopter, they would go to the freighter too. So, I mean, Locke should know some of his friends might be on there, but he didn't seem to really do everything he could to, not make it explode.
Yeah. They try to make it seem like he cared, but
he definitely cared. He definitely cared, yeah.
But he didn't really take very much action to try to stop it.
Like he didn't say, while Keamy is sitting there dying, he could, how do I stop this? What do I do? How can I, he didn't, because that's what they do a lot of times when the person who's responsible for something and is about to die, you try to figure out what that you can do.
Yeah, that's true. It would make sense. I mean, yeah.
It's Locke, though.
It is Locke. I hope he comes back to us someday. Can't wait.
Body bag.
Yeah, I know, right? Oh, I forgot about that.
I actually thought Locke was almost season 1 Locke some of the times in this episode, in this finale. I thought, he sometimes he had that kind of thing, and then sometimes he was just bumbling.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I agree. Yeah, it was ups and downs. Those things they did that made him look bumbling or dumb, really were frustrating to me. I just,
yeah.
I would have an easier time with his character if they would cut those out. At a certain point, are they just going to make him, like that for good? That's just part of his character? I don't know.
Mr. Magoo.
Yeah. Yeah, he really is. I don't know. It just, in season 1, they just didn't make him seem like that, So, I don't know. Frustrating.
So this thing about, wherever you go, Widmore will find you. Is that really what it's about? Isn't it about the island?
That's the thing. That's kind of what I was thinking. I mean, Ben was like in Widmore's apartment, and it really didn't seem like Widmore tried to capture him. It seems like, he even says the hunt's on, and like, Ben says you'll never find it, and it seems clear to everyone but Kimi that Widmore really wants the island.
And I think it works because I think Kimi doesn't necessarily know the finer points of what's going on.
Yeah, that's true.
He was paid to go find Ben. He thinks, well, obviously Widmore wants him to find Ben, so Widmore wants Ben found. And I think Kimi is just kind of, it's one of those lines where he's just saying this on his own accord, and it's not like Widmore's thinking, I'm going to find you, Ben, because Widmore, I think, really wants the island.
Yeah. 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 His concern with Ben, I mean, if Ben, if Ben had just grown up normal, never had any connection to the island, I don't think he'd want him. I think his concern with Ben is just about, it's related to, his thing with the island.
Yeah.
I think that's what it's about in the end. But yeah, it makes sense that Kimi would know about that. I don't think he shared it with Kimi, but Kimi probably knows that he really wanted Ben. Obviously he's hiring these mercenaries and allowing them to do a lot of crazy shit to get Ben. So that could give Kimi the impression that Widmore will do anything to find Ben.
Yeah, and I have to say, I thought maybe they didn't want another big fight scene because I don't think Ben could really win a fight against Kimi, but it was just kind of like I don't know, I don't love how Kimi sort of ended up dying, just sort of Ben getting the jump on him and beating him a couple times with a stick and then stabbing him in the throat. It was a very quick end for Kimi,
Yeah.
He had his big fight with Saeed, but it was he didn't really get the round two. I thought that Kimi probably thought he was going to get,
Yeah, that's true. It was really quick.
Yeah.
But yeah, between him and Ben and like a fair fight without the element of surprise, I think Kimi takes Ben out easily. So, yeah, I don't know.
But Ben's got his ninja stick.
That's right. Forget about that ninja stick. God. Which was laying.
I think it's a Hattori Hanzo ninja stick.
Oh, is it now?
I think it is.
That's interesting. We did find out that it's laying next to Jack in the pilot. So
isn't it though?
So that adds a lot of new interesting questions to the show about the origins of this stick and what that means for for Jack and for Ben and for the stick. More importantly.
The Jack Ben stick triangle.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know. I guess they just wanted Ben to have a weird weapon.
He definitely has a weird weapon.
Yeah, I've never really seen anybody use a device like this.
Telescopic baton.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just an odd piece of work.
All right, next scene.
Next scene. What happens? Let's see. Where are we?
So this is the Kimi just died, so the thing is beeping.
Oh,
so it should be back on the boat now.
That's right. Yeah, back on the boat. The thing with the green light flips to red. That little box with the two lights and the antenna and the shit on it.
The radio receiver.
Thank you.
Or transceiver.
I call it the thing with the lights.
The thing with the lights, the technical term, yeah.
I could not think of the name. Yeah, receiver. That would have worked. I could not. That was tough. Okay. Anyway, the green light flips to red, which indicates that that the bomb's been. It should be detonating now. If everything were as intended, but it doesn't because of what Michael did with the nitrogen, liquid nitrogen. Michael suggests that Desmond and Jen leave because they have about 5 minutes left in the tank. Jen tells Desmond to go and decides to stay behind and try to solve this himself, I guess. Michael continues to blast the battery with the liquid nitrogen. The helicopter approaches the freighter. Desmond leaves the bomb room, ground zero, and runs up to the main deck of the boat, and he sees the helicopter arriving, and he tries to wave the helicopter away on account of the bomb. Jack, we go on the helicopter, and Jack says, "Did he say bomb?" And Frank says it doesn't matter because they're out of fuel, which Desmond doesn't know. The helicopter approaches the freighter some more. Michael continues to blast the battery. Desmond yells at Saeed that they have to get off the boat now. I guess they landed. I don't know. I didn't write this very well. I guess they're on the boat now because Desmond's yelling at Saeed that they have to get off the boat now. Frank and Desmond tape up the fuel hole leaks. Saeed refuels the helicopter. Son watches. Kate goes over to Son. Son is worried about Jen. Kate tells Son to get the baby on the chopper, and Kate will get Jen. Michael is almost out of the nitrogen. Jen is unable to disable the bomb. Michael tells Jen to get out of there, reminding him of his baby. Jen agrees and leaves and begins to run to the deck, as Desmond did earlier. Frank starts up the chopper. Jen continues to run. It's quite a run to get out of there. Oh, God, what's going on? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, no. Yeah. Jen, okay. The extras put on life jackets. Frank tells Jack that they have to leave now. Jack stops Kate from going to get Jen because he's not leaving without her. Jack takes Kate to the helicopter. The helicopter lifts off, containing the people who were on there before and Desmond and Son and baby. The helicopter's already lifted off, and Jen comes onto the deck. He emerges. Jen waves at the helicopter, and Son screams for Jen, and Frank says they can't go back. Michael's nitrogen tank runs out. We're in ground zero now. We hear the whispers. Christian Shepherd appears and says, "You can go now, Michael." Michael says, "Who are you?" And the freighter explodes. Son screams. We see the freighter sink. Son screams that they have to go find Jen. The other people in the helicopter try to restrain Son, who is freaking out. Jack calms her down somewhat by saying he's gone. Son starts to cry. Jack tells Frank to fly them back to the island. Son screams again. End of scene.
Woo!
Yeah, that was kind of a mess to try to write down. There's a lot of shit going on there.
Yeah, that scene is like 5 minutes, and it's just all action.
Yeah, people telling other people to go do this, and people running around.
No, do that. No, yes.
You go do this, and I'll go do that. And no, you better not do this, because I'm going to do that. And you better be over there, because I have to be over here. And oh, God, yeah, it was exhausting.
Well, anyone think of the children.
Yeah. Yeah, so, all right, what do we say about this? What do you got? Nothing.
Well, okay, so what do I have to say about this? Well, it was odd to me, Jen decides to stay behind to help, But he like knows the like I would venture almost the least about the bomb.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't understand why he you know, Desmond, you know, he's like, he takes Desmond's like, you know, schematics or whatever, and like he's gonna figure something out real quick. You know, that was weird to me. That I thought that was a little weak as an excuse onto why basically Jin dies.
Right.
That directly leads to his death, that decision to stay those extra couple minutes. You know, so I thought I didn't really like that. I thought that was a little weak, you know. It'd be different if, like, you know, if it was Desmond or someone who, you know, or Jin was the one who drew the schematics or something, you know, like, he just had no real connection or to me, no real ability to figure out how to defuse that thing. Like, if they hadn't done it by then, they weren't going to be able to do it. Yeah. You know.
Yeah, I agree.
And I also didn't like, you know, Jin and Michael, you know, they you know, I thought they would have more of a goodbye than that. You know, like, I thought they should, you know, Michael should realize that, like, if he's the one staying, he might die. He's got a good chance of dying. You know what I mean? He's the one staying. He's going to try to do this because he knows that once that liquid nitrogen goes out, there's no hope. So I don't know. I expected a little bit more of a goodbye, at least a handshake, if not a hug, because they obviously grew apart, but, like, you know, they did have, I think, quite a bit of history, especially for who else would be Jin's, you know, I think Michael was probably closer to Jin than anyone else got, you know, in terms of just, like, friends, you know. So I was a little disappointed with that, you know. I mean, they obviously didn't know that was going to be the end of them both for real, but they knew that it was a possibility, so I thought, like, it's still reasonable for them to be, you know, goodbye, Michael, you know, like, for real, and, you know, like, really settle that.
Not just kind of leave it up in the air.
You know, or, you know, Jen says something, you know, about Michael getting back home to Walt or something, you know, like, you know, something where it's like, because this is a big moment, you know.
It is, yeah.
This is a big moment. So I expect a little bit more from that, but what else in this long scene? I think, well, and I guess we can blame Jack, of course, for, you know, Jack gets the blame for Jen dying. I mean, it was really bad, too, because, you know, or unfortunate, too, that, you know, if Sun didn't have to, you know, keep up with Aaron, she would have been down there with Jen and would have gotten Jen sooner. Yeah. But by the fact she had to keep Aaron, she couldn't go down there. And then when Kate came, you know, Kate, you know, basically said she's going to go get Jen, which is the only reason why Sun went on the helicopter. Yeah. You know, she trusted Kate to go find her husband. And then, of course, Jack comes along and tells Kate, you know, not to go. And you know, Kate didn't put up a huge protest. Not at all. You know, I think it sort of plays like she was sort of, you know, sidelined by Jack saying, I'm not going to leave without you. Like, that kind of got to her emotionally, and she was just, like, thinking about that as, you know, he drug her along, because it's like it's a big deal that she, you know, said she was going to go get Jen, and she let Jack, like, and she didn't even get to the door. Yeah, she didn't even get to the door. She didn't say, no, he's down there. I promised Son, you know, like, well, you know, like, he didn't. He just was like, I'm not going to leave you. It doesn't matter what you're doing. Yeah. You know. And she's the kind of character that, like, you know, will normally put up a fight about something like that. Yeah, which is why I think, you know, when he said, I'm not leaving without you, like, I feel like, at least I think Evangeline Lilly sort of plays it off like she's affected by that line. Yeah. You know, and I think, and I think that's, you know, short of that, I think, yeah, she would be hard-pressed to be convinced not to go get him. Yeah. You know, but I think that kind of caught her off guard, you know. But, yeah, no, that's how it plays. That's how it plays. It kind of bugs me, but. Yeah, it definitely bugs me because He was right there.
Mhm. Yeah, and that trip from the bottom to the top like seems so long. Like,
yeah,
I believe that it would be, but like from previous episodes, I guess because it wasn't an issue to like quickly travel from one place of the freighter to another. It just never seemed to me like it was such a long trip from the engine room to the top.
I was surprised that it took them that long. I really thought they were just like, they were the next deck down or something.
Yeah.
You know, but it took him a while to get there, and I'm kind of surprised too. He didn't jump overboard or something. I mean, obviously he didn't have a lot of chance, but and those other guys down there too.
Oh, you mean Jen?
Those red shirts, yeah, Jen.
Yeah.
If a helicopter's leaving me and I'm on a ship that's about to blow up, I might take my chances diving after the helicopter into the water.
Mhm.
As scary as that would be, diving off a ship. But yeah, you don't want to be on that boat when it explodes.
Not at all. You did see him putting on those life jackets briefly.
Yeah. The red shirts were putting on life jackets. There was like more people than I thought were still on the freighter too.
Yeah.
I thought I don't know. I thought, because Kimi's men were a fair number of people, and I thought, there weren't that many people really left on the freighter between the captain dying, the doctor dying.
Yeah.
Most
of the
other
people we knew were, either not there or dead.
Mhm.
So, yeah, I agree. It did seem like there were a lot more people there. Yeah, I also wondered how many of the camp of the Losties were on the boat. How many trips did they make? If those people are all dead, how many are left? That was something I was wondering afterwards.
Dan made he made one trip, I guess, huh? Was it just one trip?
I guess so. I don't know.
Well, Sun went on the first trip. So that was one. Then he came back. Yeah, he came back, and Juliet said she was going to get the next group ready. And I think Dan was really just taking the second group.
Is that right?
I guess so.
Oh, okay. I thought it was more than that, but
I mean, he might have taken an extra group. I just don't think it was that. I don't think he did more than two. I mean, I don't think. Yeah. I think this would have been his third at the most that he was taking.
Yeah. Okay.
But I think it might just have been a second, because we know Sun went on the first one, and I thought right after Dan came back was when he talked to Juliet and said everyone has to get off the island. We all have to leave. He told Miles and Charlotte we got to leave. And I thought that was when he got the next group ready, which is the group he gets stranded with.
Right.
And the island disappears.
Yeah.
I thought that was the second group.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I don't know. I had the impression it was a lot more than that.
Yeah.
I know you don't see it, but I guess I thought that off screen there had been multiple trips.
Mhm.
That's what I was thinking, and that I actually thought everybody was on the freighter. Originally, I thought everybody was on the freighter except a few people.
Mm.
I thought it was all the red shirts, but those 6 that end up with Dan at the end.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking, but it really could just be 2, and so that then just 6 red shirts are there. Or 5, I guess. Since Sun and Aaron were one of them. So that's not even. I guess I was thinking maybe the red shirts were just not going to be part of the show anymore.
Mm. I think they still left some people on the island.
Yeah, they did. I mean, they've at least got those 6 with Dan.
Yeah.
Even if the rest of them are dead.
Yeah.
So they're not done, but. I don't know. I guess I thought it would just be a different world on the island.
Mm-hmm.
The idea that a lot of those background people died, but it could go the other way where just very few of them died.
Yeah.
And there's barely a difference. And the red shirts that were with Locke died too. I think I was thinking that too, like that they were just cleaning house.
Yeah, that's true.
These like stragglers.
Locke got a lot of people killed.
Yeah. Yeah, they just lined up to die. So you think, and I agree that Michael and Jin are dead. Is that?
I think Michael's dead.
You think Michael's dead? Okay.
And I think Harold Perrineau is very upset about it.
Well, there's that. Yeah. I guess if you factor that in, it seems pretty clear that he's supposed to be dead. Yeah.
I still think Jin is dead. I thought he was dead from the first moment we considered it. I still hold out hope only in the sense that that I'm being irrational, I guess.
Okay.
Because I think he's dead. I really do think he's dead, but he, the way, he was sort of, from where he was when we last saw him to where we saw the explosion, looks like he would have gotten blown up very easily, but if he somehow managed to make it overboard or get sort of close, or maybe the explosion threw him over, I think there's a chance that he could be alive, but I really, really just think he's dead. Okay.
Yeah. I agree. I definitely think Michael's dead. But yeah, I think he's dead too. But yeah, unlike with Michael, I think there's a glimmer of a chance that they'll have him live. I've seen numerous people point out I don't know if it's relevant or not, but that there was a similar circumstance with him in season 1 when the raft blew up, and Jin disappeared and then showed up later, alive.
Yeah.
So they've sort of done that trick. It was obviously a much smaller explosion.
Yeah.
That he lived through, but it was the same kind of thing where the thing blew up, you didn't see what happened to him, and then he just turns up on the island. So they could pull that trick again. For me, I don't know. I like the Sun and Jin story better with him dead. I don't want him to be dead, but I just find the story more satisfying if they reconcile and they fix the marriage, but everything can't be roses in the end. It ends up, they end up paying a price anyway, and it's sad, but I like that story better than, she thinks Jin's dead, but he's not, and they live happily ever after. Like that would be disappointing to me.
Well, the only thing, I agree. I think that would be disappointing, and I don't want that to happen, and I think it works better with him dead, especially the way they portrayed it, with her crying at the funeral and her being up, blaming people for his death and things like that. I don't think she thinks he's alive, even if he is alive.
Yeah, she definitely doesn't think he's alive.
But I think if she has to come back to the island like everyone else, I could see them... I don't see them like getting off the island and living happily ever after together ever. Like I don't think that could happen. But I could see, them reuniting if he is alive, and if they have to be on the island, I could see them living on the island happly ever after.
Okay.
Which isn't, the ideal circumstance.
Isn't quite perfect. Yeah.
Yeah. So I could see that, but like I said, I think he's dead.
Okay.
But unless they're just going to surprise us, and I don't see why they would.
Yeah.
I think it makes sense for him to be gone at this point. Other people died, not everyone can just, live happly ever after and not end up dead. I mean, they kill people all the time.
They do, yeah. It hasn't happened in general, so yeah, we've got, they kill a lot of people. So, yeah, and I don't know. I just think the Sun Jin story works better that way. But I think the door's open for them to do it. For them to say that he jumped off or somehow got out of there and and then he ends up on the island. And I didn't think about them living. Like, why would they live there instead of leaving? The idea is they're supposed to be there, I guess.
Yeah,
they're not supposed to leave.
If Sun has to come back, like the rest of them have to come back, then she would just have to be there.
I didn't think about. I forgot about that whole thing. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That would make sense. Mm-hmm. I definitely think Sun thinks he's dead. I mean, that seems really clear from this scene. I mean, she's doing enough freaking out that she thinks there's a good chance he's dead here.
Yeah.
I mean, so yeah, even that, whatever doubt there was, I mean, it seems pretty clear from this scene that that's not the case. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, we talked about Kate.
Did you say Cat?
Yeah. Sorry, I was reading my notes.
So you can't read.
Well, I wrote. It was a typo.
So you can't type.
Well,
it's one of the other bad thing about you.
No, I want nothing to go wrong somehow. I want there to be no weak link.
No, there's going to be something. So you decide what the problem is. It's up to you. You either can't read or you can't write. Which one is it?
Is there no way I can get away with neither? Can it just be? What if it's the computer's fault? What if I push the key and what if? Okay, you're right.
No,
you're right.
No.
I'll just go with a little bit of both.
Okay.
Yeah, that seems like the truth to me.
All right, I'm by that.
Yeah. Anyway, we talked about the thing with Kate. Yeah, her whole, here you.
Or did you mean Catherine?
There you go. That saves me. I should have just said that.
Yeah.
I can't say that's what I meant now, but I should have.
Well, we can go edit the podcast.
There you go. That's perfect.
We can make it what you meant.
Yeah, I like that. I really meant Catherine. K-A-T. There we go. We'll start there. That works, and then I'll cut out what I'm saying right now.
Good.
So yeah. Anyway, we covered that situation. Sun, Jin. Yeah, Jin's thing. It does. Yeah, I did want something a little more. I think Sawyer got a little better reason to kind of jump out of there.
Yeah.
It felt more. It felt righter, if I may. Because I think in general, like that's the problem with these flash forwards, and we know Sawyer's not going to be a part of the Oceanic Six, and when this thing is impending, where it's like, okay, we need to reduce the weight, and here's everybody on this helicopter is Oceanic Six, but Sawyer and the pilot. It's like I'm thinking, okay, yeah, they cut to him like he's going to jump out.
Yeah.
But it played okay to me. It didn't feel forced to me. It didn't feel like unnatural.
Because he was making a decision that he didn't have to make. They could have just, they probably would have. They could have made it. Who's to say they would have? His weight really saved them. Probably helped a lot. Yeah. But there's no telling. They could have made it even if he did stay. But exactly. It is nice that even though we know he isn't, he not only does he not want to leave the island, but he shouldn't leave the island because he's not one of the Oceanic Six. Even though we know, how that plays out, or what the outcome is, the way it plays out is still satisfying. Yeah. Yeah, like just for contrast, the whole thing with the doctor getting his throat slit, and thrown overboard, that just felt like really off to me. It was just like, here's something we got to do. Yeah. Here, let's do it real quick.
Yeah, exactly. And looking back, that went nowhere. It just didn't matter at all. And the whole thing about the time differences, that played no role in this episode.
Mm-mm.
You know, there was never an issue. I mean, they even have this scene coming up here with Sawyer and Juliet, like, looking out and seeing the boat and, you know, like, I don't know, the whole thing about the time difference just, like, it just seemed to cease to matter.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like it got shut off or something. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, it's weird too. Just looking at, like, you know, when Sawyer and Juliet are looking at the boat, you see it like flaming in the distance. But in the shot, you know, with the helicopter when it blows up, like, it sinks really quickly.
Mhm.
You know, it sinks fairly quickly, and there's, you know, no real smoke coming from it because it's all sunken.
Right.
You know, so it's like, what are they looking at?
Mhm. Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know if we're supposed to believe that the boat got within the barrier or something, and that's why there's no, you know, there's no time difference or something. But, you know, we ran into that problem before of, you know, if you had a telescope and looked out at the outside of the boat, like, what would you see? And,
yeah.
You know, I don't know. The answer is.
Yeah, it seems like the answer is, you know, everything's normal unless it's not.
Yeah.
You know, in this circumstance, it would be ridiculous if, like, every time they did a ferry, they went, like, back in time or something. Like, you know, like.
Danny was like, okay, people, before we go, you need to think about your constant. Okay,
yeah,
everyone have their constant? All right.
Oh, God. Yeah, that would just get so cumbersome, and it just didn't make sense to, like, have that, and so I think they just, maybe the idea is that they moved inside the barrier. I didn't really think about that. I thought that they weren't moving the boat because the transmitter was blocking the farthometer.
Well, they couldn't get close enough to the island to actually, you know, not dock, but, you know, really get close. He basically, they mentioned, he said it, and later I think somebody else mentioned that he's going to get as close as he can, basically, without hitting the reef. So the idea was they got closer. I think Dan said something like that, like the boat's moving closer so it won't take as long for next trip. I think he told Juliet that or something.
Yeah.
So the idea is the boat did get closer. It just couldn't get, you know, really, really close. Because of the reef, because of that transmitter, because of the C4, because of the Kimi, because of the armband, because of the... Okay, I'm done.
I see. I see. So okay, potentially they're inside the barrier, and then that would work.
It's a good excuse.
And if Jen, you know, if Jen turns up later and the boat was inside the barrier, then, you know, I'll buy that more.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because I feel like maybe that's what, you know, gets transported later.
Now, we didn't necessarily, if I remember correctly, we don't necessarily have any evidence that the guy who's piloting the boat knows the right bearing to go on.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, he does, because Desmond.
Oh, that's right. Desmond.
Yeah.
Ignore what I said. We're complete opposite. I totally remember that now.
Yeah, it was I forgot about it until you said that it wasn't there.
Yeah, that's why I said it wasn't there, so you could remind us both that it was.
Well, that was very good.
Yeah.
Very, very well.
There's always a reason. Well
timed. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So that might, and that changes my perspective on Dan too, actually.
Me too. I think there's a very good possibility that when the island disappeared, it took Dan with them, Dan's boat, and also the mini island, because I had been hoping that someone would land on that GD mini island. So, you know, ever since we heard about the runway, I'm just like, yeah, the runway, do it, somebody use it, go. And they've mentioned it, and it's been, you know, like, it's been, to me, a couple times this season, like, I like, oh, here, they can do the mini island. Oh, yeah, they land on the mini island. And it just has never happened.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that they just crashed and didn't find the mini island here, I thought it would have been perfect if they found the mini island and landed on it in this episode, you know, when they needed it.
Yeah.
And then, like, Penny's boat or something finds that island, and that's how they, you know, whatever. But I'm assuming the mini island went with the main island.
Yeah, I mean, it was close enough that you'd expect it to be in the barrier, so, you know, they brought it up, and so I'm taking that to mean that, that it went along also.
Mm-hmm.
That it's part of the island that, you know, whatever the island is, you know, that's you know, there was a station over there, like it's somehow connected to that. Even if it's just because it's in that radius.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so. Okay. So, what about the Whispers and Christian and Michael?
Yeah, just going to say that. Well, I definitely like this scene. You know, I like Christian showing up and telling Michael he can go now. And, but, you know, I don't know. I don't know what to say about it.
It seems to confirm to me that he couldn't go before this. So, you know, all that stuff about him not being killed and not killing himself and all that, like, you know, it provides like some kind of support for that, you know.
Yeah.
And support for him dying now.
Yeah, definitely.
And it gives me a different, I don't know, I like the idea that it's Christian, you know, who's been seen in Jacob's cabin, you know, who's you know, playing the role of a spokesman for Jacob, like, you know, the idea that's who's responsible for Michael, like, I don't know, that's not really what I expected.
Well, I get the sense two things I think are going on here. One, I feel like the writers have maybe decided that they like Christian to be in this emissary role, you know, like to be the face of the apparitions or the Jacob's right-hand man or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I think they seem to like that, you know, and I wonder if, because all of a sudden he's the go-to guy now. You know, it's not like we see him sometimes. Every time, you know, we're always seeing him in this position. And yeah, I think that might be going on where they want to just use him more, because we haven't seen Jacob since, you know, we saw him that one time. Mm-hmm. Potentially he's the eye we saw in the cabin when we saw the cabin.
Yeah, that's my theory. He's Eye-Man.
You know, but besides that, like, I don't know what else they're doing with that. I don't really think he's necessarily in control. I feel like he's more like I said, the emissary, you know.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was still viewing him. That's what I was saying. Like, I feel like if he's talking, it's Jacob. It's for Jacob. Mm-hmm. You know, and like, I guess I just didn't think Jacob was responsible. Maybe I should have. I thought it was more like the island. If that
it is the island.
If that's even separate. I mean, I'm still, like, trying to figure out what, you know. But, yeah, I guess in the end they probably won't say, well, this was what the island wanted and this is what Jacob wanted.
I think they're the same because I don't think they're going to say that the island has its own conscious will, unto itself.
Yeah.
I think the conscious will of the island is embodied by Jacob.
Yeah, it makes more sense. It's a lot cleaner, and that's probably what they're doing. I don't know. Part of me is just like, you know, I just feel like there's those two, and then there's Smokey, and they've all got their own agendas, and I don't know. I don't think that's going to turn out to be true, though.
No.
I don't know. For some reason, I was surprised to see Christian. Maybe it was just that it was him. Maybe
no, I mean, I was surprised, too. I was surprised to see him. I was surprised in general, but, yeah, I was surprised that it was Christian.
Oh, he was another person that you could see in the credits. I knew we'd see him sometime.
Oh.
You know, because, yeah, that was I forgot to mention that when I talk about spoiler credits. He was one of the names in there. So I knew, like, Christian Shepherd would show up somehow, but, like, you know, I figured it'd be someone you'd expect more.
Yeah.
You know, this is not where I thought we'd see him.
Speaking of seeing Christian, I wonder if Sawyer will ever see him and, like, recognize him from, like, the bar in Sydney.
Yeah. Oh,
They're like, you're
weird.
Jack's dad.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Sawyer doesn't usually get, like, all that fun stuff.
No.
He had that thing with the boar.
He saw Kate's horse.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he did. That horse. Oh, God. Yeah.
And the frog. Was the frog supposed to be?
Oh, God. The fucking frog.
I don't know.
Man, that was terrible.
That was really bad.
Wow.
That was a waste of time.
Total waste of time. They were twiddling their thumbs back then sometimes.
They didn't know what to do.
Hey guys, ping pong tournament.
Yeah.
But yeah, that he does at least have some connection to him. So he, it wasn't that long ago. He seemed to put it together that it was Jack's dad.
Mm-hmm.
So Christian Shepherd, I agree. I think they've decided that he's like, the go-to guy for this role. Because I think they're kind of holding back Jacob for the moment.
I think they are pulling back the reins on Jacob, and they probably were like, we're going too far, with this too quickly, because I think Jacob, talking about Jacob a lot is I think long term, to being like it's going to get into the real meat of what's going on. I think they want to downplay that or slow play that, I should say.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. It's a big thing. I mean, they've even said that. It's pretty clear from the show though that that's one of the big things about the show is what's up with Jacob.
Mhm.
So the whispers that we hear before we see Christian in this scene.
Yeah, right.
I don't know what to say about him, but the whispers are just, maybe I can bring this up. There's this interview with David Fury on Lostpedia right now, and, feel free to go read it. I read it. It's pretty interesting. It's, he was a writer in the first season, and he hasn't watched the show since then, pretty much. I mean, he's apparently just seen like a few, so he pretty much just knows like the first season. He was around in the writer's room back then, and he has his perspective on what the explanations for certain things were in his mind, like back then. And so one of the things that gets brought up is the whispers. And he said, basically confirming Claude's theory that originally the idea of the whispers was that it was the others whispering. Like, as simple as that, what Danielle said, that it was the others whispering, that was true. She was dead on. He wrote that episode too.
Yeah.
So that was it, like, period. And the other thing he adds is that, in their minds, in his mind at least, and presumably in theirs, in season 1, the others were like they appeared to be. Mm-hmm. They were the island hillbillies, living off the land and going around barefoot. And he seems to say in his mind like that was true at that point, that it was a decision made at a certain point to deviate from that and not make the others that.
Yeah.
So they didn't have that plan from the beginning. That when I read that, like it sort of clicked for me, like why that whole plot seemed weird.
Yeah, why it seems really bad because it just doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Because
they just, they basically retconned it without telling anybody. Mm-hmm. They made it seem like, they wrote it in there where it would sort of like work, but when Tom appears, at the end of season 1, like we're not supposed to think at that point, that they're really faking it. And this whole thing about fake beards and theatrical glue and all that stuff, like that, like now I understand why that seems so like.
Yeah, that's why I was like, oh look, Kate finds the beard and the stuff, and like it was just such a like, oh yeah, they're dressing up, okay, whatever, and like she never tells anybody, and it was never like it was just it didn't add up.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And like now knowing that, you know, they were originally going to go with the others being like they seem to be, like, it's weird. Like I just, you know, it gives me a different idea of you know, how little of the show's direction they really had in mind, you know, in those days. Like you know, that you know, besides like, you know, stuff we know about like Ben and you know, other things that you know, we know they've kind of improvised as they go. Like I always assumed with Ben they were going to do a character like Ben and just decided to make him Michael Emerson, you know. But like with this, it makes it seem like they really have just made drastic changes in the direction of the show, like midstream. You know, and that's I mean, I don't know.
Because I think they wanted Ben to be more than that. You know, I think they didn't want Ben to just be a guy who's just an island hillbilly, the leader of the island hillbillies.
Yeah.
They wanted him to have a much further reach and be I think into bigger things. So I think that's part of it.
Yeah. Yeah. And now like the depiction of the others in season 1 makes sense. Like from their perspective at the time, it wasn't fakey. It wasn't bullshit. Like they really were scary, you know? Yeah. And like, yeah, I don't know. That was really an eye-opener for me.
Yeah, we talked about, you know, why go around barefoot, hurting your feet, you know, why live that lifestyle if it's just a ruse?
Yeah.
You know, and why do it all the time just in case you run into someone who you're trying to trick? Like, it never made any sense.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And I guess, I don't know, I gave him the benefit of the doubt. I really thought, like, you know, it was this grand plan. You know, but yeah, it seems like that's not true. And so with the Whispers, now that I know, you know, the original Danielle theory, like that was it. I mean, those were supposed to be kind of scary, so you know, their Whispers were supposed to be scary in that way. Like it sort of makes sense. Now, when they use the Whispers, like it seems like there's something else now. You know, that they're using them differently. I mean, they still use them with the others, but now they have them, like, on the boat, you know, coming up in other contexts.
I feel like now they use the Whispers as more of a herald of, like, you know, something about to happen, you know, and I don't know what the explanation would be, you know, why, you know, in terms of, you know, when Christian shows up, why are we hearing this? You know, I besides atmosphere, I don't really know why.
Yeah.
You know, because those people, I mean, the voices that we're hearing, I don't think are from people that are actually there, you know, or anything like that. You can't see them or something like that. You know, like I don't think it's that kind of thing. You know, and I don't think every time an apparition or Christian, you know, appears somewhere, like, you know, you know, like it concerns other, like, real other people or real other apparitions or something. Like, okay, guys, you know, I'm going to go, you know, meet Michael, so, you know, let's stand in a circle and you start whispering and then I'm going to go vanish. And, like, you know, like, I don't think what he does involve, you know, when they do that sort of, apparition reappearing trick, like, that it really involves other people or something like that. So I don't know what they're doing with the Whispers now. I don't, you know, I think at this point I'm just going to take it as like atmosphere. Yeah. Because it doesn't seem to be doing much else than just being atmosphere.
Yeah.
You know, and that was the whole thing. You know, Sawyer heard the Whispers, you know, say the thing that the guy said to him. You know, the guy he killed in Australia, and like. That was the thing, that the Whispers at a certain point seemed like they were more than just atmosphere, and that they were leading somewhere, and then, you know, they just didn't do anything with them.
Yeah, yeah.
One of the interesting things about this David Fury interview, and this is sort of, I guess this is sort of a spoiler, because I think it's probably true, but they haven't said it on the show. It's just, you know, the question is, was time travel ever mentioned when he was working on Lost? And the spoiler part of this is that the idea that Saeed, there was an early draft of the Saeed's episode Solidarity that, you know, when Rousseau said she was part of a research team, Saeed asked what were they researching, and she says time.
Mhm.
So that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, that she would be connected to that back then. And it makes sense. I think it's interesting. It makes sense. And I hope that's what they're, going with. I don't know what that means in terms of Rousseau, like, if we ever will see her again.
Yeah, Rousseau may have written herself out of the show.
Yeah.
By leaving, but yeah, it is interesting. And he also notes that they took it out because the network was afraid of sci-fi stuff at the time, which they do seem to have let up on.
Can you imagine if back then in Solidarity she said they were researching
Solitary.
Time? Solitary. Why am I saying Solidarity?
I don't know. The first time I'm like, whatever, but yeah.
Solitary. Sorry. I was thinking of like he's going to stay strong. No, he wants to be by himself. Solitary. Can you imagine if we had heard time travel back then? Or like the idea of time way back then?
It would have been crazy.
It would have been crazy.
Yeah.
Would have been spending all that time trying to figure out how time travel fit in, or what was she studying, and it would have changed. It would have drastically changed the world of lost theories.
Definitely, yeah. Especially early on, you didn't have much to go on, and if you introduced an idea like that, it would definitely steer you in a certain direction. I mean, time travel's kind of come in as a wrecking ball and taken over everything. Now that it's really on the show, like now, people want to explain everything with time travel. Which I think is going a little too far, but yeah, if it had been introduced at that time, it definitely would have had a big impact. And it seems like they could have mentioned down the road if they wanted, like, they could have thrown that in there eventually.
Yeah.
And if they just, decided it wasn't important or whatever. I'm starting to think that Rousseau may not get her due.
Yeah.
Just because the actor doesn't want to be there. One of those things, they can't really do a lot about that. If someone doesn't want to be there, it's hard to do their story.
Yeah, maybe she'll come around in the future.
Yeah, it's always possible. Yeah.
I mean, if they somehow could do a Rousseau flashback episode, and she just has to do one episode, she might come back for that.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think they'll want to do it, but it might just end up being up to her to decide whether we get to see that or not.
Yeah, we'll see.
So,
I would love to see it.
Yeah, no, I would totally watch it. Yeah, with interest. There's
go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I was gonna write, the one of the lost episodes I ever thought about writing would be a Rousseau flashback episode.
Oh yeah.
So I'm kind of glad, they're not going to do it anytime soon, so I have more time to, maybe write that episode.
Yeah, we talked about that a long time ago.
Because remember, I was thinking about doing that basically what happened to Claire when she was
maternity
kidnapped.
leave, your version of that.
Leave.
Yeah.
And my idea for maternity leave was so different than what they did.
Your idea was more like what David Fury was saying, right? It was more like the others are what they seem, and they're crazy, and yeah, that would have been.
Yeah, suffice to say, it involved some sort of island ritual and sacrifice / it was very pagan and it was not what maternity leave turned out to be.
Yeah. And once you see it, you really can't write it.
No, yeah.
Can't go back and no. This is a real maternity leave.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so definitely if they ever do a Rousseau episode, I will never be able to do it.
Yeah.
Whatever they do is fact,
Yeah.
That's what happens.
It just, yeah. That's why Lost is hard to write for, because it's this story that, they might cover that ground and just ruin whatever you think of. So you can't, unless you do a real, crappy side story that has nothing to do with the plot, it's hard to, think of anything that'll actually be like really fit into the show and not just like become obsolete. I don't know.
Yeah.
Which is sad because like I would want to write something for Lost if I were a writer, which I'm not. It seems like it'd be fun, but yeah, it's just not. You know, you really need to be like a writer on Lost to write.
You gotta really know. Yeah, you gotta know what they're going for, where they're really coming from with the characters, and it's it's so plot heavy on Lost.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. So, for the record, I agree with you on the Whispers. I'm taking them as atmosphere until further notice. I'm hoping for some kind of explanation in the future, but yeah, given the different ways they've been used, it's hard for me to really think of anything that's going to work, but just like creepy atmosphere.
Yeah.
And
that's all I can think of.
Yeah. It seems like that's how they're using him, even if they do like try to have an explanation.
Come up with some answer years later.
Yeah. Yeah. Some kind of quick one sentence like line from Ben or something.
Well, I guess I had my radio on too loud.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh God.
Oh no.
Oh God.
If I hear Ben say one more time, well, I guess oh man.
Yeah, he likes that.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I.
Well, I guess I.
Yeah, if Ben starts to say, well, I guess I, it's disappointing, boring explanation coming up.
Yeah, here comes the worst excuse ever.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not time for interesting dialogue. That's oh God. Well, I guess I. Ugh. All right. Fucking Ben. Ay. Okay, so let's see. The chopper. Blah blah blah. Okay.
Well, we should R.I.P. Michael.
Oh, we certainly should. Yeah. Okay. R.I.P. Michael. Let's see.
Well, Michael is a very, I think he really got a bum deal. His character got a bum deal. Some listeners might have heard about Harold, Perrineau complaining about the fact that they basically brought him back this season only to kill him off, and he's upset that his character and basically Michael and Walt don't end up together, at least at this point, in not any sort of real sense, because even if Michael comes back as an apparition, it's not the same.
Yeah.
And I think it is a little unfortunate that because his character is just had crap the whole time.
Yeah.
He wasn't there when Walt was growing up, because his wife, not because of him, but because of his wife really left him.
Mm-hmm.
And then when he gets Walt back, they crash on the island.
Yeah.
Then he gets him taken away from him, and then he kills a couple people, to try to get him back, and then he actually gets, he actually succeeds in getting his son off the island. He was the first person to to get off, to really say, I'm going to get you off, and he got the person off,
mm-hmm.
and, by not so great means, but he still did it, and, but then, of course, just to be drafted back into the drama, and, against his will, and, it sucks,
mm-hmm.
and I think as an actor, it sucks to just be brought back just to be killed off, and in not a very, interesting way, he helped. He helped save some people by buying them some time, but you remember when we first found out he was coming back, and I was saying, why, how, what?
Yeah.
They don't have any, there's no reason for Michael to come back to the island, and I was right, there wasn't. They had nothing for him to do really.
Yeah.
He never set foot back on the island.
No.
And I'm not surprised because I didn't see where it could possibly go, and it didn't really go anywhere. He just basically bought some time for some people.
Yeah.
And it could have been anybody else. it could have been Jen. I mean, if Michael wasn't there, it could have been Jen who came up with the idea, and Jen is the reason why, and that's the reason why Jen stays behind, is because he's the one with the liquid nitrogen, doing the bomb. It could have been just like that, and it could have, maybe that even would have worked better, in terms of why Jen was down there so long. Yeah, it's, R.I.P. Michael. He tried. I give him credit for trying to be the dad he thought he should be.
Yeah.
Made some bad choices, but
he really messed up that one time, but I mean, in general he had good intentions, and he tried to make up for himself and do something for other people, and they didn't really let him redeem himself as much as he really needed to.
I agree. I think if they were really just going to kill him off, he really should have. I think, maybe Sun and Jen, saying something like, we understand why you did what you did, or some sort of like a little bit of forgiveness from someone, from people who, were upset with him.
Yeah.
But he really didn't get that at all from anybody. It was almost like he did all this for nothing, in terms of, because, like, Walt doesn't even know what he did,
Yeah, Walt thinks he's alive, apparently.
Yeah, like, people, no one's championing, Desmond is the only one alive who knows what Michael did to help these people.
Yeah.
And I'll bet he doesn't tell anybody.
Yeah, me too.
Because they all just kind of part ways very quickly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's almost like, he tried to redeem himself, but the writers couldn't even give him that. They couldn't even let him redeem himself.
Yeah.
And I think it seems like, and I think maybe Harold even says this, that, it was payback for fans wanting to see Michael die or something. They were upset because of what he did, and so they want to see him die, and so they just killed him because of that. And
but the thing is, like, for me at least, I can say so many things. At this point, it's been so long, I don't even care about it anymore, the fact that he shot those people, and, what came out of Jack and Sawyer and Kay being captured, I'm not mad at him about that anymore. Furthermore, like, I care about his character more than I do about Ana Lucia or Libby.
Mm-hmm.
He was there from the beginning. Like, I was more invested in his story than theirs, and so I'm not like let's hurt him. I'm not like really pissed that he. I mean, it sucks on a moral level, but for the show and for the characters that that I feel like you care about more. Like I feel like I didn't want him to just like suffer a lot.
Yeah, I agree.
I wanted him to be able to make up for it. I wanted him to like redeem himself in the eyes of the people who felt betrayed by him. Like that's that's what I thought he deserved. So and he didn't get that. No.
He got the opportunity, but they just, and that's the thing. It just comes down to little things. Like I said, like in that moment when Sun tells him, tells Michael she's pregnant. Like they could have written it where the fact that Sun is now basically a mother, going to be a mother. She's obviously her mentality has changed. She might be able to relate now to what Michael did a bit better. And so, they could have just had one little moment where they have a little bit of a common ground, and especially since it's Sun, someone he cares about and had a connection with.
Yeah.
That's the thing, he was there with Sun and Jen on the boat, and those are the two people he was very close to and had a connection with, yet they still couldn't take, half of a scene to give him any sort of closure with what he was really there for, and he even explained it to them that that's why he was there, to try to help. So I do think it's unfortunate. I don't think Harold Perrineau's anger is unfounded, because I don't see where they really gave Michael the chance to redeem him. I mean, they gave him the opportunity, but he just didn't do it, you know.
Yeah.
They didn't write that he did it, you know.
No, and what I really appreciate about that interview is that he really cares. Like,
he does really care
about his character, and I'm glad that he's that invested, that he's actually upset about how his character was treated. It's not just a paycheck that he just shows up and goes home and who cares what happens. Like, he's actually, you know, invested in what happens to this fake character that he's acting out. Like, I don't know, I really appreciate that he cares that much about it.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting too. You know, when I was watching the episode again after having read his statements, and having to look at his face when he knows that he's about to go die, or this is his last scene he's going to shoot, or, you know, like, I know that the actor knows that he's about to die, and, you know, his character's about to die, and he doesn't like that, yet he's still got to play this part the best that he can and be honest and true to the character, even though he's upset about what's happening, you know, like, that must have been pretty tough, you know.
Yeah, definitely.
Because if it was me, I feel like I would just, like, phone it in. You know, like, you wouldn't feel, but obviously he's a professional, he's going to do his job, but
yeah,
it still must have sucked to have to, you know, to know he's, you know, this is his last scene with Jen, this is his last scene with whatever, and, you know, and he doesn't agree with that, you know, how it's going to end, so.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Because, yeah, obviously he would read the script before he is filming the scenes, so so he knew how he's going to end up, and I do think that the writer's strike, like, I think if we had those extra 3 hours or 2 hours or whatever it was, I think his story might have been fleshed out a bit more. He might have got more screen time.
Screen time to do what, though? I don't see he had any other story. I mean, maybe they could have taken the time to maybe redeem, you know, have another scene or something. But maybe, But
yeah, that's the only benefit of the doubt thing I can throw in there. I mean, they had to wrap it up pretty quickly because they wanted him to die on the thing, and that had to happen here. So, you know.
You know, it's just he didn't get any last words. No, tell Walt I love him, or no, like, you know, Sawyer got last words. He's not even dead. You know, Sawyer got to tell Kate something. You know, and like, I don't know. I think it kind of sucked for. I think he did get a raw deal more than some other characters who have died. You know.
Yeah, that's true. That's true because like Echo got a huge death scene.
Yeah, it was
he got the biggest death scene of the show, I think.
Probably.
Like, it's this grand thing. I mean, I love it, but I feel like Michael deserves something as good as that.
Yeah, me too. And that's why I think it you know, it's just the writers listening to the fans and not and maybe at least maybe incorrectly thinking that the fans just don't like Michael and they don't want to. They don't want to see him have a good ending, but I do, you know.
Yeah, you didn't want to see that. You didn't want to see him suffer, did you?
No, not at all. I never, even when he shot, you know, Libby and Lucia, I never hated him because of that. I mean, I hated that he lied and cheated and you know, Jack and Kate, you know, did what he did. Obviously, was wrong, but I think when you're gonna bring somebody back, you know, under the guise of them being able to redeem themselves, you think, you know, you could at least give them that. You know, it's like someone who wronged you, you know, in high school or something, and you track them down and, you know, or something, and then you're just like, yeah, here, let's make up for that. But yeah, you know what? Not really. You know, and it's like, well, what was the point?
Yeah, in general, I just, even if it's true, even if the audience wants, him to suffer or hates Nikki and Paulo and wants him to die, I really don't want them writing scenes just to satisfy the audience's, desire to see something. You know, if that really is just the reason they're doing it, like I think that's bad.
The only desire of the audience they need to satisfy is the desire for a good show.
Yeah.
Like the fickle whims of like the audience, oh, we like this character, we don't like that character. You know, I feel like if they're gonna be the, you know, at the helm of this creative enterprise, they need to be the leaders that make decisions. And